The information shared in these conversations and videos are intended for general knowledge and entertainment purposes only. It should not be considered as legal advice or professional guidance. Additionally, any documentation or references to specific content are solely for the purpose of discussion and understanding. It does not imply endorsement, promotion, or support of said content. The views expressed in these videos and/or conversation are those of the individuals involved and do not represent any official stance or opinion. The content you are about to experience may contain strong language, including explicit words and phrases. This language is used for artistic expression and may be integral to the storyline or character development. It is important to note that the use of such language does not endorse or promote offensive behavior. Viewer discretion is advised, and please enjoy the show responsibly. Disclaimer: copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. The Canadian Copyright Act Section 29 allows an individual to use copyright-protected materials when creating a new work, such as mashup, and to post the new work online on a site like YouTube. Fair dealing provision for specific purposes like research, private study, education, parody, satire, criticism, review, and news reporting.
Listen up, people, I got something to say about propaganda and how it's used today. It's a tool of the powerful to control what we think. A way to manipulate, to make us all sink. Propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go. On the news, in the ads, on the radio. It's a message, a story that someone wants to sell. So don't believe everything, do your research well. They say it's for our own good, but who decides what's the truth behind the lies they disguise? It's all about power and the way that it's used to keep us knocked down, to keep us confused. Propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go. On the news, in the ads, on the radio. It's a message, a story that someone wants to sell. So don't believe everything, do your research well. It's time to wake up, to see through the haze, to question everything and not just obey. We need to take back our minds and our souls, to stand up for truth and let the propaganda go. Propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go. On the news, in the ads, on the radio. It's a message, a story that someone wants to sell. So don't believe everything, do your research well. So that's the cap about propaganda today. Remember to be careful and don't be led astray. Question everything and don't just conform. That's the only way to keep our freedom warm. Propaganda is a weapon used to incite hate, to divide us into groups and manipulate our fate. They create false enemies to justify their wars, and spread misinformation to keep us behind bars. Propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go. On the news, in the ads, on the radio. It's a message, a story that someone wants to sell. So don't believe everything, do your research well. It's time to stand up and fight for what is right. To break free from the chains and shine a bright light. Expose the lies and the deceitful schemes. And wake up to reality and live our dreams. It's time to stand up and keep our minds sharp, to not be fooled by the propaganda on the harp. Spread the word and stand up for truth. Together we can make a change and live a life uncouth. Propaganda can be subtle, it can be sly, it can come in many forms and catch us by surprise. It's up to us to be vigilant and not be swayed, to seek out the facts and not just what's displayed. Propaganda, propaganda, it's everywhere we go. On the news, in the ads, on the radio. It's a message, a story that someone wants to sell. So don't believe everything, do your research well. They preach fear, they sell heaven like land, but I talk to God without a middleman. They pass the plate, I pass the test. They bless the rich, we curse the rest. Built a throne off our broken backs, gold-plated truth in collection sacks. Preach obedience, not liberation. Use the cross like a brand, not a revelation. Say God is love, but they judge with hate. Close the gates, then talk faith while they overplay. We ain't kneeling to priest with blood on the hands. You wanna talk holy, then clean your land. You fear my spirit cause it don't need chains. It walks with fire through ashes. Who owns the truth? Who's selling grace? They build big walls just to block God's face. You speak for who? Who gave you the crown? We found the divine when your church burned down. your edits. Chaptered, control your doctrine, synthetic. Baptize the masses in guilt and fear, but excommunicate questions when they get near. You bless wars, you hide crimes, you silence women then call it divine. You build cathedrals on the backs of doubt, but the soul don't whisper when the spirit shouts. I found God in the gutter, in the dirt and the pain, not in stained glass or capital gain. You fear the ones who don't kneel in pews, cause we see the stars, not just your roles. The truth, who's selling grace? They build big walls just to block God's face. You speak for who? Who gave you the crown? We found the divine when your church burned down. No roads, no rules, just flame inside. My temple don't need no place to hide. You lied in the light while we prayed in the dark. Now spirit fights back, divine and stark. You fear what you can't own. You shame what you can mold. But truth was never a sermon. It was a spark in the soul. I don't need your steeple to talk to the eternal.
Protect who? Serve what? You break us, then preach law. You don't keep peace. You manufacture war.
Flashing lights ain't safety, it's a threat. They show up late or they show up with death. Call them for help, but they circle like sharks. Badge and a gun don't mean they got heart. You said just comply, but we still got shot. Said few bad apples, then you fed the rot. Law and order more like fear and control. Your uniform's clean, but your conscience cold. We got trauma in the streets, you patrol like prey. You ain't protecting, you just getting paid. Militarized minds with no peace in sight. All armored up, but scared of a flashlight. Who do you serve? Who do you protect? You silence the voice and you cash the check. Who's got the gun? Who's in the vest? You kneel on the neck and then call it respect. We ain't forget, we don't forgive. We want the truth, not how you live. This ain't reform, this is resist. We take the streets, we raise the fist. They got tanks for the protest, zip ties for kids, but can't stop a shooter in the school they hid. Blue wall of silence, that's a gang in disguise, but we the thugs, right? We the ones that despise, who badge up with pride while the system decays. How many walk free after taking a life away? Put community on your squad car lie, but treat us like suspects till the day we die. Don't talk peace, you brought the riot gear. Don't say protect when you weaponize fear. Truth hurts worse than a baton to the ribs, but this time we document the whole world lives. Who do you serve? Who do you protect? You silence the voice and you cash the check. Who's got the gun? Who's in the vest? You kneel on the neck and then call it respect. We ain't forget, we don't forgive. We want the truth, not how you live. This ain't reform, this is resist. We take the streets, we raise the fists.
They say justice is blind, but she peeks through her veil. Sees blue first, lets the rest rot in jail. You can't heal a wound by ignoring the pain. You can't clean a badge without scrubbing the stain. Protect who? Serve what? We the people. You forgot.
All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back to Out of This World Live. I'm your host, Patrick, a.k.a. OTW. Today is a special day. It is Wednesday. It is the middle of the week, and on Wednesdays, we're going to, from this day forward, ladies and gentlemen,
we will be doing members only. So this is for all the members, and it is also to show my appreciation for your support and why, I'm doing these members only, because I'm actually just doing it for the members, right? I'm actually doing something that will actually, I believe, create something like a little special dynamic here between myself and my members, right? So what I want to do is, in other words, it's kind of like members only day. In other words, guys, I'm going to do whatever it is like you kind of like want me to do, right? So it's like review videos, play guitar, draw, whatever it is you guys want to see me do. It's up to you. You guys are the boss today. So just let me get rid of this overlay right now. All right. Yeah, I am here. I am on screen, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm wondering why it's like this, though. That's strange. Okay, well, let me change it. Let me put it like, I don't know, like this. There we go. I like that better. Maybe turn the camera a bit. Center that. There we go. All right. So shout out to the chat. Shout out to the members that are in the house right now. Hump Day, baby. Yes, sir. Shout out to Red 40. Bear Jew and Verp 123 are non-members. They showed up at the beginning before the whole thing turned into a members only, because you can't do it members only when, well, maybe you can actually. Maybe I should have started it off that way. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. It's my first time, so I'm gaining experience on this. So shout out to everybody who's going to be watching right now. And the members, if you guys want to give word that there is on the OTW Entertainment and News, I'm actually broadcasting over there for free. Because I want people to go sub over that channel, and I'd like to get that channel up to 500 subscribers. So if that's possible, go ahead and whoever's watching over there right now on Entertainment and News, share it out. If you guys, but on the main channel, it's members only, and I did that, only for the reasons of trying to grow the other channel. Now, seemingly my background is kind of like a bit hazy or something. I don't know why it's doing that. Usually it's nice and clean. Right. Let me see. 52 is no good. 48. How about 49? Oh, 49 seems to be all right. Okay. All right. That's a little bit better. Yeah. All right. So shout out to you guys. Thanks for being here right now. And for the moment, actually, I already had something I wanted to share with you guys off the bat. It was hold on a second. Damn it! I lost the tab. Let me fix the tab first. I got to get myself a new one, actually, because the other two tabs are reserved for this particular broadcast, so I can see what's going on the other channels. So just bear with me for a second. I'm going to go pull up what I wanted to review with you guys. We're waiting for the members to show up. Obviously, probably not everybody is up and awake right now. So, yeah. Now, let me see. Let me see. Where was it? I guess I'm gonna have to look at my historic. There it is. Right there it is. Segment 4. Gratitude for Mr. Armstrong. Thanks to YouTube. Part 1. That's not the one. I want to look at the live that was done. All right. This is a great presentation by Santos Bonacci. Okay. And I'm just going to share screen real quick. Let me see. Whoops, wrong button. Okay, share screen. We got it. All right. So this is going to be my first presentation here. Well, it's not my presentation, but it's going to first video that I'm going to play this morning while I wait for our fellow members to join us. All right. So let me see. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, so this is really interesting. It's called The Quickening, Exposing the Secret Architecture of Control. It's obviously a collaboration between the Lazarus Initiative and Santos Bonacci, which is a really good collaboration. And Santos goes into it, and I believe it's like really good. So I'm going to have this play. And, I'll be with you guys in chat. Got any questions, concerns, comments, anything you'd like to know? I'm in chat. I'm here. This is members only day, so I'm literally starting the show off like this. But if you guys want to switch up and do something else, you just let me know, and we'll do that. I'll be also dropping the link for people to join the broadcast if they want to. Let me see. And I'm going to do it this way. I want to drop it only in my chat here on OTW Live. So let's just do that right away. And pin it at the top of live chat right there. Pin that at the top of live chat. Et voila. All right. So for any members who want to join the show, the link has now pinned to the top of live chat on the main channel, right? And welcome to the ones that are watching over at OTW Entertainment and News. Go ahead and like, share, subscribe. Tell everybody that you can watch this for free over there, or else come and get yourself a membership, and you'll be able to watch it and chat it up with the chat on this side, right? So we will be having two different chats going at it. That's going to be interesting. All right, without any further ado, let me just go ahead and play the video. Yeah.
Lazarus, well, you know me by now. Never, ever happier than when I am receiving old friends in this theater, in this venue. And one of the souls I most love and respect at my core, I have to say, and this goes back a pretty long time, is our guest today, Santos Bonacci. And it occurred to me that Santos was on a broadcast that we did in 2014. Actually, we were launching formally launching the New Earth project, and Santos came in when we were exploring the concept of ZPT, 0 point time. And we had, as I seem to recall, we had Nassim Harriman on, Foster Gamble, my beloved friend, and my other beloved friend, Michael Tellinger, and Santos. And that was, for me, a very important start point, really, to the somewhat mythic journey that I feel exists between my walk in this world. And,
hold on, I was going to pause this. Big G, let me drop the link here to my other channel, man. Hold on a second. Okay. Right. If you want to go watch it over there, you don't need members only to watch it over there. See, I thought of everything, Big G. I thought of it all, man. So here, click the link, and you'll be able to go watch it over on my other channel, man. All right. But only putting it free on another YouTube channel defeats the purpose of members only, brother. Just saying. Although I joined this morning, so maybe it worked. You're the best. Well, look. What was I going to say? Red. The only reason I understand it does defeat the purpose. But I still do want to grow the other channel, right? I'd like to get it up and moving. I haven't done anything on that channel in a long time, And this is also the first members only. So, we're not too many of us here right now. And, just like, see, Big G, he can't listen to it with the screen off when it's members only. So, it gives him the opportunity to watch this the same. So, yeah, no problem, dude. It's my pleasure. Oh, I'm not distracted, man. You remember? My attention and my energy, my focus, everything is on the members today. So if I have to pause the video to talk to you guys, you have priority over anything else today, right? It's your day, man. You get it? I'm offering exclusivity on Wednesdays to the members, right? So it's like my way of showing you that, I appreciate your support and that you're special. You guys are special. You're more important than the normies, right? In that sense, right? In the sense of the support.
Walk that I observe in Santos, which is inexpressibly complicated walk. It's part messianic, it's part prophet, it's part forensic analyst of the geometry of truth, but turning that outwardly through the lens into the temporal world, his ability to dissect events, relationships, soul signatures, event horizons, and make sense of the insane geometry of the temporal field. So to those of you who are tuned in to the Lazarus narrative, the Nazarus, the soul of Lazarus initiative, and what we've been not just endeavoring, but manifesting for many years now, it's our 5th year, you will know this language speaks to you. Santos is, to those of you, those few of you who may not fully know, is the world-leading researcher and speaker on the veiled power structures that shape our reality. And he exposes how Rome, ancient empires and modern corporations covertly control nations, laws, and by extension, our consciousness. So through ways to sovereignty and true freedom. And today, with this maestro, we are revealing the hidden forces shaping our world. And Santos will be showing how Rome's empire never fell, how modern nations are bound by secret codes, and how law, religion, and symbols work together to control consciousness. And we'll trace the threads of cosmic cycles, sacred geometry, and occult architecture, uncovering the unseen networks that influence governments and finance and even our sense of identity. So strap in. Santos is taking us on a mind-bending journey through history, esoteric law, and the hidden design of reality itself, illuminating the pathways to true sovereignty and freedom. And this is the chance, friends, to see the world in a completely new light and to question everything you thought was real and to step into a deeper understanding of who we truly are. Santos, brother, so happy to see you again.
Thanks, Sasha, and thank you for the kind welcome and the opportunity to be able to share with you, whom I have worked with for 11 years now. We've done, this is the eighth thing that we're doing together. So, yeah, it's a pleasure.
Thank you, brother. So straight in, Rome's hidden continuity. Rome is said to never have fallen, but simply transformed. How do we see its presence today, whether in legal systems, corporate structures, or even the shared symbols on national flags, like Mexico's, for instance?
Beautiful. Good question. I will endeavor to do my best to put some understanding and meaning into it all. But first, I'd like to talk about the subject of time, because if we don't understand time and how it works, none of what I say will mean anything. Okay, so first of all, there is no past and there is no future. Time is a construct, a conception from our feeble minds, which we need to be able to measure the change in the eternal now.
Yes.
But here's the thing. When we went to school, we were taught that time is linear. 2,000 years ago, there was a guy called Jesus, and we're here now. And tomorrow will be in that direction. It's going in a direction, okay?
Right.
Linear. This is all wrong. This is to tie us down to be slaves of time, actually, and that's why people are wearing watches, which is quite insane. I mean, you can get it off your phone, but still, people like to think that having a Rolex watch is a status symbol. But it's just shows how much money you'll spend to be a slave of Chronos, Saturn, Satan, time. So here's the big one. It's cyclical. And you know how we have, obviously, years and days? They are the two obvious cycles. So we know that spring comes around every March, and we know that the sun rises in the morning. So we can already see cycles, okay? But the main big cycle that we live in is 1,000 years. History rhymes, not repeats, every 1,000 years. So if you go to the East, Krishna says, I'm the one that creates history every 1,000 years. I repeat history every 1,000 years. I do that. You go to the Bible. The Bible says, to the Lord, 1,000 years is as a day, and a day is as 1,000 years. That's in the Old Testament.
I correlate that to the crown chakra. Just saying.
In the New Testament,
Santos doesn't correlate it. See, this is why I know that I'm building on top of these gentlemen's research, right? It's like I'm from the research that I've done. It's like I'm building on top of what they're presenting, and showing a different angle when it comes to the translations of the Bible.
If you be good and you prevail over the world, you will rule with Christ as kings and priests. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, they all had this 1,000-year thing.
Right.
So, okay, so that's scripture. And people might say, well, I'm not into scripture. So for me, and if not, you can ask me to repeat. So where do we find on paper, where can we actually go to our computer and find evidence of history repeating every 1,000 years? Right, well, because I can't share my screen, I've given your producer what's called the list of popes. All right. Now, all the listeners, you go to Wikipedia. Now, Sasha is sharing the screen. Thank you. And we're going to have a look. There's 2,000 years of history, but you're going to find that the first 1,000 years is different to the last 1,000 years. So can you please scroll down to the first pope, St. Peter? There he is. Now, notice those first 4 or 5 popes.
Morning,
Do they have any surnames? Look at the names.
Nice to see you.
Their name. Okay, we're going to be looking at that line. Okay, the third column. Peter has no surname. Linus has no surname. Cletus, Clement. Let's keep going down to, we're going to go all the way to 1,000 years, but go nice and slow so that the viewers can see. Name in English, no surnames. Keep going, and you'll see that there are no surnames. All right, we're up to the year 200. We don't have to go too fast. That's good. That's you can go a little bit faster if you want, because people can do this on their own time. No surnames. We're up to what, the year coming to 300. Still no surnames.
Hey, Jeeps, if you
All
can
right. Keep scrolling, keep going.
spread the word that I'm live on
He was
my
Constantine's buddy.
my sister channel.
Mm-hmm. No surnames. The year 400. Okay, so we've done 400 years. Let's keep going.
Keep going quickly. Yeah, and we're making our way towards 1066, presumably, thereabouts.
Yeah, I want to just go in the 900th year. That's where we want to go. You might as well just go straight down there, because there's no surnames. I can guarantee you that. Okay.
Yeah.
By the way, stop a little bit. You've got to go now to the 4th column. The 4th column is the name. Now they've started. Yeah, that's it. All right. No surnames. Let's keep going. It's the 4th column now. The 5th.
Right. Oh, got it.
Yep. Boniface, Romanus, Leo, Sergius, Joannes, Leo again, Octavio. Oh, stop there. Let's go back. We're in the 900s. Just go back a little bit. Stop.
What's up, Gabriel?
No, there's Ferrucci.
His
one
brother.
More. Go back a little bit. There's one more guy. Stop there. That's it. Okay, so there's the year. In the second column, you'll see.
If you want to join,
February 9.
you're welcome to.
29.
I do know it's
and
late
here we have
out
a
there.
guy who has a surname, Stefanos de Gabrieli. Okay.
The link is
Now,
pinned at the top of live chat.
I promise you this, Sasha, and all the listeners, to do this interview. The first thing I did was, well, I'm going to show people how history is rhyming every 1,000 years, and I'm going to prove to people that there was not one pope before the year 1000 that had a surname. All of a sudden, it's changed. They've added a few surnames. Now, I think they've done that just to sort of blend in the fact that for 1,000 years, no one had surnames, and then all of a sudden, bang on, the 1,000 years, everybody has a surname. So just keep scrolling there. We've got, let's count how many people have surnames. So we've got that guy there, Gabrielli, keep going. 1. Crescenzi, 2. Ferrucci, 3. Gunner Prova, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There you go. No, stop there. Stop. That's 1,003. Okay. So we have 7 guys with surnames, and they all happen to be right at the end of 1,000 years. So if you want a paper track record to confirm,
what's up, Charlie?
History,
Joe Cool,
is just going round and round in 1,000-year cycles. There it is, right there. Now I don't know whether you know that. And
Joe Cool, did you know that you are now dubbed a power tard? Yeah, but you're the smartest power tard. You're the less tardiest of the whole group, right? So, hey, I appreciate you being here, bro. I paid $20 for this membership, finally getting my money's worth. I didn't even know you paid $20 for that membership. Holy shit. That's fucking expensive. But yeah, man, you know what? Every Wednesday, I'm going to be having members onlys from now on. From this day forward, it's going to be members only. So spread the word, Joe Cool. Everybody, send those messages out. Tell everybody, hey, OTW's live, members only. And for this time only as well, for the people that, can't afford a membership, I'm restreaming this over onto the OTW entertainment and news, right? But that I'm doing only this time, just for the first time that I'm doing the members only, just because I'd like to bring up the numbers of the other channel, get people to subscribe and get some watch hours. So that's. But I'm next week I won't be restreaming to the other channel. So it's because I'm, in other words, trying to give a chance to the people that are unaware that this is going to be doing. I'm going to be doing this every Wednesday. To kind of catch up and give them a chance to get a membership. All right. So, yeah, exactly. Beats the power bottom. Oh, man. All right.
Anatoly Fomenko.
No.
Okay. Anatoly Fomenko, like Emmanuel Velikovsky, which I was reading as a teenager.
Yes, me too.
Yeah, great man. And he wrote a treatise on how there's 600 years of history missing. When you compare biblical history with secular history, there's absolutely at least 600 years. He said there's at least 600 years. Now, 50 years later, another Russian, Anatoly Fomenko, releases 12 volumes proving that in the 1800s, the Jesuits removed 1,000 years of history.
Got it.
Right. Now, I bought the first 2 volumes back in 2011, 2012. I didn't read them, but I glanced them and took notes and made enough notes to work out what his 12 volumes were going to be speaking about. Okay, so the Jesuits, only a couple of hundred years ago, they removed 1,000 years of history. Now, the reason they can do that is because the same characters turn up. I hope I get time to prove that. I really do.
Oh, for sure, you got the time. But I want to ask you this: what dateline would you give for this happening in the late 1700s, mid to late 1700s?
Yeah, around the French Revolution.
So that's late 1799.
Yeah, when the Illuminati or the Alumbrados started to use Freemasonry as their foot soldiers.
Right.
The Freemasons.
Yeah.
The upper echelons, not your good Freemasons that. Because I teach Freemasonry, it's in all my presentations. It's Christianity. Yeah. It's the same as Judaism.
Right. Well, Joe Cool, think about it this way. He just told you the author of those 12 volumes, which was Anatoly. So I don't think he has to prove it. You want to know, go read those 12 volumes.
Muslim, Islam, I teach all of it because it's all one. So
oh, and on top of it, he actually tells you, you know, you don't believe me? Go check it out for yourself, right? Go check it out. And Anatoly's, I can't remember what his second name was, but he has 12 volumes, and he writes, it's all in there, man. I'm gonna actually download the PDFs for those volumes, and I'm gonna do fucking deep dives on them, just to really extrapolate all the information and really get it, you know, going good, like get it, like to break it down in simpler terms, so you know, it'd be easier to understand, and extrapolate all of the information, you know, dates, and the whole thing. I'm gonna use AI to do that.
Sasha, is that they didn't have to really remove the 1,000 years history. All they had to do was just show that this guy turns up in history, and then there's a linear succession of his children in his dynasty and so on, and here we are now. Right. So
informed history, not experiential history, informed history.
Exactly. I'm glad you mentioned that, because what I want to say, I want to preface what I'm going to start doing here is that I'm going to use the timeline that we both learned at school. We were both indoctrinated and educated, and we're going to use the AD BCE calendar. Okay, so let's do 4,000 years of history on a timeline like this, right? Now we're over here, right, to 2025, and over here is 0 for some reason, and they put JC there. Now you might think it's Jesus Christ, but it's actually Julius Caesar, the Julian calendar.
Yes.
Another name for it is the AD calendar, Anno Domini, well, the year of the Lord.
Yeah.
But what people don't realize is it's not Jesus's calendar, because Jesus is not a historical person. In the sense that, I mean, like you will find references in history, right? But that doesn't mean he was necessarily a historical, literal individual. Okay, so now this calendar, there's 1,000 years, here's 1,000 years, so we've got 4,000 years. This is Abraham over here. This is King David. Can you see all this?
Yep.
And over here we have the likes of Charlemagne, but it's probably more over here. But the Holy Roman Empire sort of started here, and that's why all of a sudden you see we've got surnames for 1,000 years. Yes. So were these names wiped out, or were people not using surnames? Because when I went to school, they said that since time immemorial, everyone had a surname. So this John wouldn't be confused with that John and the other John. You know, John the carpenter, John the right. Now, it's interesting. Why don't we go like the Jews do? They have a calendar called the AM calendar. It's the Anno Mundi.
Lubas, that's because he's acquired wisdom over the years, you know, and not you. Okay? That's why. That's the only reason. He has wisdom. He's got gray hair. He has so much knowledge, and you don't. And on top of that, you have no hair. So, hey, man. Just keeping it real.
We have the Anno Domini. The year of Domini, the year of the Lord. Now, their calendar, I think we're up to 6,777 or something is the year in the AM calendar. Okay, right. So why don't we do that? Why doesn't the Christian bloc, Christendom, why do they have this guy here and this is the year 0? Why?
Well, he's actually explaining it right now, Joe Cool.
It's quite simple.
It's on the board. It's on the whiteboard right now.
It's an exact mirror of this.
Yes.
It's an exact mirror. This year is actually the year 0. It is. But it's it's useless. It's pointless to say it was 2,000 years or 1,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago.
Yeah.
There's no such thing. You hear people saying, oh, this earth has been controlled by the Anunnaki for 200,000 years. How do you know that? And then there's others that insist, no, the earth has been controlled by the Archons for 6,000 years. And then there's the Tartarians who say, no, it was in the 1850s. The reset was only in the 1850s. So everybody's like all over the place. It's pointless. There's no argument.
Yeah.
If you know that time is not linear and we're just going round in circles, but spiraling upwards,
yes,
then we don't have to argue these things. But
Very good.
let me just show you something very interesting. So this guy, Julius Caesar, and by the way, there's a guy called Francesco Carlotta. Francesco Carlotta. Now this guy absolutely proves and smashes that Julius Caesar was Jesus Christ.
right.
And he's got books and videos. You can see it. Another guy is Joseph Atwill. But Joseph Atwill, he says that it was Vespasian and and Vespasian, who killed Vitellius and destroyed the Julian line. He started the Claudian. So now we have the Julio-Claudians. And that only happened 70 years after Julius Caesar. Now, when did Julius Caesar die? The year? 44 BCE, right? And when did the other JC die? 33
33, yeah.
AD. So we can see a mirror there. They both claim.
Lubas, you know what? Go. How about you? Look, I've spent the last 8 years going through all of his material. He doesn't just read books, dummy. He fucking actually correlates all of these books that he's read and makes all of the connections between the books. You understand? It's not just him fucking memorizing shit. No, it's actual wisdom. It's actually him using his intellect to correlate and amalgam all of those things together, which is over 30 years of research, which is like the only 30 years of research you've done is shoveling shit on the farm, bro. Get a life.
They're both claiming to have a calendar, and which is a cylinder. Calendar means cylinder. Why would it be a cylinder? Well, because a cylinder goes round.
Very good.
Okay, so now here we have Alexander the Great, and he died 334 or something like that, right? Okay,
Yeah.
something like that. Now, Julian the Emperor, the nephew of Constantine the Great.
Yes, he is,
Who
Danny.
started corporate Christianity.
Absolutely.
Yes.
A fantastic flamenco player, man. He fucking plays that classical guitar like a freaking god, man. He's awesome.
Because Rome was Persian Mithraic for 1,000 years.
That's right.
I'm going to explain this, how the Persians conquered Rome and made Rome to defeat Greece from the back. They went behind Greece, founded Rome, and it's the Persians. It's still the
Very
Persians.
good. Very good.
It's Iran. It's always Iran. Okay,
Yes.
so there's one mirror, and they both claim to have a calendar. Now, Alexander the Great, he dies 334 years before here, and Julian the Emperor, who says that he was of Greek blood, and he was the incarnation of Alexander the Great, who stopped corporate Christianity in its tracks and brought back the ancient Egyptian religion. Hence, they called him Julian the Apostate.
Mm-hmm.
But in my opinion, he was the greatest Neoplatonist of all time. He loved Iamblichus, Porphyry,
Interesting.
Plotinus. Yeah. And he wrote a book against the Galileans. And he said, these mischievous people who have made this Christ figure actually historical, he exposed them. Just 300 years. He died in 363, 334 or 333, 363. Can you see the mirror? There's Julius Caesar, who was the hero of the popular people.
Yes.
And here's Jesus Christ, the hero of the popular people. And here's Alexander the Great. And here's the greatest emperor in the history of Rome, because he brought back an Egyptian pagan, which means, folk, right? So it really irritates me when people say, "Oh, that's pagan." Pagan simply means folk. So if
Means good people, good human, good human.
Yeah. So if I play folk music, I'm a pagan because I didn't go to the conservatory.
Right.
You see,
Right.
You go to a seminary and you're good. But the people who still worship God or worship the gods and their ancestors who don't go to seminary, they're pagans.
Yeah.
But they believe the same thing, right? It's
Well,
ridiculous.
I'm going to answer this to you, Lubas. The ones that don't know their history are condemned to repeat it.
So now, I'm just going to stop there because I want to see how we go with time. But I'm going to show you all the way to today how
Okay, good.
everything that happened here is mirrored over here.
Yes.
I can give you tens and tens and tens of examples. That's just two glaringly obvious ones, okay? So, all right, you know, we've all done our history at school, and I don't believe in this timeline at all, you know, but I'm using it because professors out there, students of history, and most of the listeners will relate to it, okay? So we know that the Greeks were fighting the Persians. Now, the Persians controlled the Silk Road for thousands of years. They are the first root race. If you go by the, you know, Helena Blavatsky and Annie Besant,
Yes.
and all those,
And Leadbeater, yeah.
yeah, and even Steiner, right? You will learn that there's 5 root races, and we are the last one. We're the Aryans, okay? And we were created 200,000 years ago. The Aryan race. A million years ago. A million. So the first were the Polarians, then the Hyperboreans, then the Lemurians, then the Atlanteans. That fell, and then came the Aryans. So we're all Aryans. We are all Aryans.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Right. So, those are the 5 root races. There's going to be 7 eventually. Now, in each root race, there are 7 sub races. Okay. So in the Aryan, the first were the Indians to be created, India and Persia.
Yep.
I'll put it here. Right, so now, that was 1 million years ago, 1 million years ago, 800 million years ago, 200,000 years after that was Egypt.
Sorry, you mean 800,000 years ago, not 800 million years ago?
Sorry, of course, 800,000 years ago, because this race is only a million years old.
Yeah.
Okay, but remember, there's only the eternal now.
Yeah.
What we mean is that there's been a million thousand year cycles. That's all I'm saying. And you will understand that hopefully if I've triggered enough, you know,
real memory.
Yeah, research inspiration in people to really do their work. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so Egypt and Mayans. Now we all know that the Mayans are the same as the Egyptians.
Yeah.
No
Yes.
brainer.
Correct.
Okay, 800. Then after that came the Semitic. So you've got your Arabics, you've got your Jewish.
Yep.
All right. Now, this is 600,000 years ago.
Yeah.
And thanks for correcting me before. I often do word slips because I'm thinking ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Then came the Celtic, 400,000 years ago, and the Latins. That's you and me, brother. Yep. We're 400,000 years old, but there is no time. Latin. And the last were the Nordics, and the Germanics. This is why Hitler was very, very concerned with protecting the Aryan race.
That's right. The blonde, blue eyes. Yeah.
And now the 6th, guess what? They're going to mix everybody together and make just brown people. No more white, no more black. That is what the elites are trying to do. That is their goal. They want to create. They're trying to get this. They're trying to get rid of this, and they're trying to create a 6th sub-root race of the Aryans, which is all homogenized, just brown. Okay,
yes.
but they're doing it in an illegal way, with the transhuman agenda and graphene oxide and putting you into a grid and getting your data and your DNA.
It's the synthetic chemicalized aspect.
Right. Now, for guys like you and I who have detached ourselves from the world, that we're going to go into this the natural way. We're not going to be trapped in their system. Okay, so what happened was, let's go back to Persia, because these are the guys that we need to focus on. So what happened was the Persians, they controlled the Silk Road, and the elites, the elite Persian families, which were Zoroastrian and Mithraic, made a lot of money.
Yeah.
So what they wanted to do was they wanted to reach the Americas through Europe. But Greece was stopping them for 500 years. The Battle of Marathon, the battle of Thermopylae, the battles, all the battles, right? They managed to destroy Athens partially once. I think it was 400 BCE. But the Greeks always pushed them back and protected Europe. So that was their obstacle. So what did they do? So they planted themselves in modern-day Turkey and created the Parthians. And
Yes.
by the way, Julian the Emperor was still fighting them. He was murdered. He was warring against the Parthians, the Persians. The Greeks were fighting since here, 500 BCE, all the way through here. And there's another guy called Valerian, who was actually murdered by the Persians, brought to their capital, and I think they boiled him or something or whatever. It was the first time ever a Roman emperor was captured in battle. But Julian was shot by his own Christian soldiers fighting the Parthians, i.e. the Persians. So the Persians figured, all right, we just can't, we know we can't beat the Greeks. They've got technology that's so advanced. So what do we do? Well, if you study the work of a beautiful woman whom I've been studying for 15 years, a woman called Lauren Moray.
I know Lauren Moray, yes. Yeah, of course.
She's a darling.
Yeah.
And she will tell you all about how this happened. I'm just going to repeat what she taught me, right?
Yeah.
So let's get out of here. I'll try and do this timeline again because that's it. What happened was, so we've got good old Italy over here, Sardinia, Corsica, and over here you've got Greece, and there's Turkey. Okay, so Parthia. All right, so what happened was, according to Lauren Moray, these rich, mega rich families, they couldn't. Greece was just too powerful and protecting the West for 1,000 years, really. So what they did was they started the Etruscan Empire in Tuscany, and they started 12 cities. These families, 12. Then they destroyed this, inverted the language, and went to Lazio, Rome. And they made a republic here, right? And then they turned it, when Julius Caesar came, they turned it into an empire. The Roman Republic became an empire. The reason for that was because now these guys don't have to fight on this front. They've got a back door.
Right.
And so we know that Julius Caesar defeated the English, the French, the Germans, the Iberian Peninsula, Africa, and he also destroyed the Greeks with Pompey. Pompey was defending Greece, right? Pompey. So he killed Pompey. So Julius Caesar was everywhere, killing and destroying and everything. And essentially, he was part of this Persian conspiracy to remove Greece, set up the Roman Empire, all roads lead to Rome, and their red, white, and green flag, which is horizontal, became the red, white, and green flag of Italy. I forget which side the red is on, but it doesn't matter. This is very important, guys. This is very important.
Yeah, this was the piece that got me so excited about talking to you again when you were correlating these flags. This changes the axis of everyone's knowledge or understanding of history and culture.
Yeah. So what Loren speaks about is how, I'm going to name some of the families like the Farnese, the Borgia, the Pallavicini and Aldobrandini. Those are the four big ones. I'll get to them and I'll decipher and I'll explain how, and the de Medicis, by the way, the Medicis, okay? Because remember, the Persian Empire was the Medes and the Persians, right?
Yeah.
It was the Medo-Persian Empire, like the Greco-Roman Empire, right?
That's right. That's right.
Right, okay. So there's the word that's where the Medicis come from, and they control
Yes.
the media and medicine, big pharma. Because we know guys like Cosimo de' Medici, he actually helped translate the Hermetica and Plato and did many great things. He was a benefactor of Tommaso Castaneda, I think Giordano Bruno, and many great Neoplatonists, right? So it's not good or bad. None of this is good or bad. This is just explaining how things work.
Very good.
So the Tuscans had their language inverted, and according to her, then the Latin language was this language which creates the law, the maritime law of the Venetians or the Phoenicians, phonetics. The Phoenicians are over here and the Genovese are over here. We're going to get back to these two cities, because when Rome supposedly was conquered by the Huns and the Visigoths and the Vandals, time and time again, what happened was they went to Emilia-Romagna, and for 150 years, they were here. Before they went to Venice, they were in Ravenna. So the capital of the Roman Empire was in Emilia-Romagna, Ravenna. And then from there, they went to the maritime Venice, because Venice is not a part of Italy, it's an island, right? Mm-hmm. Now, so these guys, they're fighting each other. And on this side here, there were certain families supported this side. So the Venetians got clever and they said, well, why don't we control all the ports going east? And that's what they did. They controlled Greece, all the ports, all the way over to China. Now the Genovese, their big family was the Columbus family, Colonna.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? And let me do that because this is where we get into so in Jewish it's Cohen. Cohen becomes, in English, Colin, which is the most powerful family in America.
Yep.
Forget about the Rothschilds. These guys, in fact, do you remember John Todd? John Todd,
yes.
when
he was a whistleblower.
Yeah, and then he disappeared. Well, he explained that the true rulers of America are the Columbus Collins family, right? Because Christopher Columbus was Cristobal Colon with an O. So
I would love it if you could intersect where the Payzur family of the Marie Antoinette and young Louis, is that connected in there somewhere between the Collins and the Rothschilds? The Payzur?
Yeah, they're all intermarried, because you see what these cities had was what's called I fondi. Do you know about I fondi? The funds. So what they did was to create the Doge of Venice and the Council of Venice. They ruled the world and all the seaports. So they didn't have to go. There was I think it was 1508, France, Italy, Germany, the Papal State, they all started a war against Venice because they were sick of Venice. Yeah. Controlling all the commerce and doing all their black nobility evil, right? So they all ganged up on Venice, but Venice somehow beat them. So what happened was these guys, the Genovese, Genova, and by the way, that's where we get the jeans. Anyone who's wearing blue jeans comes from Genova. It's a textile. They created denim and they sold it mostly to the Americans.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, so the Americans would say, oh, we want denim from Genova, the jeans.
Wow.
And it became jeans, okay?
Wow.
So these guys, they went west. They got Columbus, so-called Columbus. It's really a corporation. That's why we have the Knights of Columbus. We have Columbia Pictures, British Columbia, Columbia in South America.
Columbine school shooting.
Exactly. The list goes on and on and on and on. Columbia, English.
And Columbus is the column that holds up the temple roof?
Exactly. And their insignia was a column.
Yes, there we go.
A Greek column, which means unity and we rule the world. Anyway, these guys were fighting against another powerful papal family, who were more on the side of the Venetians, which are the Orsini.
That's right.
And these guys were killing, I don't know how many Orsinis in the 1500s, and these guys were killing columnists just to try and be archbishops, cardinals, and popes. And we're gonna see that in the list of popes, that you'll see that there's about about 3 or 4 colonna. I'll do it properly.
So that should have been the real Game of Thrones series, shouldn't it? The story.
Yeah, a bit like the Ghibellines and the Guelphs. You know, there's always these two families that are killing each other to have the power, right?
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of those people that were killed were good people, good-hearted people, because I can give you a list of at least 20 popes that were really, really good benefactors to humanity. They're not all evil, you know.
Yeah.
Right. So their symbol was the column, okay? Colonna. It's a column. And it's all the same thing. The most powerful family, it's actually a woman. It's a woman who controls the Collins family and the US of A. It's never men. It's actually women, witches who have the most power, not men.
Yes.
They send the men out to go and fight wars and die. Men are not ruling behind the scenes. It's women. All right. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That old yarn about it being a deviant patriarchy. I was having this conversation with Jane Evershed, who's one of our regulars on Lazarus, and she's actually going to be on this next symposium as well. And the whole narrative generally is that it is a venal patriarchy. And I was arguing the fact that no, at the quintessence, you will always find, and for millions of years, in terms of the galactic wars, same deal. It is a feminine principle at the center of all of it.
Yeah, they are the mother.
Yeah.
No women, no men.
Yeah.
We come from men. We come from their Vesica Pisces, right? Their womb.
Yes.
They are the womb, so they are the boss. It has to be that way, man. But in many thousand years cycles in the past that haven't been reset and co-opted, matriarchy was the perfect system, and there were no witches. But now we have witches. They've turned into witches. Why? Because the archons want it that way.
Yes.
We're living in a time which is called the quickening. You know how they're saying that the Earth is spinning faster and time's going faster because the Earth's spinning faster?
Yes.
Well, that's not true, because it's consciousness that's going faster. It's not time.
Very good. Beautiful. The spin, the rate of spin is increasing.
That's what they say, right? But and so time's going faster, but it's not. It's consciousness. It's the awakening. It's called the quickening. The quickening is happening.
Very good. Very good.
And so everybody's going to be involved with this. You will be surprised that how many people, evil people that you thought should be, you know, guillotined or hanging on a noose under a tree. You'll be surprised how they will repent and how everybody will repent, because we've all got skeletons in our closets. There's no one that's pure that can say, oh yes, well I'm just blameless. No, it's not going to happen. So we might say, oh yeah, but I don't kill babies and, you know, eat their adrenochrome and have, you know, orgies and I don't do that evil, but you're still part of it, because they are you and you are them.
And because you're abnegating and abdicating your life force to Cronus, and that is you being fully complicit in that harvest wheel.
Yeah, we're all co-creators. So what we should be doing, instead of hating these people, is sending them love, because they're actually doing what we call evil things, and it excludes us, which is they're taking the punishment for us. We shouldn't be angry.
I hear what you're saying. Whilst they are manifesting as the contrast against which we are therefore able to define our angelic nature and elevate ourselves, without which we wouldn't be able to in that sense.
It's all for us. It's all for you.
Yeah. Reciprocal. Yeah.
Yeah. Because
Beautiful.
So if you want to see a paradise around you in the world, the secret is this: fix the shit that's in you. Get rid of all the shit that's in you. And that means me.
Well, even me, Santos?
Yeah. Sorry. So everybody that's listening,
right,
you are going to change the world. Don't wait for Harry or Bob around, around.
This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Santos.
So what happened was they had I fondi, which is the money, the funds. And here's something that we have to distinguish. What they did was, these guys here, now in Italy, which is Persia, because there's no such thing as an Italian race. I mean, I'm from southern Italy, and my blood is Grecian, Phoenician, Jewish, and African.
Yes.
But if you go up here, you've been to northern Italy, to Milan, haven't you?
Yes.
Blue-eyed, Nordic, Celtic.
Yep.
And that's Italy. So you've got blonde, blue-eyed people here, and I come from here, in Calabria, Catanzaro, and Africa's over here, and of course the Greeks from Naples down, the Greeks owned all of this, and then the Spanish and the Portuguese in the Two Sicilies, when they conquered Sicily in Calabria, they called it the Two Sicilies. So what's an Italian? Is it a short, skinny 5 foot, a 5'6" black guy like me, or is it the blue, blonde, tall, blue 6 foot guys up here in North Italy? It's all Persian.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So what happened was the Genovese, and remember, what's the biggest crime family in New York, in America? The Genovese, right?
Genovese.
Yeah. And wasn't that the best general friend of Mussolini?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
So what Mussolini did was what they all did, because history rhymes. He sent this Genovese family. Well, he didn't have to send them. And they still pretty much control all the drugs and all the violence and all the crime in the United States of America. The Genovese from Geneva, right?
Yes.
So not only did they do it with their jeans and denim blue jeans, because Americans are the most blue jean wearing nation on the earth, right? But they did it with guns and military force and everything like that. And they did it with their funds, their trusts. They created a trust like the Sestwi KV Trust and everything like that. Now, originally, the good people of these families did it for our benefits, to be stewards. Yes. Like it says in the Bible, Jesus said, I will go away and I will leave you as the steward. And you better look after my people, because if I come back and you haven't looked after my people, I will beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll kick your ass. So obviously, somewhere along the line, that some non-benefactor type people, self-serving,
the parasites
got in and started managing these funds to do crime and to make money and to get rich.
Yes.
So the aristocracy became the oligarchy. See, aristocracy,
and of course, as well, maintaining that significant factor that both government is crime cartel and the subterranean mafia are crime cartel, and the good folk, the good pagans, are caught in between that somewhere, being fleeced and harvested.
Yeah. Yep. And now you might be asking, why these colors? There has to be a reason. There has to be. And the reason is because green is Islam, white is Christianity, and red is Judaism, the three Abrahamic religions, which originated in Persia.
Yes. Now you begin to hit it.
Right. But we're going to go to the question as to why France, Great Britain, and USA have red, white, and blue. We'll get to that. So red, as in Rothschild. Roth means red. Okay. So we know they're Jewish. Or
yes.
Ashkenazi, Khazarian, or whatever.
Crypto Jewish.
Right, crypto. So it all originated in Persia. Islam, Christianity, which was Mithraism, and Zoroastrianism, and Judaism, it still is very, very strong in Persia. People don't know this. Iran is Christian, Muslim, and Jewish. People don't realize that, because ostensibly they've created an Islamic society.
Right.
But there's millions of Christians and Jews in Iran.
Yes, that's right. Always.
And they created it. So when they came over to Tuscany and Rome and in the Republic days, it was Mithras. It was Mithraic. Rome was all Mithraic. Mithras. And by the way, Mithras had 12 disciples. He resurrected the dead. Same dude as Jesus. Yeah. So Constantine comes along and says, I'll make a council, the Council of Nicaea, and I'll get my buddy Eusebius and perhaps Augustine of Hippo, and we'll make our own Mithras. And we'll call him, Jesus Christ. This is actually an invention. Francesco Carotto explains this. It's all invented. It's all fake.
Yeah.
So what they did was they just flipped over Mithraism and said, it's Christianity. And by the way, Christianity is not a new religion. It never has been. It is the universal religion. It's been forever. Since forever. Because Christianity means consciousness. That's what it means. So we've got Italy. Why does the Pope wear a yarmulke? Well, because they're not Christian. They are, but they're also Jews.
Yeah,
and they're also, and I think it's about a third of the cardinals have converted to Islam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know Leo Zagami?
Very well. Very different.
Yeah. He taught me that.
Yeah.
And I want to tell you a story about how many people from the Rothschilds, the House of Savoy that I know that have contacted me because of the work that I do about this, all of this.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you a few really, really good stories, which I got firsthand. So if I ever doubted that what I was learning was true or not, was confirmed by all people from those very families, Pallavicinis, I've been contacted by all of them. They all talk to me, write to me and tell me, yeah, what you're saying is true and more. Right? I'm going to tell you some stories if I get some time, right? So now why does France and England and the USA flip that over and turn this into red, white, and blue?
Yes.
Well, you've heard about the Blue Lodge?
Yeah.
Freemasonry. France and England control Freemasonry. And they brought it to England, the 22 black nobility families, and created 13 alumbrados or Illuminati families in the USA.
Yes.
The Knights of Columbus. Okay. Now, so people always talk about the 13 families, and know nothing about the 22 black nobility families, which are way more, I don't know whether they're more powerful, but they're more historical. So what happened was they chose 13 of the 22 families, and they said, let's go over and kill all the pagans there. I think 160 million indigenous Americans were murdered, and then they planted a Christian flag there.
Yeah.
And they started what's called 13 companies, which then became 13 colonies, which then became the 13 original states. Yeah. 13, you see it on the American flag, the eagle with the 13 arrows, the 13 this, the 13 that. Okay. That's telling you that 13 of the black nobility families are now called Illuminati families, and they rule the Americas. And those 13 original companies which became colonies, which became states, are still owned by these families.
Yes.
And mostly by the Columbus family, which is a corporation. Now, the Pallavicini, let's do some of the names now, because I think I can always scrub this out and go back to points that I've missed out, okay? Because it's getting very messy. And you know me, I really don't like to do presentations that are boring. I like to have everything I say to be something of value and to give people some knowledge to go away with. I just can't stand just even listening to interviews where people take an hour to just talk about one thing, which is boring, right? So I'm trying to get as much as possible in. It makes me nervous, but yeah. So let's have a look at some of the names. We already did the Collins family, okay? Cohen, Colonna, etc. Another family which is very, very important. I'm going to do the four most important ones, right? So, which came from Persia. Pallavicini, Aldobrandini, Medici. I won't do this guy because I already showed you how the Medicis control the media and medicine. Aldobrandini, Pallavicini, Farnese, and anyway, there's another one. But so, can you see the word Allah here?
Yeah.
And do you know what vicini means in Italian? Vicino? Look at it clearly in English. Look at this word in English. What does it look like?
Vicinity, location.
Yeah. So P means from Allah, or belonging to Allah and close to Allah.
This place, got it.
Right. Yeah. So the Pallavicinis, remember they funded Queen Elizabeth I against the Spanish Armada. These guys have got money, they're loaded. They also are involved in the conquest of the Americas with the Borgia family. Basically, these are the two families that created the Jesuits. The Farnese, Pope Alexander III, who was called Alessandro Farnese, with Borgia. Now, you know who Borgia is, don't you?
Borgia?
Yeah, Borgia.
Cesar. Jesus Christ, the false light Christ.
Yeah. All the images you have of Jesus is from this guy. Now, this guy
Good looking guy, good looking man.
Yeah, why not? So this guy became Pope Alexander VI, and he wrote the papal bull, which gave permission to the conquistadors to take over the Americas, the Borgias.
Yes, there's a doctrines of discovery.
Yeah, and so what they did was they brought their Roman flag and they planted it right in the middle of the Americas, and it's the Mexican flag, red, white, and blue.
Same flag,
yeah,
same insignia, and same colors.
Exactly. And they bought, what happened was the Spanish Inquisition came to Mexico. The Mexican Inquisition was worse than anything that happened in Europe. They murdered Mayans and Aztecs and Chichimecas and Zapotecas.
Yeah.
So now Mexico thinks it's Catholic. Oh, we're proud Christian Catholics. Well, everywhere I go, here, they're speaking Tzotzil, Zapoteca. They're not speaking Spanish here, and they don't know who Jesus is. They know who the original Virgin was. That's been here for millions of years. That's not Catholic. That's the Virgin of Guadalupe. Her name is Tonantzin. Which is also the labia minora, labia majora, and the clitoris, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is. Well, let's do that, shall we? First of all, you'll notice red shift, blue shift coming from the black horns. See the black horns of the torus field?
Yeah.
And the white. So the black and white yin and yang produces the subset of red and blue, which then becomes centered in the green heart chakra. And there's the clitoris, and that's the vagina, and that's the portal. And there are 32 rays going around here, and they are golden rays. And this is all just science. This is not a god. This is not a goddess. Well, it is, right. But it's not just an image. This is science.
Yes.
That's the Vesica Pisces. There's a little clitoris right there.
That's a mythic totem, bringing us all back to the mother.
Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Let's try and wrap this into closing.
Okay.
Commentary.
Well, you help me wind it up. What do you want to know? How do you want to wind it up?
Well, we've basically taken what I wanted to contextualize, the archaeo-historical piece. You've addressed the corrected timelines, history timelines. You've corrected the entire notion of time anyway, and you've negated it as being an A to Z axis. It never was that. It can never be that. But mind-fucking humanity, psycho-civilizationally, incarnation after incarnation after incarnation into believing that it is an A to Z vector is how we have surrendered our capacity for quantum
Welcome, Pixel T.
Status
How you doing?
as angelics, and we have abnegated that.
If you want to join the
pin,
the link is pinned at the top of live chat.
Forces, and that's created the feedback loop where we have literally through bad dreaming manifested
don't
Jehovah,
have to worry.
Yahweh, and all the rest of the spooky shit. Which
no miscreants actually have a membership except for Lubaz.
Eats us, parasites off us, but is actually serving us. It is the devil serving God's design.
Yeah, everything is serving you. Everything, and I mean you. And when I mean you, you are me. And when I mean me, it's everyone else that's listening. We're all from the same source. What you see that is ugly in me is ugly in you. What you see that is beautiful in me is beautiful in you.
Slow that down. Thou shalt not judge. So whenever we do judge, we're bearing false witness. We are judging. We are condemning. We are manifesting in the field architecture the triad of separation by our very judgment. And we're always, by judging anything outside of self, we are speaking to self, not to the object that we're judging. And that's 101, right?
Yeah, the moment you call someone a dickhead, you're calling yourself a dickhead, and you are going to feel like a dickhead. I know, because I do it every day, because I get attacked. I get people who send me good messages as well. But every day I'm scared of opening my emails or going to Instagram, because there's always someone that's going to say, oh, if I catch you, I'm going to kill you, and you're a dickhead. Yeah, so... So, it's no use retaliating and calling that guy a dickhead, because then I'm a dickhead, and then I mope about all day going, I don't feel good. Right.
There you go. Santos, I want to pick up a call with you later, if I may. I'll get the number directly from Christy. I've got it somewhere, but I need to speak with you in the private. Got a little plan I want to speak to you about. Love you so dearly, man, and just so grateful for your presence. Delighted to see that you're looking beautiful and radiant, and I can't wait to put my arms around you.
Yeah, likewise, brother.
God bless.
Much love.
All right. That was absolutely epic. That was what I call one hell of a presentation. So yeah, now let me get back. Now let's cover the drama, guys. Let's since it's members only, let's treat ourselves to a little drama. Okay. All right. Hold on a second. I'm gonna go check out something else here. Um, Hold on a second. Gonna answer some chats. All right. Yep. That would be good enough, I believe. And let me go see what's going on over here. I'm a miscreant now, OTW, because I see the world differently than you. Okay, I'll take it. Yeah. No, I don't think you're a miscreant because you see the world differently than me. I think you're a miscreant because you're kind of like a pervert. That's the only reason, man. It's like, I can resonate with the rest of how you see the world, man. I just think you're kind of like, I don't know, a womanizer. I don't want to be too rude. It's like you. From what I perceived, I might be wrong here, but you kind of like treat women like objects, right? I don't know. I don't see you being like one of them charming, gentleman-like, especially the way you talk to women on here. I mean, it's just that, honestly, to be very, very straightforward here. But hey, anyway, I got some drama to look forward to watching right now that I'm not really looking forward. But hey, I'm too curious, guys. It's my curious side that just keeps me going and checking. And also I have people, hey, OTW, this happened. And I'm like, damn it, you person, you pick my curiosity. And now I have to follow through with my curiosity. I'm like that. I'm just like, oh, man. It's just an image I hold on YouTube, OTW. Oh, okay. Well, I thought that you were, well, you should change that image. You should actually be more respectful towards women. Maybe you'd be more appreciated, You should drop the image, man. Drop that. Why is Greg saying sorry, buddy? What'd you do? You not a cat, OTW. I'm not a cat? What is that supposed to mean? Danny, I would really like for you to, when you chat, make complete, comprehensive phrases, please, so I can understand what you're saying. Okay. No. But satisfaction brought him back, Danny. Satisfaction brought him back. Right? Okay. I love women, and I want them to not feel shame in their sexuality. Okay, man. You do realize that what you want doesn't necessarily mean that that's what they want. Oh, yeah, I know you're Big G. Oh, you're the one who told me about the drama? Oh, but dude, look, hey. The way I see it, nothing happens for nothing, okay? Everything that happens is meant to happen for a reason. So if you said that this morning, don't use that as a pretext to not ever say things like that again. Because then how could I bring you guys content if you don't pick my curiosity? As like, I can bring you some stuff. But sometimes I do enjoy going in. It's a very 50-50 thing, that's it. It's like, I know I shouldn't do it, but I'm going to do it anyway, right? That's the thing. So anyway, without boring you guys any further, I'm just going to go ahead and check out what's up next. We have what Big G had mentioned earlier, because I had already forgotten. See, short-term memory loss. That's because I smoke some weed. I cut down extremely on the weed smoking, to be honest, but I had one this morning. It's not even done yet, and I'm already kind of like frosted. So I don't even know where to start with this. I think it's about here. Yeah. I think we should start this right there. Put this full screen.
This is, obviously I had no idea that this was going to be streamed, and I still don't really feel afraid of this.
Come around when they see a new streamer. They're going to test the waters to see who you have loyalties with. They're then going to find out. And again, it's not the everyone's against me thing.
He did almost get me back into his corner, though. I'll tell you that.
But these people have an issue with me. And rather than just address it directly with me, which they all have private channels to do so, they play this game for years online. For attention, to cope, for dopamine hits, to try to topple the gorilla, try to fuck me with my audience, whatever it is. Right? They got a bunch of different sort of aspects of themselves and motivations. And you know what the core one is, if we're going to really get deep here, is that they probably did have some connection.
Who's it laughing? Oh, Austin Murphy. What's up, Austin?
Sorry, I'll silence myself.
No, I like you. You were cracking me up in the last stream.
No, it's just fucking. It's ridiculous at this point. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. You're damn right.
Yeah.
So can I have some of that stuff that you were puffing? Seems like some good shit.
Yeah, if you want to go to the fucking store, I got it from.
For each other at one point, and that was defiled. Right, and we don't know how to get back to that. So instead of working on getting back to that, everybody lashes out at everybody and projects.
All right, Paul, you're so fucking smart, Paul. Paul, you're the most intelligent fucking person. Oh my god, oh my god. Let me bend my fucking knee to you, you fucking god.
I'm
Dude,
so glad to hear, Austin.
how many fucking years do we have to fucking do this shit? It's fucking ridiculous at this point.
I don't know.
Well,
your mouth.
You know what you guys can end up doing?
It's like I was done.
You know what these people just could end up doing, right? It's just like stop watching or listening to Paul. It's like, well, why don't you just fuck off, right? This is my opinion. I'm like, I don't understand why you stick around if you have such negative opinions about what he does, right?
I was checking out. I didn't think he was going to stay there, and I don't know.
Dude, it's fucking stupid at this point. It's the same fucking. It's the same verse over and over and over and over and over and over and over.
The script.
I don't have it, Lou.
Yeah, but people buy into this shit. That's the thing. People
I almost did again. He's got a great sort of. He's so good with the verbal language.
I know it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Hey, has anybody seen the personality inventory mockumentary productions? What's up, Paulie?
I have. This is great. We have this episode is brought to you by our sponsor, El Perro.
Yeah, you should go check it out because Paulie ain't shit.
No.
See,
hey man, don't talk about my family like that.
Oh,
well, here, let me make up another one of the gorilla gang for you.
Yeah, you need to make a laundry gang.
Yeah, because there's going to be some people that may not like what I have to say, and I really don't care because I don't give a fuck about none of you. I love you, but this is the metaverse. This is 0.1%, and when you go around running your mouth about somebody else's problem and making it 100% true, that's on you. So when I start running it back down your throat, you're the one that's going to have to take the shit, not me.
right.
Clout chasing beta.
I'm so impressed by
When you were
Wizard.
talking about that.
Hey, Wizard.
Yeah.
Do you ever think that it's entrapment?
What's entrapment?
What Paul's saying.
Well, I think it's NPL. Or is it NFT?
I think what he's doing is entrapment.
Entrapment for what,
No,
dummy?
He's antagonizing people to make threats.
Okay, I guess I
Oh my god.
won't answer.
No, Wizard. He's antagonizing people to make threats for entrapment.
This Austin Murphy
Then
guy
what are you doing?
is
No fighting here.
fucking wow. He's just wow.
We got to be better than.
He used to be a prominent a member of the panel. He used to be there every fucking day. Paul went live during the 1,000 Unholy Days of Enslavia. He was a fan and turned into a fucking hater.
Austin, we want you on our team.
They mark this place. It's now a hate call place. It's a haven for folks who don't like me. And part of the way it's going to stay that way is they're going to give you $2 and $5 at a time and say, yeah, Landry, great stuff, Landry. And then when the people who they don't like come around, they're going to both together and do collectively. That's just what it is. And I'm not saying that on some level they don't identify with you. I'm saying precisely they do. And that's going to be your biggest problem. That you got a bunch of hating losers who can barely talk and have $2 to $5 to get max identifying with you.
Yeah, look at the fucking beer belly you got, man. You're proud of your fucking beer belly. What a dumb looking face you have. Oh my God. Jesus. That's credible, man. Look at that beer belly right there. Fucking alcoholic, man. You're a fucking piece of garbage, piece of shit alcoholic, dude. That's what you are, Austin Murphy. A piece of shit, fucking beer belly, dumb fucking looking, absolute idiot alcoholic. That's it. That's what you are. A fucking alcoholic, man. Can't say it better than that because that's what you are. And alcoholics, in my mind, have absolutely no credibility whatsoever. You guys are fucking pathetic. You're losers. You're a failure. You're an absolute fucking waste of space and time. Okay? You're worthless. You're worthless. Worthless. A useless eater. Right? You contribute nothing. Contribute absolutely nothing. Worthless alcoholics. Degenerate lowlives.
Hit up all those girls that say they're the dad
Cushion for
bod.
the cushion, Austin says.
We need to get Mr. Pie in here.
You're muted. You're muted, Austin.
It's okay. He's muted. I don't know if we need a. I don't know what this is becoming here, but
because they see more of you in them and them in you than they do with me. Because as Slow State revealed today, I have a standard for myself in my broadcast and what I want to achieve here. These folks don't at all. If they get $2 to $5 and can argue with someone who they think has a bigger audience and get time, energy, and attention to Vampire, they're over the moon, man. They're gonna get up and do it tomorrow again. That's why I'm looking for $250,000 land right now and wanting to develop it and do a $400,000 or $500,000 flip and actually create a community and opportunity for myself and other people, rather than sit online and beg an audience. And I'll still say sit online and beg an audience like El Slavo, okay? Because that's exactly what it was. And why you would deny that is beyond me. The guy's a fucking charity case. He's a liar. He's worked for 15 years. He has no savings. He has no investments. He doesn't own a home. He doesn't own land. He lives off his wife's pension, and she's morbidly obese.
So let's talk about that lie.
So is it me or
Wizard, he is trash talking you.
hold on a second? Is it me or I'm wondering if this is legal that Landry brought to the public a private conversation, right? I'm wondering if that's if there's anything, any measures that could be taken at that particular level.
Yeah, for a guy that hasn't worked a full-time job in his entire fucking life while he was a heroin junkie, I've worked all my motherfucking life. I was working the day I figured out I got cancer.
Wait a minute. Paul's never had a job his whole entire life. I need to write this down.
Wait a minute. You just hear him tell you that I haven't worked for 15 fucking years? Quid pro quo. I don't know if he's worked or not. I don't know if he's worked or not.
Oh.
But I'm sure they're going to sling that shit. And in the meantime, I'm going to throw a little fucking truth in there. As a heroin junkie, how much do you think he really fucking worked?
Was he dealing it though? Because if he was dealing it, he probably made a lot of money. I mean, that's
I don't care.
Who cares? Now this is just getting into.
No, Yolanda, I don't give a fuck about his sad story. All alcoholics have sad fucking stories, man. That's all. They're fucking. They're pathetic. I can't. No, I'm like, if I'm racist, it's against alcoholics, right? You know, I have a really big problem with them, man. That fucking mega issue. I don't even know if ever I'll be able to resolve that issue in this lifetime. I might have to come back and do a whole new set of reincarnations to freaking work through the trauma of that shit. Fuck it. I'd line them up all on a wall, and you can imagine what's next, right?
Into stupid territory for all of us.
He's funny.
The point is that he sits there and runs his mouth about other people, and people like Cynthia will sit down there and say, "Oh, wait a minute, let me get my notebook. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!"
Come on, Pearl. We got enough drama going on today. We don't need
wait a minute. What's wrong? What's wrong with my handy dandy notebook?
Why are you going after?
You sit here and listen to me run my mouth about Paul because he ran his meat, and then you want to get into it with the notebook and say that, oh, he said this, he said that. Stop it.
No, I'm gonna be like, and you've never worked a job your whole entire life. I've just got more ammo to say about it.
Right, but come up with that on your own. Don't sit there and say, well,
I don't have conversations. I don't need to say who said it. I don't have conversations with the man. I don't think about him that much to think, geez, I wonder if he's ever had a job before. Because I've had a job since I was 15 years old.
This speculation shit is what drives me nuts. Too. I'm not gonna do the speculation shit. I don't think it's necessary. I'll do it sometimes, but like only when extreme situations, because the speculating, that's where I was accused of being a part of a death of another human being, and that shit doesn't really fly with me. So I'm gonna go ahead and move forward.
Let's stop the fucking denial.
It's funny because I don't have the same perspective when it comes to like addicts with, cocaine, heroin, all of these different drugs, meth and all these. I don't have the same, because I haven't really experienced it to its fullest extent. I do know people though that had parents that had drug issues and shit like that, and their lives were a catastrophe, right? But from my experience, it's the alcohol that's the worst, because even if you do drugs, most of the drug addicts drink copious amounts of alcohol, because when alcohol is cheaper, so when they don't have any drugs, what do you think they revert to? So it's like a spinning wheel, like, you know.
Yeah, I hear you.
Let's see what the power and the value is.
And do what?
Again, you have to decide that. You asked me this again before, remember? Because you think I'm going to say, hey, I'm the end and the all, the alpha and omega. I'm where all the power and the value is. No, that exists within me, just like it does with you. It comes through me at times, and then the rest of it is whatever. Toss it away with the trash. These people don't have that at all. It's obvious in the way they show up in their area and how they.
Well, you see, guys, my father also died of liver cirrhosis, right? And actually had like fucking general cancer, and he passed away when I was 18. And yeah, it was rough to right, you know, go into the adulthood without the father. That was something, man. And but he was an alcoholic. He killed himself. He literally just killed himself, right? This is, you know, you don't realize that when you're 18. You just don't know. It's like, you know, and he was also very old. You know, my mother and father had like 20 years difference. My mother fell in love with my father because my father was a stage musician. She was 17 and he was 37. And when she hit 18 years old, he was in a motel room playing at this particular, not motel, but hotel. He had a hotel room, and he was playing at the in the hotel bar. And she would go to that hotel, and that's where she fell in love with him, because he'd come back. Like, it wasn't the first time that she had seen him on stage, because he would do cross-country tours, and he was a country musician. And he ended up, she fell in love with him there. And one day, she just like moved in all of her stuff into his hotel room. The day that she turned 18 years old, she left her parents' house, packed all her bags in boxes, and stacked the boxes to the, you know, ceiling high. This is like my father had told me the story. Is I walked into my hotel room and I saw boxes stacked all the way up to the ceiling. I saw your mother's clothes, and then I said, "Oh boy." Yeah, so that's it. That's how that happened. So my dad didn't even freaking try to win her over. She literally just moved in. Yeah. I can tell you one thing. My mother, when she wants something, she gets it, right? She does whatever necessary to achieve her goals. That's you know, maybe that's why I'm like that. You know, I do a lot to achieve my goals. So yeah, there's a little backstory on the OTW just for the members. All right.
They have no inspiration or empowerment. They're disempowered and insecure, and they try to project that onto me. And they take clips out of context to support that non-thesis. And again, the only reason I have that is because of what I call truth that you all like to laugh at and mock. So I'm level at my core of care to try to work in trust, equity, or faith and be better for myself and others. And yes, by coming to this panelverse, I've kind of been tested in certain ways more than ever, because it is addictive, and you do wind up connecting with people here, and it does become a non-unity where you're used to seeing the same people and going to the same places, and then you kind of get in a rut, right? See, the difference is I have something to go to a broadcast every day. I have something to do and present. I have a place that generates value regularly for over 5 years, and I have people I work with on the side who value me. And we're growing over time, right? These people are spinning and cycling. They've gone nowhere, they've done nothing. And that's exactly what was projected on me today. You just got to look at everything they're saying about me and then start to question, is it really true about them? Instead of trying to find where you can make it true about me. Because I'll freely admit where it's true about me, because both of it lives within me, just like it does within them. They're just too busy living from hate instead of living from true care. The first word being true. They're not interested in what's true. Just like Cynthia won't admit she took a vax and she was mind control. Bam, got her on that. I know. We went over the list, Landry.
Well, it's one of those things to where I obviously didn't do it. I've had, you know, my personal horror stories from it, but I'm not going to sit here and just. I mean, imagine I did it to everyone who got it. Like my mom, like, never talking to you again, Mom. Fuck you, bye.
What he's saying about why I did it is what is not as true. He is projecting what he wants it to be. He has no reason to even think that that's true. But he uses it like it is. That's the issue that I have with that dumbass. So when people say he's never had a job in his life, I'm going to take note of that. Because a motherfucker on me day and night can take it.
A nice switch up. But another one I had is who can get the job the quickest. Any job, doesn't matter. Who gets it the quickest, who starts it. You have to do at least 1 hour of the job, then you win.
Let me tell you something.
Yes,
Let me tell you something.
that's
this job that I had before I got cancer.
Isn't that fucked up, Yolanda? That all of these people sitting on, look, Cynthia's there. This is what I'm trying to explain to you. And that was yesterday. You see what these people are doing? This is a private conversation. He brings it out into the public, and now he's having all these people review it, bringing it out to an audience, and I'm like, I have like a certain amount of anger building up inside of me. Yeah.
The guy that he hired to do the job in place of me, he's not a very good guy. You know, he's a fucking slough, and he has all kinds of problems with him. But guess what? As soon as I'm ready to go back to work, that guy loses his job.
Ouch.
I copped my heroin. I copped me being fat and having to take over 100 pounds and fast for 30 days. I copped all that.
That's the move, right? Well, that's the move, is to engage in that way, right? To where that's the way to go, man. Because I don't think that you realize that I don't operate in that sense of, oh, I'm going to really just take this person's shit and just, I'm going to use all these little things in my back pocket and use it against them. I've seen you do that. I've seen other people do that. I do it all right there in the forefront. As soon as it feels like there's a reason to do it, I don't keep it for later and then sort of forget what it actually was and then reword it and make it sound worse than it was.
Yeah, no, I don't do that either. I experience with everyone, and then I make a note, and then if you show me more of that, then I start to put it in your face.
No,
right? So I'm not actively sifting for pieces where people make a mistake or mess up and then use it against them. Right? I make a mental note about certain things that pique my interest, and then if you continue with that pattern at some point, I'm going to out with it.
But he just changes the whole fucking thing, dude. Like he's just like,
that's what I was talking about. That's that neurolinguistic.
It's introverted, bro. It's all fucking inverted. Projection. It's inverted, all of it.
Yeah, I know. I've heard it 1,000 times. Like, and it's like telephone. The more, but he's the only one saying it. The more he says it, the more different the whole thing gets.
Everything he fucking says, take it to heart. Yes, okay, and then invert it, and that's exactly what the fuck he does, bro. I don't think he sees it. He doesn't see it. That's the fucked up part. Yeah, that's the fucked up part. No, the fucked up part is that he doesn't see it.
Yes, thank you.
I would be willing to bet
he doesn't see it? Sorry.
Yeah, I would be willing to bet that we could take clips of him every time he talked, and we would catch the same phrase over and over again.
Dude, I've been doing this for 4 years with Paul, and I came to a certain point to where I feel bad because he doesn't see it.
No, I think he does see it. He doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. You're right there, Yolanda, and that's what I believe. He's like, he did it to himself. I mentioned that with the conversation I had with Gabe. Hey, speaking of Gabe, man, coming in with the 150 Taiwanian dollars. Shout out to Gabe, man. This is for you, bro. Yeah.
Starting to rain money. The chat is on fire. Thank you to all our supporters. Much love and respect to all the audience. Let's fucking go.
All right, so Gabriel Carbo Gaines says, Cynthia been talking shit about me all week and weekend. She's having a Hall of Fame smut run this week, especially when she adds in Paul and OTW. Well, thank you very much, Gabriel. That is awesome, man. Much respect, and thank you for supporting the OTW live broadcast, man. That is epic. You know, I always appreciate it. What I was going to mention, which I think I kind of forgot here, was what the fuck was I going to say? Oh yeah, I wanted to answer back to right, but notice that who's on panel there. Like that's the whole thing. I think somebody else mentioned it earlier in the live chat. Pineal Power recorded this OTW. Okay. Right. It's actually no, that's not it. Hold on a second. Let me find that comment real quick. I think it was Big G. Hold on a second. Not sure it was Big G or not. Let me see here. Okay. No. Oh shit! I'm gonna have. Was that? That's not the one. Might have been Red 40. I think maybe. It might have been Red 40. Oh man. Anyway, I can't find the freaking comment. I should have starred it. I got to learn to star my comments, man. Anyway, as soon as the coffee finishes brewing, I'll come up. Well, cool, Yolanda. Can't wait.
He does not. He does not. He does not. Nope. He does not.
Calls it the bit non-bit.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't see it. He does not see it.
Okay, but can you clarify what he's not seeing? Because maybe
he's a little bit, the insanity. It's the insanity of what it is. He's projecting a certain thought from his mind, and he's expecting a result from other people, and he's not getting that result. Therefore, he's doubling down, and he doesn't see. He's expecting a result that he's not seeing. And so he doubles down, and then
we got to be like a little 50% less repetitive. Just the same sentence over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Alcoholics tend to do that.
They were saying Paul does.
Oh, what a coincidence.
I think he was imitating him.
Oh, okay.
You said, it's going to be hippies, and then you tried to reword it. You're doing the same thing with me now, so you can't reword it.
I've been Landry.
Yeah, yell at me some more.
You've been here for 2 months. I've been here for 4 years.
Do you want a golden badge?
No, I want to kiss on my ass.
I will. I'll do that for you.
Oh, no, Landry,
I'll do it. I'll do it right now.
Yeah, okay, whatever. I'll look at it from your perspective. Whatever. Go ahead.
I don't even have a perspective. I'm just
a fucking possibility, dude. Did you not just do a 3-hour hit piece on me tonight? Is that not what it wound up being? I don't give a fuck what you thought, what you intended, what you said. Is that what it became? A 5-6 person panel hit piece on Paulie where every time he talked, you cut him off and then projected more on you.
Stop it.
Pretty much every time.
You should watch it back.
I should watch it back. Okay, so we can't get in there because you can't. Sean, would that be? I know you're an Unslavian, right? Listen, Sean has his own bitterness and resentment with me.
Sean, I thought it was JD.
And maybe he'll admit to it or not. Maybe I'm projecting. Doesn't change the fact that where he respects me and sees certain empowerment, inspiration, and value, and even will come to me when he needs certain things or wants to fellowship with me. I don't hold that over his head. And yeah, I kind of do. As crazy as it sounds, call me a cultist. I see him in a way as either a younger brother, because he is 10, 15 years younger than me, whatever it is, I believe, or like a fatherly figure to him in a way. Because he was with me for a long time, right? I do believe that he kind of looked up to me or was inspired by me with certain things. I do believe he's kind of even learned from me. And I want to believe, again, that's not an ego place or a pride place. That's a place of obligation and responsibility. I don't necessarily know all the time what to do with that or how to be the best person for Sean and other people. And I'm sure many times I've been the opposite, right? So in a way, it's a responsibility and obligation doing this and having people show up and seeing that they come from fucked up households like I do and that I'm quite older than them, or they say that I'm wise beyond my years. So then I try to share that with them, right? Or walk with them or speak life into them when necessary. I also point out how we're all death worshiping and accepting less for ourselves and acting like slacker fucking slaves.
Can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
Why haven't you fixed Sneffy's clutch?
I gave him.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
To be honest, man.
What a dumb fucking question.
I'm way ahead of the game right now, largely in part due to one large contribution from someone who I'm like daily thankful and grateful for. And I am kind of cheap, man. I'm kind of tight. Like I help people out around me. I gave him $100. Where I come from, man, before I started doing all this, I had to work 12-hour days in the heat, busting my balls for $100. I was paid under minimum wage.
Bullshit.
So for someone like me doing what I do, that I'm blessed to do, to give him
like what? Like that's such an extreme. Oh, it's just maximizing. 12-hour days less than minimum wage, dude. What the fuck? Is he illegal?
Yeah, he had to work all those hours at such a low pay just to turn around and give it away.
Like what?
What was he doing? Like what was it that he was underpaid?
That's what I've always.
That means he was probably working under the table, dummies, right? So he wasn't getting minimum wage. He was getting paid cash at the end of the day, right? And for, a little less, but you didn't have to pay any taxes on it, and then it wasn't registered anywhere or whatever. That would make sense there. Oh, but you guys wouldn't know anything about that, right? Because you fucking people don't work at all either. It's just projection. None of you motherfuckers work.
Try to tell him, dude, because
you don't even have a land to take care of. You know, I might not work, but fuck, I have a whole fucking 3-acre land that I have to take care of that pretty much it takes about 30 hours a week of my time just to make sure, you know, cutting grass, cutting the fucking trees, cutting this and that. I'm like always outside doing something, you know. At least that's something. You know, there is some physical work involved there, even though I'm not making a living off of taking care of my own land.
I've been getting back into some of, and this is alone usually, but just into my, memories. No, this and that, sort of talking. And I've always tried to go there with Paul, like when he gets soft and all that, but he never goes there. He always sticks with the script to where you can tell he's just, everything he's saying is so careful. It's like, it's not like he doesn't really ever let loose to just speak freely because I don't know why.
Only insecure bitches chew on their fingernails.
I think that for me, for how I am,
I know
is sort of great progress in practicing faith and forgiveness because he has changed his ways.
No, he hasn't.
Well, he may, again, I'll concede to that. He may not have changed his ways, and I still talk to him about that. Again, you presume that I'm doing what you're doing, where I'm sitting with Snafu laughing and giggling about shitting on you. I tell him in public and private, bro, stay away from that.
What am I doing? Laughing in public? You think I'm doing that privately?
On some level, probably, and you definitely did it here today. So I don't know where you were. I don't know where you were on your broadcast today for 3 hours.
What do you mean where I was?
Again, I can't even get you to concede to the obvious fact that this was nothing but a hate Paul bitch session, projection session, where you allowed a bunch of disgruntled former wannabe employees.
When you do this gray rock shit, dude, it gets in the way of genuine.
I don't have to interact with you, bro. You don't get to decide that.
I'm talking about you.
You don't get to decide that either. I have influence and respect with certain people. I will pull that card when I believe it needs to be used, not just for willy-nilly because they won't respect me anymore when you're doing something that needs to be addressed. So you can fucking be mad that I have like some power and influence according to you. I really don't use that if you don't notice. I never tell Cynthia or any of these. Cynthia is a scum. She's lied about me for years. She said this to me and pretended to be nice to me when she really did respect me and what I was about, and then switched up on a dime when I brought up that she's a vax slave, and she hasn't gotten over it since. She's a snake.
Oh, of course, you're gonna answer to that, Cynthia, right? Yeah. Oh my God, I can't wait to hear your fucking jabbed up perspective, Cynthia.
I don't even know where to start. I never sat next to him. It was nice to him. I was always been myself.
Lies. I was there, saw you do it. You're a liar. Stop coping.
I didn't switch up on him.
Yes, like you did. I was there. I saw you do it. You're again a lying bitch.
With that OTW shit, he tried to shame me for a decision that I make and one that he didn't agree with. Unlike
no, it has nothing to do with agreeing with what you did. You sold your soul out, and you probably don't even have one anymore because now your fucking DNA has been genetically modified and probably disconnected from source. So you probably never really have that contact with God that you fucking proclaim that you have.
People on this panel verse, and no judgment for me, please understand that. But if a motherfucker disrespects me and treats me like shit, it will be a cold.
Yeah, it would be absolutely normal that a person would do that because you're a bitch. You're disingenuous. You're a liar. You project falsehoods onto people, and you have no credibility because you can't fucking stand for your own life, right? You indirectly probably committed suicide, all right? And you're here on this fucking panel with Landry, of all people, sitting on some sort of high horse acting righteous. Big fucking deal. Nobody cares. Nobody thinks you're credible. And sometimes I wish you were an alcoholic on top of that, Maybe I have even more resentment for you.
Day in hell before I go back to that panel because I have self-respect. I know my value. I know what I bring to panels.
No, you don't. You have no idea. You were actually over at the Court of Unslavia and you weren't able to present a substantial fucking argument to prove that how valuable you are.
Regardless of how you feel about me, I know what my value and what I bring. And I'll be damned.
Yeah, you're valueless. That's exactly what you bring. No value, nothing. You're just like Landry, pretty much. You and Landry are pretty like, you're the female version of Landry.
If I'm going back to that panel, and it has nothing to do with switching up on him. It's everything.
Yes, it does have everything to do with switching up on him because he called you out on your bullshit. You couldn't handle it, and you went into your feelers. And then went off and started fucking hanging out with Flow State, the opposing fucking team. Hello.
with I have self-respect, something he did.
If you had self-respect, you would have fucking owned up to the fact that you fucked up, right? Come correct and not be belligerent and combative, right? And act like a bitch like you are right now.
It's not.
Something you could teach a few of us, Cynthia.
She can't teach anything to anybody because she has nothing to share. No value, no insight, no wisdom, nothing. It's just negative, you know, kind of like what I'm doing right now. I'm pretty fucking negative right now.
Not even that. It's just like, you're not going to disrespect me. I don't come here. I'm not spending my time. I'm not
fucking right. We're going to disrespect you. What respect is earned, Cynthia, right? Respect is fucking earned. It's earned, bitch. You earn respect. You haven't earned anyone's respect. Maybe a few people out there who are gullible enough to believe your bullshit and get charmed by your, your fucking, your nice, kind, and fucking polite fucking mask that you wear. When behind that mask, you're just a fucking conniving, two-faced bitch.
In my energy with people to be disrespected. I can play with my dogs. I can watch TV. I know.
I still a dog.
We don't give a fuck about your dog and your TV and your fucking whatever you do in your life.
What'd you say?
I wish I still had a dog. I had a pug for. I wasn't a pug fan.
Yeah, that says a lot about you, man. Owning a pug. Fuck. It's not a dog, man. It's a fucking alien.
Cynthia.
Yes.
Can I bake you a cake one night?
Oh my God, is it gonna?
Only if it's a cupcake.
I want to bake you a cake and I want to cuddle with you.
I want to cuddle too because you look like you're soft and it is about to be cuddle season.
Oh shit.
All right.
Well,
sorry.
Look at Paul back here just trash talking me. Just
Yeah. He's not the only one trash talking you right now. I'm doing it too. Cause you're trash. So usually we trash talk trash. Yeah. That's what we do.
Oh, just the pause. Like, it's funny.
Oh yeah, and funny enough, speaking of trash, look at this guy on screen. Another alcoholic trash pile.
And it goes back
he's so deeply, I believe he has Aries moon. I wish Ahimsa was still here because fire moons are like the most like sensitive. I mean, at least Leo moon is an Aries moon. I guess Sagittarius probably wouldn't be, but it's just like they need to be appreciated and respected. If they don't, they just are so uneasy. Oh my God. She does. Oh, what does she think about? What does he say about me? He doesn't think I'm God.
Cynthia, I would definitely bake you a cake, Cynthia.
Thank you, Austin. But
and we could blow the candles out together too.
There's gonna be candles. Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah. What the fuck's a cake without candles?
I agree. We're just celebrating it being another day.
Hell yeah. I love it.
I love it. I'm getting a new shirt.
Let's get back to Paul's views and opinions of Cynthia.
I'm just glad that I
Oh,
company.
Yeah. My friend showed up.
Have fun.
Have fun, Snafu, Austin.
Still, do not pull the card with her other places because I believe in forgiveness.
So it was self-sacrifice. That's why she took the jab. She was sacrificing herself to save another fellow human being. And she didn't want to feel guilty if that person got the fake virus.
And redemption that everyone should get another chance. So if I go to Talcott's tomorrow and you show up there, or I go to OTW's tomorrow and you show up there, I will once again wake up and forget about the 3-hour fucking hit piece you did on me. That's why I'm a sucker. Because you all say I'm so narcissistic and arrogant. I'm the biggest pussy and sucker ever. Because I let a bunch of abusive, lying motherfuckers up under me over and over again because I believe in redemption and forgiveness the same way God did with me. Okay? You don't know.
Right. See, literally Paul is saying it there because I mentioned it before. He's the good guy. I'm the guy who's resentful and holds a grudge. I'm that guy. He's not that guy. That's why Paul is actually, the good cop. I'm the bad cop. Even though it looks like it's the other way around, right? It's like I'm the cupcake. I'm the good cop. I'm the Canadian. But Paul is the one that's actually more forgiving than me. And just like Jack gives multiple chances and keeps giving those chances. No, I actually choose very vigilantly the people who I give chances to. Because I might see something beyond their fucking madness.
Again,
sorry, what did I say?
I believe in
and there I'm using Snafu as an example. I'm not relating that to Paul because, Snafu is one of those particular characters that I'll actually extend my my forgiveness towards for some reason. And I don't know exactly why, but I think it's because we connect at a different level. It might be spiritual. It might be something else. It might also have something to do with the fact that he's sick. And, I don't want to see anybody sick in life. It's not something that, I personally don't even believe in sickness. And I'm rarely sick, right? So I have this funny feeling that the fact that I don't believe that I'm in sickness and that I'm going to get sick, it makes that I don't get sick, right? And it's funny because, I was having like these cramps and this, whatever, and that. And until I went and I read the symptoms of monster withdrawal, I didn't know about it. But then when I knew about it, all of a sudden those symptoms started showing up. So what I'm thinking is I probably programmed my mind to believe that those symptoms were real, and then I started experiencing them. Yeah, I believe so. That's what happened there.
Redemption and forgiveness, the same way God did with me. Okay, you don't know.
They're coming from a place of thinking that you lied about them too, including myself, because that's how it comes across to all of us.
Again, and I'll be clear, we don't have to keep looping this. I was not telling known lies like people are doing about me, or purposely stretching the truth. I was in the heat of the moment, maximizing a little bit over a archetype.
Dude, okay, what is it? But do you remember this though? The claim was 100 subs a day, and then it turned out to be less than 100 for the whole month. That is such a ginormous miscalculation.
Dynamic, and you can't deny it. You're going to deny. Do you really want to get into this about you and your woman and all the rest of it? We really want to go there?
Yeah, I believe that you're wrong, and you can tell me how I'm wrong, and I'm willing to.
Okay, so you don't think on some level she's lost respect or faith in you, whether you like that or not?
I believe that.
You know, he doesn't know what your wife thinks, right? You know that, right? Okay.
Of course. I mean, dude, like, here's the thing.
What's any of his fucking business to start with?
Bro, he has no relationship.
I'm detoxing from it.
And living with his
I haven't had in a week. I haven't had one monster drink.
Like, I hope you understand. Like, whatever he does not know that. No matter how much he wants to believe, he knows that he doesn't.
Look, he puts things on people that he himself is guilty of. It's what he is or what he is going through, either at the moment or has gone through. All this, you guys are loser failure shit, is him talking to himself. That's what he thinks of himself. He needs everybody to come down on his level for a minute, please. Please.
Right. You've never seen Wizard worked up? Wizard's
no, I didn't say never seen it. I said I don't like seeing it.
Oh.
Especially when Paul's not here. I just feel like he could not be using this energy, or he could be using this energy for a better purpose, you know?
Well, you see his videos are wild. He's a fucking video machine now.
He's just like he's in the zone, right?
Right. But you know how when you first
but sometimes he's like, be blessed.
Yeah, you know how like when you first learned to edit for 15 hours straight. He's in that zone now.
Yeah, he's pissed off about technology. It won't let me do the short mustache. What is this stupid shit? During that time, that it might have been leaning a little bit that direction, but what people don't realize is the last month and a half it's been being resolved.
Did I not fucking speak life into you about that? So you forget about the fact that I called you out on one end and speak life in you on the other end. I told you that I've been through this. I know how it goes, and it's.
Oh my gosh.
He knows everything.
He knows how it goes because he's lived it for 7 fucking years. He's been doing the same shit. He's not predicting anything. He's just stating what he's seen over the last 5 years of looping. The loop master speaketh.
Dude, our Paul is basically my only employee. He's just, you know.
Oh yeah, wait a minute.
I don't ever.
We gotta stop this here, guys. I have something else going on here. We got Orthodox guy reviewing the interaction that I had. Oh fuck! I lost the audio. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. I have to share screen again. We got Orthodox guy reviewing our interactions, and now I'm going to see Hey, I'm going to find out the opinions of other people out here. This is going to be good. This is going to be really good. All right. Hold on a second. Is that on screen? No, it isn't, dummy. All right.
It was very funny.
Hold on a second.
Because they're all like,
I want to see where they started reviewing this. Okay, so they were reviewing this stuff. Come on. Okay. So how long ago did it start? It was here. Here. Right there. Boom. All right.
On the panel.
Oh,
On-
I missed that one.
Oh shit.
I was unaware that Landry had a sense of humor.
You are disappointed. Everybody on panel is disappointing. D. All right. Everybody has to start being funny immediately.
Okay.
Right.
So there's this chick who's standing in a crosswalk, right? Duck walks up next to him. They're standing there waiting for the damn light to change.
I sat joke that we.
Can I get your number?
OG Chip is
Well, I guess let's get brisk, baby.
Because I'm always whacking it.
What's up, guys?
Flo?
What's going on?
Yeah, okay.
How many people here are familiar with DC?
Episode of a show that I've watched. I seen that he subscribed to me,
Okay.
and I wanted to watch some of his stuff because I seen he was subscribed to me and he's been in the chat before. So I was like, oh, okay, this guy does panels. When I saw it was his show, I was like, let me watch this. I saw, and then I got to this point and I paused. I'm like, I'm gonna cover this next time I do a chill stream. That's a panel.
So his panels, it kind of depends. I just would not have been there and now. But back then, 3 years old, under the point out about you. And if you got it,
boring.
They killed me.
That is fucking
boring.
That was weird.
Oh,
I like
this is
how
where
you're
Donna
boring.
This is where
I'm not going to get too deep into it. But back in the day, Chance Man, Joe Cool, Exiled One,
Boring.
there it is. Joe Cool was Joe Cool too. You think
Boring.
the whole channel army?
Mars
Boring.
fuck ups.
Bro,
Cockhead.
it was the chat in general. Were just
Boring.
fucking
T Reigns is here troll argument between OTW and Landry.
This actually went pretty hard.
Well, see, now I have to switch up from trolling other people. I have to get back to trolling the panelverse because like the bat signal has been risen and there's been a lot of shit talk involving my name apparently. So I'm like, okay, bet motherfucker, let's go.
I might have to start talking shit about you. Damn.
Did you see the Discord?
on this
What?
panel there's shit talk about you?
No. It's been in general.
No, it's just yeah. No.
It's pretty
All right.
officially here.
The reason of it, you remember?
Lauren, you.
He'll tell you.
So what? They're not gonna review it. They're just gonna hold it up on screen like that and not actually talk about the fucking thing. It's just a bunch of fucking nothing being said.
We'll take it.
What's wrong with you?
Take it right to the poop shoot.
Well, not because like.
Come on.
Bye, Brian. Jesus Christ. He doesn't know when to stop.
All right, that was actually.
I'm sorry.
I'll send him your link and he can go about you in here in a little while.
Oh,
shit.
OTW, what happened earlier today? I heard you did a whole stream about me, and you're going to do an analysis of my sniffs. This because, buddy.
Laugh.
How long
I
before?
do want to remind everyone real quick, ladies and gentlemen, if this is the first time you're over here at the shit show, just as you should be responsible.
What the fuck? What, United? What the hell? Parlez-vous le français, motherfucker? Because that's not even English. You typing in numbers. This ain't algebra. English is my third.
Right.
I'm trying to.
Now, well.
See that?
Hey, Slow Slave, what's up, man?
And just so that you know,
There we
I am streaming. Okay. OTW, what's going on? I heard you had a whole show about me.
I did.
Yeah.
It was about Paul, not you. I'm glad that you're trying to take credit for it, but that's not the case.
I'm just saying what I heard. I heard that it was about me and that I'm on drugs.
Yes, I know. Your narcissistic self wants it to be about you. It's not going to be about you because you know that we.
Can you go back like 10 seconds? I love you, Dusty, but I feel like bro might have sniffed though after you said that. What about me?
Yeah, you did a whole stream about me.
I did.
Yeah.
It was about Paul, not you. I'm glad that you're trying to take credit for it, but that's not the case.
I'm just saying what I heard. I heard that it was about me.
Paul, not you.
What's going on? I heard you had a whole show about me.
I did.
Yeah.
It was about Paul, not you. I'm glad that you're trying to take credit for it, but that's not the case.
I'm just saying what I heard. I heard that it was about me and that I'm on drugs.
Yes, I know. You're
Hey, look. Don't talk shit on Dusty. He could have just had some sinus issues.
Yeah.
I
He
that
definitely did sniff though.
So.
My nigga definitely did sniff. You know I love Dusty, but he definitely sniffed right there. I heard you do a whole little stream about me.
He might have allergies like me, y'all.
He might have.
I hear Ted Bundy just light the night out.
Oh God, these people are fucking excruciatingly painful to listen to. Holy shit. Oh, I got a guest backstage. Everybody, welcome Yolanda to the broadcast. Hey, what's going on my soundboard? There it is. Welcome, Yolanda. Hello, hello, hello.
Good morning. Mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, good. Well, I don't generally join and do reviews, so this will be my
well, they're
first
live
review
right
with you.
now. That's why I'm actually checking it. If it wasn't live and it was like something, I would have reviewed it. Let's say tomorrow. Say, oh, that gives me something else to talk about. But while we were reviewing Landry's, private conversation with Paul, I was like looking through, seeing what was going on, and I just like, bam, fell on Orthodox's stream reviewing my interaction with Flow State at the other, what is it? Flow State at the, that freaking channel? The shit show, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, it's entertaining to watch the social dynamics when you review it, but I don't participate in that sector, so, and there's reasons for it.
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm just finding it interesting now that they're actually taking digs at Flow State, and I thought I was going to be the target. So,
well, I think everybody's the target with those guys, so let's see what they do.
All right. Yeah, exactly. And, today's members only, so we're just like, chilling out, checking out what's going on. If you guys want to do something else, you just mention it in chat. I'll be glad to segue over to whatever pleases the members of the show, right?
Yeah, it's intimate and cozy over here today. Shout out to my comfort zone, the chat.
Yeah, today is this is a safe place, all right? Please respect our safe space.
Okay, I see who's over there in that chat. Not surprised. Okay.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of people. There's Caucasian Sasquatch, Ahishma,
Ahisma.
Okay.
Ahimsa. That's it. Ahimsa.
Oh, well, pardon my French. And then you got this person here. I don't know who that is. We got Kev and Orthodox guy. Yeah.
Oh.
That's crazy.
Narcissistic self wants it to be about you, but it's not going to be about you because you know that we don't actually.
Yeah,
give
but
a shit
my
about you.
narcissistic self wants it to be about me. So how can Orthodox guy make it about him?
I triggered AC for the third day in a row on this stream, Caucasian.
I don't really, dude. Like Exile, look, I love you, bro.
Yolanda, this is where I can't handle it. I have to.
Oh, you're another one of them.
I have to skip forward. Oh shit! I had to double click on it, didn't I? Yeah, this is where I have to skip forward, and I don't know why the chat's here. I don't even need to see the chat.
Are these people that are usually over at Flows? Is that what Orthodox guy's channel is like a shadow of Flows people? Is that what's going on?
Well, I think Orthodox is pretty much like a mirror image of what Flow State does.
Okay.
So I'm not saying he's necessarily a Flow State cuck, but I do see that, he fucks a lot with him and everything. So like they laugh and they get along. They're buddies. Right? That's
so it's the same audience though.
Yeah. This is all Flow State's pretty much Flow State's audience and panel members that join up to Orthodox, right? So even if Orthodox says that he's not like a Flow State fan or whatever, or a Flow State ball washer, he fucking has Flow State's audience over there, right? So it's, for me, it's all in the same.
I want to say as a person that watches all of this stuff, if they can't keep a person's name out of their mouth when they're and not being independent upon themselves, then that's ball washing to me. So if it's Flow this, Paul that, Flow this, Paul that, then that's when I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It seems a little ball washing to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Over there, man.
Why is today?
Oh my God, you.
What you do in your fucking poor presentment.
Did you say that you were going to buy a membership and go through all my videos and analyze?
Yes, I did say that. Oh yeah.
So it is about me. So it is about
me. There was a little portion about you, and you're making a 9-hour video about you. That's awesome, man. You love to project and fucking invent shit. And push that narrative to the fucking
Check it out. If you'll go sniff every single sniff from Powdered Dusty, I'll analyze it with you.
Oh boy, that's good. Oh man, you know, these guys are really encouraging me to follow through with what I said, man, and just really go out and clip every time fucking Flow State goes and sniffles and goes, and especially the times that he does, and he swallows it there. That's just to make sure it goes down good. I've been around, you know, addicts all my life, man. I know exactly the twicks and twitches and fucking everything.
Yeah.
I would. I absolutely would. He's a previous guest on Sasquatch Shills who I don't know why I never took advantage of anything I offer. I don't know why, but this would be a specific way that he could try to poke at Dusty by having Dusty's producer go over his sniffs with him.
Poke it right back.
And Dusty might not laughing at it.
I'll offer myself up for an apprenticeship with that.
Wait. Are you guys presenting yourself to OTW?
Well, I'm not worried about that. That would present you to Paul as well, there, Kev. They are one. They're unified in cuckery.
I'm down.
No, not even unified in cuckery. Fucking damn. Paul drives OTW with his dick. Like that's fucking like he just inserts it in the slot.
Oh, it's gay shit.
Yeah, like, it's really gay. Like, all these people call Paul daddy. It's like, bro, I don't even know how to.
I've never called Paul daddy.
Never heard it said so clearly.
Why do these people say that? I've never ever. You can look through every single fucking broadcast I've ever been on, and any fucking broadcast that I've done. I've never called the man daddy.
Hey, Landry's in your chat, by the way.
He is.
He must have membership.
No, hold on a second. I guess I have to fix that. Hold on a second. I got to fix that.
See, Landry, you just don't get it, dude. Like, you come in with the uppercuts all the time, being an obnoxious little punk-ass kid. And that's why people don't want to fuck around with you, dude. That's not how you get on somebody's good side, is constantly doing this punk shit. Like, what? Why don't you get that, dude?
Right. Just get a fucking life, man. Go fucking squabble somewhere else. Why don't you go hang around with fucking Orthodox guy there? Go over there and bitch about us so we can review it over here, dummy.
Then when Dusty's like, if a man will call another man daddy, you can't trust him because if he'll defile himself that easily, you have no hope of being important.
That's why I fuck with Dusty. It takes like that. I'm like, bro, you're not a libertarian. You're not this
logical.
fucking. It's not even logic, right? You're not this fucking like do as thy will fucking libertarian. Like you have fucking morals and ethics.
Like clawing to get out.
It's like.
Yeah.
Dusty is one of those people that I point out when they're talking about morals and ethics and where it comes from, and I'm like, do you honestly think that man is living by some book written by shepherds 5,000 years ago? No. And yet he is an upstanding individual who is, to my experience, honest as the day is long, and to a point of fault in most cases. So honest that people don't believe him when he tells them the truth, which is hilarious.
It's weird. It's weird.
Try that again.
It's just weird to me, and it's crazy to me.
Yeah,
that this person like who has these morals and these things that I really respect is like, I'm a libertarian, anarcho-capitalist. Like, no, there you are a fascist. All right. I gotta dig it. I gotta find it.
All right, Range, that's stepping over some lines right there.
No, hold on. OG's got a point here. Let me explain.
I was looking at what Range said in the chat. That's stepping over some lines, in my opinion.
Dusty has a cold.
He brought somebody else into the mix with that one.
Oh,
he didn't leave it at Dusty.
Oh, him and Cynthia have a long-standing beef.
Dude,
So
you gonna have to get in line on Cynthia.
Gotcha.
She's picked a fight with everybody she can find.
Miss Cynthia got them hooks.
I didn't know they had a thing going on.
Miss Cynthia got them his hooks. Miss Cynthia got them his hooks. She'll if she sees this on the panel, she'll come up on panel like, all right, Reigns, you a whole bitch. You won't come up here and talk that shit. And then when it does, she'll fucking talk down to him, and he'll be like, "Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry."
He needs some more of that.
Yeah.
You know why religious people use the word belief? When anytime they're having a discussion or debate, yeah, sure, they believe it, sure.
Oh, like
But
Minister Farrakhan, for sure.
they say belief and believe because they don't know. Because if you knew, there'd be no faith involved. Faith is kind of the point. So I'm one of those people who's like, I don't care what you have faith in, son, but have faith. You choose the flavor, but do the thing because it is an integral part of humanity.
It is.
I'm sorry. I had a deep thought fell in. My bad.
I have
Lost
faith.
the sauce.
I have faith in these donations coming. I have faith in.
I have faith in this
Yeah.
money.
Play the clip, yo.
Is that you, David? David.
Most definitely.
I love how I wish that would have got done because he spun the camera around and it was like him sitting there with a helmet on. What are you doing, David?
I'm jealous as fuck right now, dude. Like I am so. Now turn that shit back around. We want to see you ugly bug. Show me that lake.
Hey, it's raining. So good.
I gotta fast forward through this.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
sucks.
It's a whole
Thank you
lot.
so long to come on the panel. I haven't seen you in days. You don't even write
Pause.
Look at 17 of them. I'm pretty sure.
My whole lungs are
shot with an Obama.
You ain't shit for that, Grit.
No. I'm the one that's on drugs. No, me. Go ahead, David.
Whatever his name is.
Oh my God. I'm gonna have to say it, man. Orthodox, you have to be the worst broadcaster ever. Okay? The worst. The absolute worst broadcaster I've ever seen. I'm the best of the worst broadcasters, but you're literally at the bottom, bro. You have no fucking idea how to present a clip. You guys fucking go off onto dumb conversations. Can't you guys just concentrate and focus on what you're looking at and actually review it? Is that a thing, or I'm going to have to fucking keep scrolling through your nonsense? I'm already bored with this.
Larry.
Has been the
And look here, he's saying.
All right, let's get back to the video because it gets huge.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Whenever you go ready
Hey,
back to the
thank
debate,
goodness.
just come up whenever.
Yeah, probably some common cold lately. Yes, that's what
I don't have a runny nose.
Oh, you don't? Oh, well, God.
No.
Now I really want to make that clip.
Have I sniffed it all since I got here?
Well, maybe you're jonesing.
When is
what the fuck's
what,
that?
Yes, he did sniff while he was there. Kev pointed it out.
I'm going to speculate, and you tell me if this is right or wrong.
That's
Paul
not
came
how
in
it
with the
works.
narrative to try to sweep because he looked like a douche yesterday, and that includes saying I'm on drugs. And since you're a ball washer, you just went with it and adopted it as your own.
See, again, your fucking discernment is off. I'm the one who actually pointed out.
Bro, he just actually flow, and like that's crazy.
If you pay attention to the actual words,
So what?
if you pay attention to the words that he's using Paul speak. He's using the same words, but he's not using them the same way Paul does. He's saying the same phrases, but in the wrong.
Oh, okay. Get over yourself, Sasquatch.
Guzzler. Like a gurgler.
You going like this, and then going just to make sure it fucking goes.
Ghostface said, "Brother has the Medal of Honor in
Definitely brought his feelings.
He's got
this panel and have an opinion in the where you go to get your
Fucking loser, slow slave. You're a fucking meth head.
You do that video
You're a
analysis
fucking
of
meth
my
head
sniffing.
that tries to gain credibility off of bringing down other content creators and lift yourself up. You spend your time talking shit about everybody, and you actually think that you're relevant, but your fucking opinion is actually worthless. It's about as good as a woman's rag.
Oh my.
Keep going, go off, Queen.
No, I'm just like, I just have an answer for anything you have to say, slow slave.
When can we look? I'm still waiting for the transcript to process so I can see how many times my name was mentioned in this 11-hour live stream.
I'm glad that you accept the fact that you're a slow slave. I'm glad.
When can I expect? What the fuck does that mean? Explain that.
You said your name. You said, "Oh, my name shows up so many times." Yeah, well, because we only call you slow slave. We don't really call you anything else. Slow state. We don't really mention the powdered dusty. Which reveals a lot about what you are. Yeah, the powdered meth head.
Does
You
it?
should have said.
Where do you think that name came from? Where do you think the name came from?
Oh, you trying to play into the fact that people call you a meth head, and now you're just leaning into it.
What's up, loser?
Would you like to hear how he got his channel name?
Chad.
He's hilarious.
One night, and he says she's a little dry ass. He clipped it, shows it. This is gonna that's history.
Yeah, and
I'm sorry, Sasquatch. You're taking up a hell of a lot too much airtime, man.
Is it just me, OTW? But why doesn't doesn't Flow State promote drug use and alcohol?
Practically,
and
yes,
all of
he
that?
does.
So
Yeah,
I don't. It seems a little hypocritical here that somebody would question that and not bring it up, considering his history and stuff. Like, I'm not judging him based off of that, but just tying it into like this is something that's obviously known to the audiences, right? So I don't understand why this is even a question, Is it just my logic here that sees that this is a little ridiculous?
Well, I mean, I never said that he was sniffing cocaine or anything. I never made that claim. The only claim I made is that he had hay fever or some sort of common cold.
Well, but again,
that's what I accused him of. And if you look back on any of the broadcasts where I hear him and I see him going like that every 2 freaking seconds, I just mentioned like that. So Flow State seems to be having a cold, or he might have hay fever. I'm wondering why he's sniffing so much. He's sniveling a lot, you know. And the people make their own conclusions when it comes to that, right? They can see me pointing in a direction, but I'm not making any claims.
well, including myself, like it's not like it's not known that there's the conversation of using some type of narcotics.
Exactly. Right. And then that's when I mentioned to him right on that broadcast. I go, no, your fucking discernment is off. I'm the one who pointed out that you had kind of like you were sniveling a lot, and other people extrapolated from what I was pointing out and made their own conclusions. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, that's why I don't really listen to all of these other streams, because it's almost like a bar, right? And it's just not my lifestyle. I don't enjoy listening to drunk people. I don't enjoy listening to people tweaking out online. It's just not my thing.
Yeah. No, I don't even watch Flow State's broadcast, and I don't even watch Orthodox because I think his show is kind of boring. I don't like his style of what he does, right? But that's all right. I mean, we like to each his own, right? There's like I do find other broadcasts more entertaining than his, you know.
Already though, like they're not even showing that they're the ones that are creating this idea that you're not your own independent person, and that everything that comes out of your mouth is what Paul says. And I think that that's bizarre, because I don't know, was Paul there that day on that stream, or had you guys, I think I remember you guys were already talking about that before Paul even hopped up on the panel.
But Paul never even shows up on this panel. I ended up
the day you were talking about the sniffing.
Oh yeah, okay. But on this particular panel, I ended up. I'm pretty much sure you saw this part, but I ended up freaking holding my own, all by myself, without Paul, against 4 power tards. Right, so I'm like, you know, I'm walking around in this house with a big head. You know, my ego is totally inflated, and I feel like king shit.
Yeah, I have a feeling that this review is going to end up being like what happened to you over at that show you reviewed yesterday.
Most likely, probably. But hey, I mean, up until now, I've been hearing actually a couple of good things that they said about me, you know. So, except for all the bad shit. Obviously, there's an overwhelming amount of negative stuff, but that's why I'm skipping through it, because I don't even want to hear it. You know, it's like I don't care. I just want to know what their actual opinion about the you know, our interaction here is. Not, you know, when they go off on their tangents and they start telling stories. I don't really care for that.
Well, I get it. There's a maneuver to doing these reviews. There's a whole other type of panel culture that I'm just sitting here and watching what you're gonna do.
All right. Let me get back to it.
In fairness, that channel don't only hate white men. That channel hates men in general.
At the time he joined, she was going off on a rant about some white dude she knew back in the day or whatever. It was like full. It might have been Venus. I'm not 100% certain.
That's why I say V.
That sounds right. That's the right area of YouTube. If it
because him and Venus, ever since that, have now they kind of go back and forth sometimes, and they have like a little flirtation about them, but as they poke at each other.
Who's the chick that dresses up as Baba Yaga?
Do what?
Who's the chick that dresses up as like Baba Yaga or Calypso or whatever?
I don't know.
Dude, I can't decide if she's a character or a person.
Joe would know.
Joe would know. He'd know it. She's dressed up like Jack Sparrow giving a fortune. It's wild.
I can't think.
I can't think of her name either. It's a real simple name. It's just like Mama Jobu or something like that. It's not a hard one. It's just so.
Her.
Let it play.
Roll the beans.
That, you know, people call you a meth head, and now you're just leaning into it.
What's up, loser?
Oh shit!
Oh,
look,
shit, it's Landry.
The team, the A team is here to fucking look at them. They're fucking white knighting for each other now.
You've been dodging me
This
for how
is
long?
Loser Club 101 showing up over here in the shit show. This is
You only
great.
need one loser to do the shit show here.
Right, keep projecting, Landry. You have nothing. You have nothing to show for anything, Landry. You're just as much a loser as what you're trying to project onto me.
Go ahead and
why don't you go get a life? How about calling your wife that you abandoned for the panelverse? How about calling your wife that you abandoned for your panelverse and this internet realm? How about you raise your fucking fucking kid, man? How about you do that? How about you take care of your family and actually do something relevant to make your life better?
Why did OTW bring in family? Like, why did he have to do that?
Yeah, because you know, why did I have to do that? Obviously, you're not familiar with the lore, Orthodox. You know, how about I fucking hit where it hurts? Because I cut through the noise, motherfucker. I'll go fucking stab you right where you're right in your heart, motherfucker. I don't give a shit, man. And for all intents and purposes, that was a metaphor. Okay.
He just realized. All right, so this actually goes to the whole Sarah Tomato panelverse power of thing, right? No one asked for this. No one planned this. There was the only thing that happened is about the time Dusty realized that OTW was on AC's, and he knows AC is firmly neutral territory, that he's not going to take anybody down for talking some shit.
That's not true. He was completely biased. AC was absolutely biased. Pointed it out yesterday when I reviewed this. AC is biased and is on Flow State's freaking camp. Okay.
Right. So it's sort of a neutral safe space, so to speak.
Lies.
And he decided to go over and have it out. Landry shows
Not
up
true.
in chat and is like, I think his first chat was that he was thinking about going over there and talking to OTW who was there. And in my head, I went, so you're going to go to AC's and start some shit? No, that sounds about right.
That's somewhat correct, Sasquatch. But once them sharks smell blood in the water, whoever they smell blood for first, it's game over.
That sounds
I remember the comment that you made in the chat.
Right, but you know, it's funny because you got like a bunch of sharks in there smelling the blood that, you know, I pretty much laid out the trap for them to come into my little area to, you know, so I could actually rip into these guys. And on top of which, I was actually a submarine in the water. Like to see a shark bite through a submarine. Yeah.
Well, it's crazy to watch how people unite in hating on each other. It was like watching watching someone on a jungle cruise and a bunch of piranhas jumping in at you. You know, this is. I don't think it was organized, but clearly some people were sending links to each other. So,
well, yeah,
then
obviously.
it eventually became organized. So,
well, you know what? I felt more like you know, and I was in a gladiator arena. And I was fighting off you know, it's like
clearly you were ready, right? Like, because this is something that's been escalating over time, so you were ready for it.
And I wasn't intimidated at all. I didn't get any way, shape, or form intimidated, even if there were multiple of them on there. It's as if I was just arguing with the same person.
Well, I think that the time that you were over on that paranormal channel really could have been a good conversation for you and Landry to have somebody that was the mediator that didn't know about what was going on and could analyze the behavior right then and there. But you know, like, this is potentially
right, but by not encouraging that interaction, I also let Landry reveal himself instead of me going off on some sort of tangent and try to you know, make him look bad, right? Because that would have just made me look bad.
Well, the interesting part is that he is always revealing himself and his insecurities. It just in this night alone, what's coming out of his mouth, there's a lot of talking and not listening. There's so much miss in translation that's going on here. And I think that's consistently been the theme from the beginning for Landry is just listen, dude. Listen and then respond instead of constantly talking over one another.
Yeah, and like Shadow Buddha says here, he goes, like I said yesterday, it's interesting that it took a group to dogpile on Paul earlier in the week, and then they dogpiled on you yesterday. You and Paul held your own against them. And he follows through with, I bet if any of them were dogpiled in a single out session, they would probably rage quit and cry victim that it took multiple people to confront them, as we have seen previous encounters. Man, Shadow Buddha's right on point, man.
It's true. And I still don't see what the frustrations, it always, like you said, it becomes about Paul. Why can't it be about the initial issue with you? Why do they have to bring in Paul? I mean, clearly they've been taking him on themselves. Keep it that way. Why you can see it has to be a groupthink thing, take it on with you. You have the issue with you. Why do you have to bring everybody else and pull it in?
As soon as they go to Paul, I freak out. I go, what do you mean, Paul? Why Paul? Why are you bringing this back to Paul? Isn't this supposed to be an issue with me you're having?
Because
so then I tell them and I call it out right away. I say, oh, so you guys actually just have an issue with him. Ah, that makes sense.
Well, not only that, but it just proves that it becomes a hive-minded mentality instead of being able to be confident in yourself and it be about you and I instead of the we, because that's what's happening right now. It's a group of people. And I know that this is consistently why Landry says he wants to have a one-on-one with you. But he doesn't understand that the continued behavior of this is it keeps building another brick, adding another brick to that wall that you're putting up of boundaries between him because he's acting like a little punk.
Right.
I was like this at his age too. And people used to call me a punk too. And now I see it. I'm hearing how he's analyzing things and like he's just a young guy. Right.
You know what I was doing at his age, exactly at his age right there? I wasn't in front of a computer at his age.
Right.
I was on a roof, building a roof.
I had a lot of responsibilities at his age. I
actually had a business and I had like 10, 11 employees that I had to manage, plus the inventory, plus the contracts, plus I was selling all the jobs, interacting with the clients, taking care of the materials, coming up with the administrative, all the bills, everything. I did it all by myself. I didn't need anybody's fucking help. I did it by myself.
Right.
And I have between 300 and 500 roofs under my wing.
That's a lot of roofs.
Yeah, I have all, and I kept every single contract. I have all the contracts to prove it.
What a different world.
Yeah.
Last night, you're like, oh, so you're going to go live while you're doing a premiere at the same time? Bold move.
That's a bold move, sir. Let's see how it plays out for you.
You can go around. Hey, this is great. Now I got 3 retards up here. This is
dude, you
awesome.
can dodge us left and right because you're
I ain't dodging anybody. What do you think I'm going to run? I'm not going to run.
You're not
going to
call me
a pussy. That's still you projecting
again.
I don't go around wearing fucking earrings like a bitch, okay?
You don't even show your face until you go on Rob Nord show and start dancing to the song. Like, what are you fucking doing?
Oh, so now it's about me showing my face. Now it's about me showing my face. You're welcome. You need to see my face, dummy.
You're constantly
here. I got my face. You want to see my face? It's here. You want to see my dick with that too?
No.
Would you like me to fucking put my balls down your throat as well? Maybe I would like me to teabag you.
I just want to know, do you have any of your own opinions?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is funny seeing as Mitch like pulled out his balls on OTW stream,
right?
And then on Jack's stream, Flo came in and was talking shit, and then fucking he photoshopped an image of a guy with like balls so deep in his fucking shin. Or so deep in his throat, and I'm like, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
And he started talking about how Flo's balls were in his shit throat. And I'm like, that's crazy.
But I'm glad that he says that that's crazy. You know why? That doesn't trigger me. The reason why I'm glad he says that's crazy because it just proves that I'm following the theme of my own broadcast and the name of my channel, which is absolutely out of this fucking world. So if I can't be out of this world, then what the fuck am I doing out here calling my channel that?
And can I just respond to the chat for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
So I can see, I didn't see that it looked to the audience like I'm making excuses. It's just an observation on his behavior, and all I could do is identify with myself and what I was like at that age. But I agree, you and others are the lesson for him to fucking grow up and to do better and be better. That's why I get the response that I do from juvenile states of minds here on YouTube, right? Like Tarek is the same thing. Tarek is, I think, closer to our age, and he acts like this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a state of beingness, this adolescence that you know, you have to really suffer and go through a lot in your life, and be willing to look at yourself and say, like, man, I really need to change. I need to buck up, right? And that's consistently what a lot of us have been trying to say.
You're making a good point there, Yolanda.
I think he misunderstands the concept of leaning in. There are times when you don't.
That's true.
Right?
He was leaning into the fellatio.
He hears you're supposed to lean into the troll. I'm sorry.
It's crazy.
You don't lean in there.
Opinions. You know, I am positioned right now.
You
To
do
do
if you're
that.
good, girl.
I could do that.
Go ahead.
Right.
Do you have
Welcome, Grid? How are you doing today?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Doing well.
What's up?
You know, Grid, I've decided that you're what LL Cool J would look like if he was born in Appalachia. That's beautiful.
Oh, my God.
I got the swag.
On OTW stream one time.
They're all like this, dude. Always like this.
Yeah,
You know, I actually went on OTW stream one time, and they wanted to this absolute fucking moron backwoods hick wanted to debate me.
Oh dear.
And it was very funny because they're all like, I forget how the gotcha he got me on, but I was like, that's literally not how any of that shit works. And then I find out that he's like a sovereign citizen, lives in a cabin in the fucking woods, kind of nut job, you know. And I'm like,
wait, was it?
I wonder if he's either talking about Nub's Revenge or Freedom Grower, because those are like the only two people that I know that live out in the woods. Or well, no, I think Nub's Revenge lives in the city. I'm not sure. So anyway, he might have perceived that from him though, because he's often outside on his telephone.
I miss Nubs.
I miss Nubs too, but he's going through a lot of stuff. He sends me a couple of messages sometimes. He's still around. He still watches. He's just really preoccupied with personal IRL stuff.
Oh, I think about him, so
we'll see him again. I'm pretty sure.
Are you talking about Paul?
El Perro or Paul? Yeah, which one was it?
I don't remember what the fucker's name
Did he look like an albino gorilla, or did he look like Hitler?
Well, it couldn't be El Perro.
Probably closer to the Hitler one, yeah.
Okay, that was probably El Perro then. Was it you, El Perro?
I don't think it was El Perro. El Perro was fine. No, it was, and I haven't seen the guy on in a while, right? But he was like, I don't know, it was funny.
I haven't seen. Oh, so fucking Grid watches my show like regularly? Huh. That's I see. I learn so many things when I do these stuff, these reviews, man. So I didn't know Grid was a fan or something. Well, I don't know if he's a fan, but I didn't know he was a viewer or watcher. So see, he doesn't chat. He just listens and watches. He's one of the how do you call them? Bushwatchers?
In the bushes.
Yeah, he's hidden in the bushes watching. You know, all you see is a pair of eyes. Well, in his case, it's a pair of glasses.
He thought he had me, and I'm like, no, that's not how this works, pal. It's okay. Freedom Grower. Go space.
Yeah, wow.
Freedom Grower. Wow. Okay,
that's like using your brain to iron your clothes, man.
It was kind of like that, right? Like it was like, wait, I've never been in person.
To me, because that's his.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody.
On April.
Vague. How many?
I don't believe any attention and looking for like trolling.
So are they going to go back to
is
it?
Fun.
Yeah.
And you
I
guys
enjoy
are
ignoring
fun.
them. It's fun to me for them to spurg out and chat while I have absolutely no one on panel acknowledges anything they say.
Oh, that's
It's
it.
hilarious.
Like, my trolls, I try to
The
keep them
echo
in good
chamber
fun.
effect, right? It's the echo chamber.
It's over.
They just-
Yeah. But I try to keep it in good fun, right? So like the more important people, they either
to get into the White House. There was no attempted breach. No one even went.
Oh well, hey. I guess let's get back to the other thing that we were watching with Paul. Yeah, let's get back to this. Geez, they didn't have that much to say. It's already over. I'm almost disappointed. Wow. I was expecting a whole lot more. Oh, well. You know. Shit happens.
They do anything specific. He's just always doing shit, you know.
Hey, you know what though? I did hear you talk to him the other day and go, clip that. That's fucking genius, man. To have a clipper in the shadows, that's a
Dude, so many of these songs, like people give you a hard time with the bexx one. The bexx one was
I'll
none of
double
those
your
were my.
pay, come work for me. I'm sorry, what?
You'll double 0 to 0 to 0.
Right.
People, Dwayne was like, I know who are.
And I haven't told anybody.
You look so cool right now.
If anybody on here is your handler.
To be a man.
Whoopsie.
They're smiling.
Right. It's not about always comes back because okay, listen, you want to play pride and ego because
I'm
you
not
got it
playing
like
pride and
that.
ego. I'm just
Maybe
saying
you got it like
no,
that.
I'm saying it's a psychological thing. If we want to talk about the power dynamics, if it's I've had many women who will not. This is the only thing probably that I said in this stream that I would have not said publicly. So enjoy, everyone. Will not engage in sort of a loving way until you give them the cold shoulder, and especially if you start getting attention from somebody else, that's when they come crawling back. So there is
right, bro, but it shouldn't be that way. Is what I'm saying. On some level, it should or it shouldn't, and that's the thing. It's a paradox that we have to resolve. Because on one level, it should, because a woman's nature, in a way, is to go where the power and value is, and this is why I'm saying you're not engaged in that dynamic. And I'm not saying you got to play favorites.
Is it me or I just missed something here?
Paradox that we have to
back. So there's a loving way and will not. This is the thing. It's a psychological thing. If we want to talk about
because okay, listen, you want to play pride and ego because
I'm
you
not
got it
playing
like
pride and
that.
ego. I'm just
Maybe
saying
you got
that,
it like that.
no, I'm saying it's a psychological thing. If we want to talk about the power dynamics, if it's I've had many women who will not. This is the only thing probably that I said in this stream that I would have not said publicly. So enjoy, everyone. Will not engage in sort of a loving way until you give them the cold shoulder, and especially if you start getting attention from somebody else, that's when they come crawling back. So there is
right, bro, but it shouldn't be that way. Is what I'm saying. On some level, it should or it shouldn't, and that's the thing. It's a
Oh
paradox
my
that we have to
God. So that's the revelation. You all heard it there. He's doing the fucking, he's playing the shit game with his wife, right? You know, he just said it. You guys, you heard it here, man. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Actually, break that down for me. He's talking so damn fast. What's going on with?
Let me slow it down here. Okay, I'm gonna bring it to 75.
Ego,
No, I'm not playing
like
pride
that.
and ego. I'm just
Maybe
saying
you
that,
got
like,
it
that's,
like that.
no, I'm saying it's a psychological thing. If we want to talk about the power dynamics, if it's I've had many women who will not. This is the only thing probably that I said in this stream that I would have not said publicly. So enjoy, everyone. Will not engage in sort of a loving way until you give them the cold shoulder, and especially if you start getting attention from somebody else, that's when they come crawling back. So there is
Right, bro, but it shouldn't be that way. Is what I'm saying. On some level.
Okay, that's what he said, right? So he's intentionally ignoring probably his wife and everything, and giving his attention to someone else to get her to come crawling back.
Well, did I miss something here? Does everybody know that she's not around anymore? Is that just people guessing?
No. All right, I listen. I have the ears to hear, Yolanda. And when she had the conversation with Paul, I've had a lot of girlfriends in my life, man. I know
I
how.
heard that day too. It was very revealing, and that's why I know that people have been talking about that. What
Right.
she had said. And she didn't even say very much, but a lot. Just
right. It was like a whole paragraph in that phrase. Just with the tone, and that's why tone is important. And I also understand why women think tone is very important, because for women, I believe this is an essential part of communication. And I actually listen to tone because I'm a musician, so that actually opens up my my divine feminine. So I'm able to understand women's language. Women do not have the same language as men. And if you don't understand that, go read the book Men Are From Mars and Women Are From Venus. Men speak in a different language, even though we do speak English, let's say, that women listen differently.
Yes, we
understand?
do.
Their ears are tuned to something else. They're reading body language. They're reading voice tones. They're reading so many fucking things at the same time, while the man is literally a one thing at a time type of so men, it's much harder for men to multitask than women. So men cannot analyze what's going on in the conversation as much as women do. Hence why men resent the fact that women tone police. Yeah, but there's a reason why they tone police,
It's intuitive. It's almost like how we can do that with a baby, right? We know what different cries mean. That's our instinct. That's why I have the opportunity to come up here and talk with you, because that's what's so beautiful about men and women, right? When we find the balance of the left and the right, brain, and together. as organic beings of a man and a woman, and together the harmony, and learning that language that creates the harmony, that balance. So I heard a lot in what that woman was saying in that brief time, and I just thought, oh geez, that completely,
I heard it too.
Revealed a lot.
Same thing.
Right, that she was waiting for him to get his shit together. It was
Yep.
something like 6 years she's been waiting for him to get his shit together. And I think that this going online is obviously going to create some kind of issue in the relationship, because I mean, me personally, if my partner, my husband, was on here talking shit and acting like this online, dicking around all day and not contributing to the family dynamic, I would want him to get a studio somewhere else where I couldn't hear it, because it's playtime all day.
Yeah. And look, like here, Red says after he says, just kidding, but it doesn't matter if you weren't kidding, because you're kind of right. They do not listen. They don't listen to the words. That's the thing. You could be fucking giving them a sermon. They're not listening to the paragraph that you're laying out to them. Their audio and instincts are tuned into a different frequency. They don't need to hear the words, man. And especially if you're in a relationship with them, they can knit you from A to Z, unknit you and knit you up again, because they really know who the fuck you are, because they spend their time analyzing who the fuck you are, and not just from what you say, but from every fucking single angle, even when it comes to body language, your tone, how you react, the way you smile, even the way you fucking eat your food sometimes, man. They'll look at it all, right? They'll look at your fingers. Men don't realize how keen. This is why in nature, a lot of, like, if you look at the lions, the wolves, and it's the women that go hunting, the females in the groups.
Everything. Yeah, we pick up on everything. That's why it's been so interesting for me as a woman watching you men on here for so long, and how you guys communicate with each other, and the criticism that I've received when I've joined a panel, and how people analyze me. And I don't think that there's a lot of women that choose to come up here and be vulnerable and participate in the space. But I feel at a lot of times like I'm being pounced on. And I realize that it's just two different languages happening, like you're talking about right now. Just different ways of communicating until we see eye to eye at some point.
Yeah. All right. Hold on a second.
That's a pretty poignant statement, Red. Shadow men mirror the tone. You're talking to Shadow Buddha. Okay. Women transmute it to some degree. See, these are all experience. These are those of us that have had a lot of experience with the opposite sex. Pay attention to that. Like, I've been criticized like crazy by men. You're using too many words. All the time. You're using way too many words.
Yeah. Sometimes there is a lot of kind of like moving the goalpost, but that it's because, usually it's because us men put a wall up, right? So, but the conversation ends up twisting into something else, which is really hard to manage when it starts happening. That's why sometimes the miscommunication can be very, very easy to instigate.
Well, it should or it shouldn't. And that's the thing. It's a paradox that we have to resolve. Because on one level, it should. Because the woman's nature, in a way, is to go where the power and value is. And this is why I'm saying you're not engaged in that dynamic. And I'm not saying you got to play favorites. You just got to be real with yourself, right? If I'm a woman, quote unquote, I'm going to see power and value in this person, and I'm going to see it in that person. And I'm going to seriously question whether I want to continue to invest in this versus that. So you can't argue that a bitch has more sense than you do, because you can't even figure out where to invest, where the power and value is on here. You keep fucking with a bunch of broken bitches and hoes doing girls' night out.
So what do you think would happen if I invested in him? Because the whole thing was he immediately came to me about splitting the revenue about some show on my channel. So he still wants to split the money that I would make here, but somehow he's going to make me money. Like what?
What? He's trying to run a pyramid scam? Is this like?
I'll be right back. I'm going to make
Well,
myself another coffee.
We do need to have a talk one day about these YouTube agencies, like how
Sure.
big they are, how do they start? Like that needs to be a topic because I don't even understand if even I myself don't understand how these agencies work or understand how everybody's in them.
I thought you were in one.
See, that's what I'm saying. I'm just out here slow taking it easy by myself, and everybody thinks I'm in an agency. I'm like, well, hold up. What do you agency people do that I can't do other than have the networking system to?
I want to get that tattooed. I cannot be handled on a wild card. I would never get another tattoo. Arpol and maybe Landry, I can imagine. Okay. Interesting.
Arpol and maybe Landry. I can imagine he would have recognized your work, but that as rich as my hints gets. I don't know.
Good.
No, they're just fucking with me, right?
It's better that way.
He's a fellow primate. You're a primate, David Wine?
Sure.
That's your choice.
I don't fuck with them like you think I do. I really don't.
Bro,
Like,
I want to go over there and
ask
you allow them space here. You let them gang up on me.
I want to go
That's
over there right now.
that,
And I'm saying that what I want to do. And I did. I did exactly what I wanted to do. Ask him why he fucking played that song to demonetize my video because he does play fucking power games and he's
Who
not
is that?
special. Dusty. The whole word
Can you
is-
pause
Bro,
it
I
for a
told
minute?
you from the beginning, and I'm sure Pineal Power.
I mean, even this maneuver, right? This vindictive shit of showing yet another example of why a person isn't honorable. So he's reviewing a private conversation to prove the point that he's still not honorable, and that's why people don't want to work with him.
Well,
Right.
of course. I mean, this is another. It's just like the evidence. It's just stacking and stacking and stacking. You know, it's like he doesn't realize that he's just giving it to everyone. You know, it's like he's the one who's giving the evidence against him.
Well, and Joe Cool pointed it out yesterday, the behavior, right? Like, this is why people are psychologically analyzing this guy. You know, he's manic and clearly not well. And he says it himself. It's not like people are making this shit up. The kid is sick. He's got a lot of issues, clearly trying to figure it out and balancing it out for himself. But he's finding himself to be in a group of people that are all over the place.
Right.
Like he's not going to have these kinds of conversations like what we're having right now over at Flow State. They could give two shits about that kind of stuff.
Exactly. They're more about the money and talking about mainstream bullshit, you know, and all of that stuff, right? And even, you know, talking about debates about topics that not going to do anything for anybody, and it's not going to make anybody smarter. It's not just, it's really just worthless.
Well, and soul searching is a big deal when you feel like your soul, like you can't connect with your soul. And this kind of shit is not going to get you closer to what you're looking for to make yourself better. He would be better off having these conversations with people like you or with Paul, because you've been there and you talk about these things. He's not gonna find those things over there. I mean, it seems to me like he's finding that with David Wayne and Joe. You know, they're willing to have those kinds of conversations with him as men.
Well, I'm, you know, as long as, you know, it's like, I don't want really anything bad to happen to the guy, right? I don't wish anything bad for him. I actually want him to more or less like wake up and own up to the fact that he's going about it all the wrong way, right? I do believe people are redeemable. And I always try to give them some sort of chance, right? So like right now, I'm like kind of shunning him, right? I'm not entertaining him, not trying to have any conversations. And funny enough, after Joel Cool had pointed out all of his, his character traits and what he was doing, he still ended up following me over to Paranormal Roundtable. Even after Joe Cool like pointed it out to him, man, dude, you're acting like a bitch. You're following him around like a crazy hoe.
Well, and again, like he keeps on using the excuse of you're just mad because of the money. When it was and correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't about the money at all. Like when that happened, I laughed. I really did. I was like, oh shit, this isn't gonna go well. Right? Because he was trolling. That's also another aspect to his behavior is that he, for somebody that supposedly wants to work with you and
literally trolled me because the money was going over to his broadcast and not mine, and laughed at me because I didn't realize it right away. You know, kind of slow on that one. And then I started analyzing the whole situation and came to the conclusion, okay, so this guy sent him a message so he could go troll me with the money on Landry to get me to, you understand, to throw the whole thing off, man. So
right, and that was the mistake. He should have just kept his mouth shut and kept things going, but because he's doing all of this dicking around online and what he thinks is content and what's going to bring people into his channel, and plus he's in his feelers, right? His feelings are hurt some way. It's like he doesn't get that behavior is
what got him
okay,
exiled.
I don't want to fuck around with you then. You know, if you think that shit is funny and you say it's not about the money, but it is about the money, he's and then continue to perpetuate it like he has been since then. Like he doesn't get it.
No, it's like he's not owning up to the fact that he's the issue, not the money. Like I said, I'm
Correct.
I have a lot of support from the people who come to this broadcast, the members, Red 40, Shadow Buddha, Gabriel, Jimmy Shively, man, all of you guys are really prominent supporters of this show, and I don't need troll money, I'd rather have people who are here because they actually enjoy what I do than try to get somebody to influence me with their way of thinking, using their money to try and trigger me, which is never going to happen.
Well, and that's also what the other people do. So Chuck has learned how to manipulate with the money, right? I mean, that's nothing that is new or a revelation for anybody. And it's, for me, I see it from an aspect of the gambling, right? And that group, to me, that's why I make fun of it and say there's pimps and hoes out here. And the pimps are the ones that like that to me is what the model of what Flo does, right? He sold drugs, he tricks people, those tricks, you trick out your women like the pimps and the hoes do, and it's moved from the bar and that type of dark lifestyle online. And what Chuck had done underhandedly was to do a dig at you. It wasn't to support, right? That he benefited from the money, but it was a dig. And Landry thinks he knows everything about everybody on here, right? And he's learning right now that he's going to get burned eventually, or he's going to burn the wrong person, and the same thing that what he's experiencing over here is going to happen to him over there.
Right, exactly. It's because he hasn't been here long enough, right? And then when he sees that this is why I say he's not going to last long out here. You understand? He's going to do a Zetetic Warrior, And even as Zetetic Warrior actually accumulated a pretty good following and a pretty big live viewership, right? And just talking about what he did and but it seemed to not be enough, and he still ended up disappearing, and he only comes back once in a while. He goes up on Nachiketas, and that's pretty much all we see of him. That's it. So, and I think Landry's going to be the same thing. He's a passerby, he came at it the wrong way, and the only way that he can actually salvage anything would be to come correct and start creating some better content. Obviously, you know, if he wants to entertain a drama, then he needs to leave out the people that he wants to work with in the drama, right? That's that simple. It's not that very complicated.
Well, and I just think it's so sad that everything becomes about the money. You know, like how low are you going to go to get $1? You know,
right? Well, you know, good point, because I was about to mention Hank yesterday. Great example. He's there trying to, you know, because he knows that, you know, probably won't bring up his comment unless he super chatted it, right? So he just wants his comment to be seen on screen and his name to be seen on screen so he can talk shit about either Paul or anybody else's. You know, it's like, so yesterday I told him, look, dude, fuck off, man. Keep your fucking money. I don't want your fucking money. Get the fuck out. You know, I don't need your fucking stupid comments. You know, it's like, I'm not going to let the money get in the way of what I'm doing here. That's for sure, guaranteed.
He will tell you, because he's seen it. It's not about me. I don't have him or anyone else under my thumb. I wouldn't even if.
And by the way, I got the YouTube premium.
All right. As an audience member, thank you.
I did that this morning, so you guys, you will. I will save. I have saved you now. Well, somebody else has saved you.
It's so great.
The pain and excruciating torture of a commercial.
If I could, to do what?
My nail tires
For
probably
what? To go
snapped.
where? To do what? Ask him. I don't
Okay, so now we know David Wayne has lost all credibility.
talk to him like that. I'm there for him if he needs something. I care about him. I'm not looking for him to run here, run there, do this.
Dude, I'm not gonna say anything.
I don't do none of that. So you all say I'm playing power games because I don't need nothing from nobody beyond who's ever fucking with me on the ground, not online. Right? So I told you who.
Oh,
what
what
he
a
is. I saw what he's done
synchronicity
to me
right
and
there.
everybody else.
He literally says about the same thing that I say. Maybe that's one of the reasons Paul and I get along, because we're not influenced by the money. We stay authentic. We don't let ourselves get manipulated by worldly things.
Well, I mean, the money, that's what I'm saying. This concept of money on here, it matters when it matters, and it matters. I don't know. I think the money has a lot to do with the competitive aspect of this, but I'm definitely not in this. I don't make any money off of my channel, so I can't relate to the money aspect. I don't pay attention to the analytics and all of that kind of stuff. So this is where I just sit back and watch what you guys do with all of it.
Well, I don't, I really enjoy the support. It humbles me a lot because I really feel like that the support is genuine, and it's because I'm really appreciated, right? So that's why when people come in with the money, but I know that they're just doing it out of spite, and it's not authentic. It's not because they're enjoying the show. They're just being. I will tell them, look, keep your money. I don't want to have your money. If you're going to be that way, keep your money. I don't want your support. You're not supporting me right now. Just like what Chuck was doing, he had literally super chatted on my side before he went and super chatted on Landry's side, right? And I was actually surprised because the man had already said that he would never, ever support my channel again, which I was fine with because I'd rather fuck with Paul than have some fucking guy try to influence me by giving me money and try to get me to go against what I believe in, right? So in that sense, and then when he gave me that money, I was kind of like surprised. I didn't say anything. And I let it, it's like, all right, you want to give me money? Fine. That's your choice. But then I'm saying to myself, well, hey, you better watch out because now you're giving me Flow State's money because usually you give it to him. So, it might be might be causing a little bit of issue between you and Flow State there, buddy. And I kind of turned it on him. So that's, I think, is when he said, he sent a message to Landry and he said, you better, go live or restream, and he probably had it all planned. He probably even told Landry what he was going to do, and Landry denied it afterwards. So I'm putting these things into context here, and putting the puzzle pieces together to try to make a full picture of this. And it's all a means to manipulate. And I'm not a guy that's easily manipulated. Anyway,
Well, again, yesterday, OTW, what you did and what you showed and what you reviewed, it wasn't about the money at all, right? It was the verbal combat.
Mm-hmm.
Without the money, then what? That's why he had to follow you from stream to stream to stream, because what you had to say was so powerful. And then you put that boundary down, right? That he had to come back for more and for more. And he can't equalize with you on that, because he's so emotional about whatever's going on that he's not being very logical about what he's saying. Because I hear truth coming out of your mouth. I hear truth coming out of Paul's mouth, but he doesn't seem to understand or hear the truth into what you guys are saying. You're being very honest and upfront with what you feel and how you feel about it. And then he does a stream the next day, completely not understanding about what it is that you guys had to tell him.
Yeah, and then he goes and says that we're the ones who do full streams about him, when obviously we all know that that's not what we were there for. We're there for Paul's good game, right? Because we know that when Paul really gets into it and he freaking ends up in the zone, man, that he's dropping freaking bombs, man. He's like, that's what I listen to Paul for, man. It's like, it's the insight, it's the wisdom that's coming from beyond just him.
Right. Like, again, like as an audience member watching this unnecessary means of competitiveness over the money, the super chats, like that just becomes a distraction into the actual conversation.
Absolutely. I agree. Unless if the let's say the super chat is actually contributing to the topic at hand and is building with the panelists and stuff like that. And it's really like putting emphasis on stuff. And then it also shows that the people are into what's being said, right? And they're like literally participating even at a monetary level, right?
Well, Landry knows this because that's what he got irritated with Flow State in the very beginning of when he first entered into the scene, right? Because Flow State kept interrupting and talking about his super chats, and it aggravated Landry, and Landry kicked Flow, right? And then there was that for like 48 hours worth of frustration, and until he just accepted that that's part of what Flow State does and embraced it, is that if he wanted Flow State to participate, that was part of what Flow State does. And then he turned around and he did it to you and interrupted your stream with Paul over the nonsense. So it's like,
yeah, it's like a copycat.
Well, but again, he was a copycat, but he was doing exactly to you what frustrated him with Flow State in the beginning.
Huh. Wow, man, we should listen to more about what frustrates him, and it'll tell us a lot more about him.
Yeah.
It's funny because when I have Flow State on here, sometimes he comes here and he clicks a link, and I don't throw him out or anything. I let him. I have, like I said before, I have some respect for my enemies, and Flow State never came here and started calling out his super chats without asking me permission first, right?
That's honorable.
He's always asked me permission. He's always said, "Do you mind if I call out my super chats?" And I say, "Yeah, man, go ahead."
Right.
I give him that.
That's
I
the
open the door.
respect. That's the respect, and that's where you don't create the agitation, right? That's communicating with each other.
And it also shows him that I'm not jealous of him receiving money, right? And it's like I'm glad that he's getting support from his fans. It's like, yeah, go ahead and call it out. You're here and you're restreaming, and your audience is over there. I would be a fucking asshole to not want you to be able to do your thing, man, right? Because you have a business model, and you're asking me permission if you can implement your business model on my show. And I'm like, yes, go ahead. Since you asked politely and you're not being a dick about it, sure, go ahead and do that, man.
Yeah, outside of the toxic tribalism, I appreciate when you bring in the opposing person. Because then it just becomes boring and an echo chamber when everybody gets kicked out all the time. So I think that it's good when you have the interactions with people that are the opposition in the conversations.
Yeah, and it depends who. Like Landry obviously would be pretty much, like he said, maybe it would like bring up the numbers if we had that one-on-one that he's been calling out for so long, that probably I'd rip right through him like a piece of paper. But I understand why he wants that, you know. And at the same time, I'm saying to myself, yeah, but you want to do it just for the numbers, you know. And in other words, probably you don't even want to grow out of that, you know. You just want to, you know, create some sort of entertainment or content for your channel. And at the same time, I also know the move. He wants me to fucking crash out. He's looking he's looking for that OTW that crashed out like a year ago, 2 years ago, or even 3 now.
You know, again, like what we were talking about earlier, the tough love is necessary. I know that both of us at that age had to get the tough love from the business part of our experience, right? From the mentors. So this is what I see happening. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I mean, even if Paul is like younger than I am, I still see his sensei side, right? I would have seen him being the owner of a construction company, man, and man, he would have really made some fucking wild cash on it, you know. You know what I'm saying? Starting a business with that man, and if I would have had him as a partner, fucking back when I was, fucking Landry's age at 25. I started my business, I was like 24. But by 28, I was fucking rolling really well. Had a lot of employees, freaking 2 trucks, 2 trailers. I don't even remember how much tools we had, but it was just crazy how many tools we had. And if I would have had a partner like Paul back then, we'd be millionaires today. You know? We'd be literally, I know, because he'd be like so fucking a tough cookie as a boss, and you know, things would have probably, you know, we would have been rolling on gold.
Yeah, I'm gonna go and refill my coffee.
All right, no problem. I'm just gonna look at chat for a minute and see what people have to say. It's when Paul trapped into source that it's truly a flow state. Yeah, I agree. And then they are all so far away from that state of being, and they don't understand it. Usually people end up rejecting what they don't understand. Paul's, yeah, he's like in the Matrix, the anomaly, you know, that the architect doesn't account for, and he ends up always showing up, and he doesn't know how to, you know, like find the proper equation so that there is no, like the perfect equation that where there are no anomalies, you know. So that's like it reverts itself right back to the Matrix. He won't listen to a word you say. Well, I know. And do that. It's still a scumbag move if you say no and you look like a dick. Yeah, exactly. Right. It is. You're right, man.
You keep letting him and everybody else around because you want to be Mr. Equality and Mr. People's Person and be part of collectivism here. Well, when you're a people's person and part of collectivism, all the dunces are going to gang up on somebody they see as bigger, stronger, and more intelligent.
So many dunces in your corner.
I don't see Paul as big, stronger, or more intelligent. I just wanted to be.
Of course not, Cynthia. But you know what? When you're saying that, we all know that you're talking about yourself. Okay, so get over yourself.
I definitely don't view him that way at all.
Yeah, I just think it's funny because he's saying all the dunces over here. There's dunces all over the internet. When you think about the people over there now, like that Rant and Brown's Boy and who else?
Wow, it's funny because he's calling out all the fucking geniuses. He's literally making a list of all of the actual smart people out here. That's what's wild. He doesn't have the discernment to see the difference between someone who's actually smart, okay, and is using his brain, and someone that doesn't. That's mind-blowing to me.
Do you even know Rand?
No, he's tried giving me like a hard time, like whenever TML and I were beefing, but he's just so bad at it. Like he's not funny. He's just dumb.
I think he's kind of funny. He lives off grid somehow and out in the woods.
I don't believe any of these people.
Like,
how do people that dumb get off grid?
Like, I don't know. I feel like he might be running for demons.
Yeah, it's true. Paul, don't F with my neighbor. I always read her comments in her voice. DJM.
Did you see where I exposed her the other night?
DJM?
Yes.
Yes, I was there.
I exposed her with her alternative job.
I told you my favorite channel is DJM Friday Night Wine Mom Night.
Why?
It's just like the most comfortable place. I feel like I can just go there, no expectations. I don't care about my mic quality. I don't care if I'm like half naked. No one's gonna come find me. And Jack
DJ,
just we could have skipped the people like.
You don't see the people I deal with on panels. They don't come on here. They're not on the internet. You're not getting that.
I see so much about
You're projecting that you guys' online friends are my friends in real life. You don't know who I know and who I deal with because they're not fixated to being online. I'm a fucking retard for being online.
So where does he meet them then?
In the community that he's building, duh.
Well, dude, I told him I would see. I don't know what is valuable to him. If it's not money, I would put money on it, but I could put something else on it. I'd put my channel on it. No, I wouldn't do that because then it'd be very easy for him to dig the hole or something like that. I just want to see him outside. It's such minimal effort. Just go outside.
Yeah, Paul, just do what Landry wants you to do, man, because he needs you to be under his control. Okay.
For you, because you're not 400 pounds, Landry.
He's not either.
Probably because you think that if you are able to have control over Paul and your demented way of thinking, you think you might have control over me. Right.
He definitely lost weight.
I was trying to talk in here. I was fucking muted the whole damn time.
Oh, damn.
What's up, man?
Yo, what I see from Paul a lot is that he's definitely narcissist, right? Yeah. And so while money may not be important to him, it's the attention that is.
I bet it is important.
I didn't even know about that, man.
I'm sure money has a place of importance. But
does it really matter coming from Landry, right?
Thinking as highly of him as he does of himself.
But I get what you're saying, though, Shadow Buddha. I understand.
The key thing, right? It comes down to that.
It's funny to me because he's more like Jaren than I ever really realized, like at first. Just sort of a lot of these people online. Yeah, just like the overinflated sense of self-worth, maybe it's deserved. I don't know,
Wow.
They get the spirit of God speaking through them and coursing through their veins.
It's their tism.
No, it's the God force. It says stop sucking Satan's dick.
He's Christed.
See, they don't even understand what that means.
I always wonder because they never say it to me. But I always wonder if they think that I'm a fucking retard and don't belong.
Did you say something?
Yeah, they don't. This is the confusion. This is absolutely the confusion, is that they think that there's the arrogance, there's the being egoic. And I know for me, when I first started dealing with Paul, I was in that same position. But people don't realize when you do self-work on yourself, and I know how generic it sounds when you are aligned in mind and body and spirit, right? And you have that self-love, then nothing else matters, right? When you defeat a lot of demons in your life and you're on board with yourself, the confidence, right? The confidence from you can be confusing to people. And there's so much mistranslation from these people because they're not actually listening. And it's his presentment that pushes them away. But if they're actually listening to what he's saying, it's hard truths for people.
But it's funny you say that because I believe it's because some people are just not ready to hear what's
they're not
being said.
I agree.
But still further down the line, people end up turning and actually end up listening, and then I know because I've seen it happen. I've seen people that didn't resonate with Paul at all, and then eventually started like, yeah, okay, I get the fucking, I'm getting it, and then they come around. I've seen that. Just like I've seen people that were ball wash him in the beginning and then like turn on him on a dime and become a hater, right? I've seen both things. So, but I've seen more of the hater dynamic than the positive. I can admit that at least.
Well, I know for Paul and his care for me, straight up, was Yolanda. as a woman, for you shouldn't be around here. Because I couldn't take it. That you have to be tough in order to be over there. And I'm also not an entertainer. So it wasn't a place for me. I can listen, but it doesn't mean that I need to participate. And I needed to be roughed up a little bit in this space because it has everything to do with spirit and soul in this space.
Yeah.
So,
This is, I believe it's the Warriors training ground.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Well, spiritually speaking, of course.
Right. For people that are taking it seriously anyways.
Yeah, it's for the light warriors. You know, it's for the ones who fight for the light. You know, it's metaphorically speaking. The truth.
With them, because I'm on here with
What's
you.
up, man? Thanks, Jeff.
6 fucking hours a day at times. I got motherfuckers with millions of dollars and moves to make that are looking at me that want to do something. And I'm on here arguing with fucking Landry and
How do
powder
you fucking
slave
think
beef.
my family feels about you and fucking Jack? It's how they see it, right? It's online.
right, bro. It's not
anything, but it's just the way it looks. You don't know what you got.
Again, I'm creating.
What did you say to everyone? You're cutting out.
Ain't nobody. Nothing. Fuck it.
That's divine
Let it
intervention.
roll.
Divine intervention.
Community, I have a 10 or more because most people don't have 1 or 2 on their hand they can count. I have 10 or more motherfuckers who would drop.
Oh, it's 10 now.
Everything and fucking die for a cause or go to a
We're
box
7 to
above
10
below ground. They already
crowds.
have.
Because it's what is it now? It's 10 now. What?
Yeah,
I have a 10 or more because most people don't have 1 or 2 on 10 or more. I have 10 or more motherfuckers who would drop everything and fucking die for a cause or go to a box above or below ground and already have put up on that and generated results who got value to throw in. These people don't.
And I'm actually
and
one of those.
Project that
one
onto
of those
me. And the only
persons.
reason I got to
I don't understand. What does he think is going to happen?
What is he saying? 10 or more people who will die and have gone to the box. What's he saying? I'm clipping that. And
Gone
I'm
to
gonna
the box.
analyze that. What is that?
See, this is again the hypocrisy that I'm pointing out here, trying to demean and devalue what he just said, and kind of like remove what we would call manlyhood, right? In my opinion, and that reaps of feminism, man, or something. I mean, it's like I don't necessarily agree with her perspective on that because
it's completely two different lifestyles.
It stinks.
It really is. It's completely two different lifestyles. I mean, why do you think that there are the different cultures, the cultive cultures that live outside of this matrix style of cities, and they feel the same way? This is nothing new. This is a forever thing where there are men and women that decide that they don't want to participate in Babylon.
Right.
So and those who don't understand are going to mock it and they're going to make fun of it. It's completely two different worlds.
I agree. I'm like, I don't disagree there. But then, how do you actually reach an equitable playing ground where there could be some sort of, where is that common factor that can instigate the conversation where both parties can actually reach some sort of agreement or some sort of place where they can work there, and I'm starting there can be the building blocks to something better. You know,
I think that that's going to happen very soon, especially here in the United States, because what's going to happen, the economy is purposefully being collapsed, and people are going to lose their mind. And it's such a strong instinct in me. My family thinks that I'm crazy, but I can't shake it. I can't, I don't want to say it's doomsday type of thinking. Perhaps it is. I don't know. But you can see all of as a person that pays attention to patterns and synchronicities and things, this is what happens when empires collapse and reset for a reason to create a stronger hold on the slaves, right? And I can see that this is where Paul is at and where he's passionate about. It's just completely two different paths that's happening. And it's similar to what happened during COVID, when people supported that and then they got vaccine injured, and it took them to wake up to that. And now they are on the other side. So the catalyst has to be suffering, I think, in order for people to come together and unite.
I agree. That probably is going to be the main point of 0 point. That
the
0 day
point. The zero
Yeah.
point.
The 0
Absolutely.
point. Yeah.
That's the macro version of it. I think that's what happens with Jack, and why people go over to Jack is that Jack suffered in his life. He's still in the process of that suffering, but that's why people are drawn over there and call in and join and participate while they're drunk or whatever. And that's why Jack, I see he's having a hard time and he gets agitated with it, because they're in the beginning steps of that's why he kicks people so fast when they join and they're drunk, because they're still in their suffering, and he's not willing to be. He knows that what he has to say isn't going to be heard, you know?
Right, but he does have the experience. He should be able to deal with these particular individuals. Anyway, yeah, I mean that's.
I was
him,
just
right?
using that as a small example
Yeah,
in
but
terms of suffering.
I get it. Because I didn't want to detract too far from where we were at.
Sorry
and,
about
you know,
that.
bring us somewhere else. Well, that's not your fault. It's me. I'm just making sure I'm not going to go off onto a different.
Good.
Anyway, I'm going
glad
back
you
to
brought
the
us back
clip here.
on track.
Yeah.
What's he saying? But go ahead.
I mean, he's saying that he has basically, I think, 10 or more people, which I don't know, 10 or more. Is it 10 or is it more? Who have big bucks who are going to throw down for land. He wants to make a commune. It's that simple. I mean, but I don't know, what does he think is going to happen when he gets out there? These people, what I've learned is it's never what it feels like it's going to be. But if he knows them in real life, then fine. I can't criticize them, you know. If they're all related, then even better. I'm sure that they can have some, you know, weird Mormon style party.
That
Well,
is because
that's
I've been honorable.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, that's the thing though. Is like, look at the way that he said that you know they're gonna give up everything and die and go to, you know, this box in the ground. You know, let's say he's talking about that commune, right? Going to the commune. The way that he's saying it is very biblical, right? What does Christ call us to do? To give up our things and die to the flesh.
Yeah.
So you see, he's using very triggering words. You know, he's actually trying to be Christ, if you will.
Christ, right? And the buzzword. And in case you didn't notice, that's pretty pathetic and kind of ironic, because if you're a sojourner with God, you're supposed to grant a redemption to the land. And for a man that will die for his purpose, he sure is lazy on land that he claims is desolate and doesn't know how to steward.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, evidently he doesn't know how to walk with God either as a redeemer.
Well,
Right.
that's because he doesn't.
Coming from you, Wizard, that's again a load of absolute high level hypocrisy, man.
The hypocrisy is insane here. I don't ever see this man saying that he thinks that he is Christ. You know, like, again, this is what he's choosing that he wants to do. This is the path that he's on, and may God bless him and his whatever he's going to do, but it's his journey, right? And he's bringing it online and he's talking about it, and it's not for everybody, but it will be criticized.
Right. Wizard's authority is UCC 123.
He thinks he is God, and that's the thing, is no one can catch up to the level that he's at ever. And if he started affording people some kind of redemption, that would move them.
See, that's another skewed perspective, in my opinion, because now you're trying to, by putting him that sticker, right? You're painting him in a sort of way. So, so that, you know, that tells me that you see yourself as lower than him. You know, instead of, you know, talking about yourself, you're trying to project onto him what your perception of him is, which obviously is just like one perspective. It doesn't really mean anything.
Well, again, it's people not being able to differentiate arrogance and confidence. And he's also been very vulnerable about it and just talks about his experience. He hasn't done it yet, so we have yet to see what happens when he does start it. And all we can do is come from that perspective when he shares it with everybody.
Yeah. Shadabuta says here, Yolanda, I believe the Panelverse needs a critical thinking course on how to use discernment and analyze situations. I agree.
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing today. I'm trying not to be emotional about it. And I know potentially I can sound like I'm biased, but I'm frustrated with this young man and what he's doing. I could sit up on a panel with you and him up there and listen to both sides, but it's hard when you have the ignorance and the arrogance that's overriding the critical thinking.
Yeah. And it's not easy to break that cognitive dissonance. It's so
hard.
It's like a brick wall.
For sure. You and I had that conversation in private, so we absolutely understand what that means.
Oh yeah.
Just a little bit closer, wouldn't it?
These people.
In some sense, good faith. I've been a trustworthy person. I've turned from my wicked ways, and I stand for something at this point, and I inspire many people. Okay, whether you want to fucking laugh about that or not. And if you think that I'm ego,
and I'll back that statement 100%.
About that, I'm not. In a way, there's more responsibility and obligation on me than I even know what to do with, and I'm not used to it. And that's precisely why God gave it to me, because I need to work on responsibility and accountability.
He jacked himself off for 15 minutes to have 15 seconds of a humble moment. That's all that is, dude. And looking at himself in the mirror for real, just beating it. And then, I need to show a little bit of humbleness here, so I'm going to be like,
hey, if I could, next time he's over, because here's the thing, dude, the lines in the sand, I guess they're being redrawn. I don't want there to be lines in the sand, but this shit's only going to make these people who already hate me, more so in that stance. So y'all better be prepared for the.
No, you don't get it, Landry. It's not this. It's everything you've done before this. This is just add-ons.
Well, and the irony of the background of the polarities there, that's my subject. That's what I love to talk about. And just even the symbolism of the macro version of the earth, of the polarities of it. And you can see what creates that harmony of that toroidal field, and then having opposing sides of Landry and Paul. You would hope that the harmony would manifest itself in this conversation. It's right there.
Right. But
in the words.
That's pineal power there. That's his background. That's pineal power.
Yeah, that makes sense to me then.
Yeah. He's there in the conversation. He's just not saying anything. And he's the one who recorded this session. So I don't know how. Yeah, and that's how Landry got a hold of it.
Oh, that's my goodness.
Yeah.
Future, because this is an open place. They can come here. Anyone can come here. I don't give a shit. We can make it happen, make it work. I was enjoying OTW for the exact same reason, but I don't know what it is. It's just like Gabe and all these people. I get it. They want to do this shit in the background like this, but so this is me in the background. You know what I mean? I had no idea this shit was being recorded, but.
Oh, I know. It's wild, isn't it? All these back room relationships.
Yeah.
I always pay attention to who stays on. Not that I ever can really know what's being said, but.
So can you pause it for a minute? I just want to try to see if I understand this then. So Penal Power recorded it. Did he review it on his channel and play it?
No, I think he just restreamed it to his channel.
Oh, okay. So then that's the reason then. So he can say that I didn't record it and I'm not playing it, but now he's perpetuating it by reviewing it with a panel instead of just letting it be what it was.
Exactly, right. You're absolutely right. And Pineal tends to record backstage conversations because, you know, if he's on there and he you know, he's in the right to do so. You know, that's his background. That's him there. His name's not on there, but I recognize him. I could say that I know that's Pineal Power, you know. So anyway, so when it comes to like private and public like that, it's kind of a weird terrain to walk on, right? It's like you're walking in a minefield.
It's a hard lesson to learn.
Community.
Excuse me?
It's a hard lesson to learn that when you get into this digital space that anything can and will be recorded. I've learned that lesson the hard way.
Yeah.
Though, you know,
Oh
sure,
my God.
Who's the Christian?
There's no hate from a Christian community.
Look at them. Listen to what he's back here saying. He's still talking to you like there's an audience.
I know, it's so bizarre.
Leader for myself and taking care of myself and giving that away to other people. That's the only fucking reason I'm still here and not dead of an overdose, because God has a fucking plan to use me on some level. The rest of everything else here is fucking trash.
I agree. So that's why I told you I don't know how many times. Like I don't believe that we can. I don't know. I don't think that there's the disagreement, and I get it. You need to be cautious of all those things. And you don't want to be too trusting. I'm not asking to be like there. I want to be able to. Here's the thing, right? I want to be with anyone, and this is my biggest issue. If we have, and this goes for you and anyone else. If we have a disagreement, it should not be so consuming that it's like banish right now. Because that's the thing, right? To where I did it to you in the same way, because it was like, well, if that's how we're going to operate, then why the fuck should I try? So it should be, let's address it, and that be that. But when we teach everyone else that, no, it's loyalty, above all else, that's the kind of shit that gets you in some pretty tough situations that you can't get out of. That's the kind of shit that happens with the Masons, where they put you in a room, and everyone there is like, we're all loyal to this, right? We're all loyal to this, and you don't even know what you're agreeing to.
Again, I'm not denying that completely, but there's also the other side to that, right? There's culture, root word cult, and there's community. So there has to be some guiding force or principle that binds all of us. Unity. That's what true religion is. Okay? And that's what these people don't want. They don't want an objective set of standards and conditions they have to comport themselves to do and be and have better. That's why they're losers in everything they do. That's the only way that I'm different, that I came to a revelation that there's an objective set of standards here we got to shoot for. I don't always hit it, but I will shoot for it. Dusty admitted tonight, and they all agreed. I have too many standards for everybody. No, I think they have too little. And that's evident in their broadcasts and how much they don't make when it comes to money and how much they hang around with a bunch of people they don't even respect.
But is he so stuck in the internet world that he doesn't realize outside of YouTube we have other standards to live up to? Parents, financial responsibilities.
Why would he do that? Because then he would have to stand up to the standards of standing on the land and being able to cultivate it.
Yep.
Hey, bro, can I ask you a question? How do you disappear and then your wallpaper is still there? You don't have a green screen. It's something else?
No, that's what I use. It doesn't matter. You tell it you got a green screen, it'll do the pictures.
How does your face move? Because I can't, like right now, I can't make this, I can't disappear from this unless I leave. So are you leaving? No, I don't think you're leaving.
No, you go into your settings, you go to visual, and it says I have a green screen.
I know. I already have that. What I'm saying is that you'll be on screen like you are right now, and so you're gone. You're gone. Okay. You see what I mean? I can't do that.
And I'm going where it says I have a green screen, and I'm clicking on that box.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
So he pops up.
So I do that, and then nothing changes. Oh, is it because I actually have one?
Yep.
So it's different. Okay. All right.
If you don't have a green screen, and use that button, it'll put you up front and use the background anyway. You don't need a green screen.
It looks better if you have a green screen because there's less.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Mine looks fine, doesn't it? I mean, mine looks
I don't know. What do you seem like you're mad about the green screen too? You seem very worked up tonight, Pero.
I'm not. I'm just questioning what mine doesn't look great. I mean, I think that's pretty fucking clear.
It is very clear. Yeah, my picture quality resolution is not as good.
Don't forget this is Halloween.
Attitude, though. I like it.
Say it again.
Oh yeah, what are you gonna? Are you gonna go out on Halloween night, Landry?
I want to. Yeah, I never do. I usually don't, but I want to. It's like the one night it'd be the most normal to do.
No,
it's gonna be crazy.
Okay, well, okay. But I will say this: my homeless friend is like working really hard to get a room for Halloween because he says it's the most evil night to be homeless. So be careful.
So wait, you want me to put him up here in my Airbnb?
No, I want you to be careful while you're out there on the streets. Like, don't be going to dark places alone.
I'm always careful. Nobody ever wants to fuck with me, you know. It's not because I'm big and bad. It's just because I'm too white. They can't even see me, you know, in the dark.
Like it.
Just fade away.
Stay white. Stay white, modern.
Hey, OTW.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
I'm gonna jump down for a minute, but I'm gonna jump down for a minute and hop back on because I'm gonna move to a different computer and turn it on and stuff like that because I have musicians in my house and they're starting to do their warm-ups and I don't want that to be the background. So I'll be back in a few minutes.
All right, cool.
Someone they do respect, or at least did respect at one point, so they had to hate. Because it's easier to hate than continue to respect a motherfucker you don't have access to and can't use no more.
When I see that this is what you have to understand about me, right? When I see that you have, money and value and all those things, I don't see something that I'm like missing out on by not engaging with. I see that as, that's you, and that's like here's the thing, right? My best friend, I mean, he's loaded, dude. He grew up. My dad used to make fun of his family for being poor, and he's just working for himself now, traveling across the country, living the dream. I've never looked at him and said, man, I want to fucking get in on that. But I know that's how people operate, though. People do.
I didn't say you should. I wouldn't trust you if you did, and I want to believe that. I don't believe it completely.
Most people do.
I know that, bro. We're back to why I told you from the beginning. I got a vibe from you. I didn't do the Talcott love bombing thing. You're my missing piece. All I said was I can read energy, and I get a vibe from you that you're a lot like me. You're impulsive. You're not great managing your time, energy, and attention at times. You don't ever really complete anything, but you're fairly good off the cuff. I think you have a rebellious spirit. It can work for you or against you. I'm just talking about what I know about me that seems to be true about you, right? So it's precisely because I do see on some level that, hey, you want to be open to success. And one of the metrics to success at times could be contributions and value coming in. It also cannot be, right? It doesn't always at all an indicator of that. We know that. But it doesn't mean that you're going to sell your soul for that, right? That's what I need as a prerequisite for you to fuck with you, among other things. See, and you don't seem to get that. That I've already decided that everyone else here doesn't have that quality. They will sell out in 3.
Wait, what does he need from you?
That's what I need from you. A prerequisite.
Wait, what does he need from you?
I don't really know.
Me either. Like, it's so hard to, because he's just using all of the words that he learned.
Just saying words.
There's too many words, Cynthia.
To hear people like him
too
talk
many
about
words. It's too complicated. I don't understand what the man is saying. He's using too many words. There's too many words there. I don't get it. What are all those words? What is he saying? Can you speak stupid, please? Because I don't understand smart people. You know? The smart people, they use too many words. I need you to speak stupid language, you know?
Discernment and having discernment. It's
seconds if they're given an opportunity they haven't been given yet. You still don't understand. You've been given an opportunity to make more money than all these losers just by making $60 a day.
I want you to just remember something.
You're in a power and value position. Act like it. You're with someone who's in the same position. Act like it. Stop appealing to the masses in the crowd for their validation and attention. Most of them are fucking losers. And there's one every 2,000 who slips in shit and comes up with gold like Dusty because he pandered to a group of.
Well, I gotta clip that.
Wait a minute. He's trying to say that in our real lives we can't make $60 a day.
I don't know, dude. It's very bizarre. I don't.
What? What the fuck is Paul smoking?
It's like, yeah, that's like.
What?
It's gonna be. It hurts to try to figure it out. It hurts.
Bro, this dude is on some whole nother shit. Like,
yeah, you.
I'm sorry.
Still don't understand. You've been given an opportunity to make
right. Paul speaks kind of like Chinese to you people, right? That's that's it's a big revelation right there. All of y'all right there on the same panel do not understand Paul. It's great. So you don't know the language. He doesn't speak English for some reason. I don't know, guys. Yeah. I don't know what type of English you guys learn, but I'm French, and I understand what he says.
more money than all these losers just by making $60 a day.
Maybe he is better than us.
You're in a power and value position. Act like it. You're with someone who's in the same position. Act like it. Stop appealing to the masses in the crowd for their validation and attention. Most of them are fucking losers. And there's one every 2,000 who slips in shit and comes up with gold, like Dusty, because he pandered to a group of consumer.
He has just a few gay dudes. It's like with the most contributions. That's all it is. They probably want to fuck him, which is they can do. I mean, I'm serious. Like Mike. What do you think about that take? Is it a hot take?
I've never donated to him.
I definitely.
Oh, I gotta laugh at this one. They don't realize they are saying I am stupid. It's too funny, man. Red, I'm gonna bring up a clip for you for that. Nope.
Don't want to fuck Dusty, but okay.
That was just mostly one person. Y'all know who I'm talking about.
So I'm here to be the pussy apologist. I have donated Pussy Paul, but not within the last year.
Nice. Have you donated to Flow State? And if so, are you trying to tap that?
I have donated Flow State more recently than that. It shows more entertaining, in my opinion.
Are you trying to tap it?
Are you horny for Flow State though? Do you want to have sex with?
Yeah, David Wayne, you have a way to make it too gay.
Oh.
It was a little bit gay, then you just made it too gay. Are you horny for Flow State or what? Like,
No, I'm here to bang Cynthia actually.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's up.
I wish I still had that Cynthia song. I think I do have it somewhere, but I got to change the word so it's nicer.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't change it.
I got to get back on the songs, man.
For real, I haven't heard the Cynthia song.
Oh, really? I'll find it. Hold up.
I'm slacking. I'm sorry, Landry.
You know what I mean? It's all good. Like that dude. That's my whole thing. I used to do one or two a day. And it's the parasocial thing, which is his business. I don't care, but what I do care about is that he does this shit, right? Where he tries to do these underhanded tactics, and I'm not smart enough to side with.
Wow, another big revelation right there.
Him, you know what I mean? If that would be the move to be like, okay, I got to get my loyalty established because that's what they expect. No, right now I'm kind of feeling like I do want to get over there, but not because I want to be like, yeah, fuck Paul. I want to say, dude, what is this shit you keep doing? And you know what? I did. Did y'all catch when I did? I went over there and asked him about the N-word.
Oh yeah, I was there.
Yeah,
but they know about the N-word. I don't. He scared the black people away.
You're still here. You're still here. Are you not?
I'm still here, but I don't go over there. There's a black people on Paul's show.
No, I'm not talking about Paul. I'm talking about Flow State.
Flow State. Yeah, I'm still here.
Wow, this is basically a great showing tonight. What's up, Kev?
What up, Kev?
What's up,
They're
kids?
breeding.
Hello.
Oh,
How y'all doing?
Hi, Kev.
How you doing, man?
What's up, pimp?
Oh, I'll make one, bro. No, not too much. I think. Why you talking about the N-word? Everybody should be looking inward.
I love that joke.
Of course.
I have a shirt with
That's
that.
all I gotta say. I just want to come up and hang out. You know what I mean? I got a
Hell
couple.
yeah.
I got a couple bars and slut runs or whatever the case may be, but we'll get there.
Word.
What up, Landry? Salute, bro.
Yeah.
You know what we're watching, Kev?
Landry's show.
Yeah.
Well, it's behind the scenes. The stream is ended, and this is
Backstage,
a private conversation.
So this.
Tell you my secret now. I see dumb people walking around like regular people. They only see what they want to see. They don't know they're dumb. They're everywhere.
And see, that's why I say, Paul was in the back. It was your stream, and he wanted to record it too. So he threatened that if you made it public, he was gonna sue you. But he had somebody else in the background doing the same thing while streaming it, so it wasn't public.
That's almost like an example of the projection. He's accusing you of something he's truly doing himself.
Yeah, it's guilty conscience.
Rules for radicals, baby. Well, I'm looking up the chapter and verse.
Okay, look
You
at it.
came in, you knew that my thing was being shared. And
Bro, he's just gonna bullshit you, and you already know that, and you're gonna go over there and let him bullshit you, and you're gonna do it in front of a crowd, and you're gonna go, oh, okay.
Okay, well, so let's talk about the same thing we were just talking about, right? Power and value, all that. So
I want to hear Pineal's fucking testimony of what he thinks of all it. He's been around for years.
All right, I gotta turn the mic
Very
down over
quiet
there.
and reserved and high, most likely.
No, I'm. It's just funny how this all happened because I pressed the back button and then I'm like, wait, what? You guys are talking? Because I was going to StreamYard to see. I was trying to set up a recording for Monday for today, whatever. I was gonna restream this documentary called Consent of the Governed. I don't know if you ever watched it. It's probably 10 or more years old. But yeah, it's just funny how this happened. So one of the first things you said, you're probably right. Like I probably just meant to happen for some reason. I mean, I think there's definitely, I'm going to sound like Talcott, but maybe there's something bigger going on here, brothers and sisters. Maybe we're meant to co-create and collaborate and make something with the, I can't deny that I enjoyed some of that AI, because I'm usually pretty allergic to anything AI and I enjoyed some of it. So, I mean, I thought
I'm the fucking AI king.
Yeah. I mean, I enjoyed the intro part of the, some aspects of the intro. It tempts me to kind of want to dabble in it a little if possible.
All right, I'm going to have to acknowledge a PayPal shout out to Big G. Man, thank you so much for your support, man. This one's for you, brother.
Stream.
All right. Shout out to Big G, man. Thank you for your support, man. It means a lot. You're awesome, bro.
See what I can come out of it, make out of it. I'd probably aim more in a different direction with what I'd want to see come out of it, than panelverse, acrobatics, so to speak. But I'd probably, entertain that too. So I don't know where he went. Maybe he's going to get a snack, but yeah.
Might have just left us here.
My thing was stuck.
But yeah, I don't know how bad you're going to have to let me know if I need to mute up because I don't have headphones at the moment.
I mean, that's the thing though, right? Is that there's a whole aspect of this that is like, I've done it. It's like, I'm so chaotic. I'm always doing different shit, right? I'm able to recognize that there's sort of, the pull was initially nobody gave a shit what I said or did because I was, that's how it operates. You start from zero. So I found Talcott and I was like, okay, I'll work with Talcott. I'll be an editor. I'll do whatever he wants me to do. And then I listen to his words. He wants me to, his words, get rid of the chaos. People need to take me seriously. But I hear that that's what he says to everyone. So I didn't know that this was something he always did.
But I was doing that today in the last few days. And if I can't be a part of doing that, I don't show up. Doesn't mean I agree with Talcott completely or don't think he's ridiculous in some ways. I'm just trying to contribute to his wishes and what I think is best for all of us here.
Christina, this is live. I'm on that. I'm talking to them right now.
Pause. This whole concept. So Talcott, he really likes the chaos. It's very easy for him to get rid of it, but he welcomes it in. He loves the chaos.
He gets rid of it when Paul asks him to.
Yeah, he gets rid of it when I ask him to too, but he just temporarily basis.
Dude, last night, man, I wish I could restream it, but I can't because it's so vulgar. But he let Tommy just like destroy him. Did you see that on DJM, Hank?
I didn't see it.
It's like not the first time it's happened. He does it a lot where he just it's like he wants to get a humiliation ritual where he just shows up. He's like, yeah, Tommy, tell me all this stuff. Put me backstage, Tommy. Yep, I know. I suck. And Tommy's just going at him. It's wild.
Yeah, and he thinks this is Christ-like.
Yes, he now lives in tolerance.
He's respectable here.
Damn near close to the end where it has nothing to do with the panelverse, but it overlaps with the internet addiction and computer addiction in society as we rely more and more on AI. So it's sort of a paradox. There's also the aspect of people saying, "Oh, you do too much AI," so I get the fucking GoPro. I'm like, let me see what I can do and start, editing with this shit.
Yeah, I need to start using
I'm trying all these angles. I'm like, yeah, I stay inside too much. I'm doing too much editing. Let me get the fuck out there and go do something. Then Joe Cool comes to town. All right, Joe Cool, what are we gonna go do? You know what I mean? It's not summer anymore, so I'm really down to fucking do whatever, be wherever, go wherever. You know what I mean? And that's sort of the plan, right? People paid to send me to Austin, and I'll be going there. I'm just trying to. I'm a dumbass though, right? Because I don't make it profitable because I'll just do it. And that's where Flow State's always like, well, do you do more than break even? And I'm like, no, I usually just break even. And I gotta stop doing that. Well, with property, right? So we have property, like Well, this is one part I might have to just skip through because of I think I doxed the business name of my mom's company.
We can skip over that, but it's good that you're at least breaking even. A lot of people lose money with their hobbies, and their jobs actually. So it's actually really good that you're at least breaking even. You're doing a lot better than most people.
I agree, Hank.
Yeah, there's that one.
Yeah,
It could be worse.
I
That's
agree
for
too.
sure.
Yeah, for sure.
If I did, I'd be like you, running all over town like a chicken with my head cut off, doing AI, not doing AI, doing a GoPro, doing the phone, doing a streamer, not all this other shit. I don't give a fuck, bro. I can't. Right? I have to focus on me and where I'm at, what I'm inspired to do, what means something to me, and I'll
Wait a minute. So
you're
it's a
at.
problem that you don't want to pigeonhole yourself anymore? That's a problem.
Yeah, I guess. I mean,
Well, Paul's not into that
I'd
walking
be a fucking
stuff.
idiot too if I didn't want to pigeonhole myself anymore. If I'm just, like getting out taking walks and people like donate, like what the fuck is this nigga talking about?
Yeah, Paul's just
weirdo.
Yeah, Paul's just not into this cardio
Right.
thing and the walking thing. He's not interested in it. It doesn't speak to him.
No, his chair speaks to him.
Exactly,
Amen,
you get
brother.
it.
Stuck in
Like
his
my
chair.
business to
item
me.
until I get fucking sick of it. And at times, I have been there recently. That's why I stepped back. And again, I told you, I have to heal. My body's healing at a slow rate. It's taken me almost a year to get to a point where I still have pain, but it's somewhat manageable.
I think my purpose here, and if I
That's from the
don't
bed
realize it's
source.
soon, I might
That's from the bed
not
source.
be. The what source?
That's from the bed source. That's from the bed source.
Bed sores?
Body heal up from the bed sore.
Yeah,
because he
if
don't
you
never
sit
get
for
off his
too long,
ass.
the skin breaks down and you end up with a bed sore.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They fucking suck too, man. I've seen some horrible ones when I did when I was a caregiver.
Hell yeah. Shit gets bad.
Shit, I've seen fucking bones come right through the damn skin before.
Whew.
Yeah, they're gnarly.
Dark.
You know what? I used to have a fascination with animal bones because you go out into the wild. When I was in Colorado in the mountains, I lived there, and you would find them sometimes. But when you think about it, it seems like there'd be more bones just laying around everywhere. Like, where do they all go?
They get really brittle, and other animals eat them, especially for like the calcium and shit. But you know what's interesting is my daughter has a big fascination with animal bones as well. She's got quite the collection going.
I had one going too until they, it scared everyone away. Like, what the fuck is that in your trunk, dude? Bones.
Oh my God, Landry. All right, buddy. It's all right, man. You're from Dallas. We're gonna get
Yeah,
it.
let's just keep talking shit about Paul. Y'all keep some shit to yourself.
No, I'm an Paul apologist today.
You're an apologist?
Someone has to do it.
Amen.
Well, God bless you, brother.
My second chance might wear off because I do believe I've spoken many times about how close to death I got. I believe that if there's anything I could
Hey, I
pass
got
off to other people as far as
bounce for a
truth goes,
minute.
it's the you know what?
I'll be in the weeds. I got to split for a sec. If that big bitch or slow TW shows up, I'll be back on here.
They won't. Dude, they won't. That's
All
the
of
thing,
you.
dude. You don't realize that the OTW would never, ever be caught dead here.
I do realize.
He keeps chasing me,
They're
chasing
watching right
me.
now.
David Rain's running.
Pussies.
David is running. Bye, David.
You don't know how
Come up
to.
here. Come on.
Rage quit.
Come on up here. Come on. Come on up here.
Salute, buddy.
Punk bitches. Fever.
Jeez. The way that I healed myself because it was so unorthodox. And knock on wood, I still every day. I never take.
You want to go
credit.
full Talcott, bro? What did I come into today as my name? Because the bottom of all this, and I came to this conclusion at a certain point, and that's why I don't necessarily not Jack the way he used to be. I think he's growing into what his rap has been that he took from others. He's starting to grow into it, and I think we've all had the same revelation because you can't be a human here and not have this revelation that I'm a example of a mirror of the principle of freedom, but lack of care, lack of love, right? Jack comes in as a polarity, speaking the idea of us needing to choose love. You can't have love without freedom, truly, and you can't have true freedom without love or care is a better word, right? So we're gonna have to learn to really love and care, bro. And that's the one thing that Cynthia and Wizard and all these people are afraid to do with me specifically. Because
You're afraid to love Paul.
Yes, you're afraid to love Paul, brother, because Paul just says offensive things he doesn't control himself. So you just have to deal with it.
Welcome back.
You can't have love without freedom.
Learn to love them harder.
It's been brought to my attention that we're being restreamed by Landry, and that now there's a hit piece out on me right now. So,
oh, really?
Oh, absolutely. That was the only reason why I mentioned earlier that Landry was in your chat. It wasn't to block him or anything. It was because I already see how the maneuvers happen on here, which means that he was going to restream and he did exactly what I thought he was going to do.
Right.
But
he has a membership on this on my main channel.
Right,
So
and he's
he could
restreaming
review
it.
it anyway. Yeah, he could review
Yeah.
this, and it doesn't. I couldn't do anything about it.
Of course, but
I
this
can't,
is this is where I'm in an awkward position, because I know that you don't want to have the conversation with the guy. But I think I'm going to go over there and see what this young man has to say to me, because I am a person.
And then I'm going to. So what you're saying? I should go live? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, so he's live right now.
Yes.
Okay, and he's, in other words, restreaming us, doing a hit piece on you. Am I correct?
Correct. So, but this is what my point is that I don't.
Isn't this supposed to?
I don't mind being the mediator in a conversation, but clearly, in my experience on here, is that if somebody wants to have a conversation with me, I don't have a problem with that. And clearly, this person has said that he wants to have a conversation with me. So
I don't have any issues if you're going over there. That's if you're worried about that. I don't hold anybody to that standard.
No, I know you're not worried about it. I'm just communicating with you that this is someone that says they want to have a conversation with me, and so I'm willing to do so.
Okay, perfect. But you don't need to mediate between him and I. If you can, tell him if he speaks of me, just keep it to you, right? Always bring it back to you.
That's the lesson.
Yolanda.
Right, that's the lesson.
Okay, perfect. So I'll be restreaming that.
Okay.
All right. Oh, cool. We're going to get some cool stuff here. Woohoo. Oh, wait. I muted it.
It keeps building another brick, adding another brick to that wall that you're putting up of boundaries between them, because he's acting like a little punk.
Right.
I was like this at his age too, and people used to call me a punk too. And now
I love that shit, dude. Hold on. So this is my next favorite line ever since Young Man.
It keeps building another brick, adding another brick to that wall that you're putting up of boundaries between them, because he's acting like a little punk.
Right.
I was like this at his age too, and people used to call me a punk too. And now I see it. I'm hearing how he's analyzing things, and he's just a young guy, right?
You know what I was doing at his age? Exactly at his age, right there. I wasn't in front of a computer at his age.
Right.
I was on a roof. Building a roof.
I had a lot of
He was on a roof building a roof. So was the roof was the roof parallel with the first roof that you were on top of?
Responsibilities at his
That's not even funny.
Business, and I had 10, 11 employees that had to manage, plus the inventory, plus the contracts, plus I was selling all the jobs, interacting with the clients, taking care of the materials, coming up with the administrative, all the bills, everything. I did it all by myself. I didn't need anybody's fucking help. I did it by myself.
Right.
And I have between 300 and 500 roofs under my wing.
That's a lot of roofs.
Yeah, and I kept every single contract. I have all the contracts to prove it.
What a different world.
Yeah.
That's not, you're like, oh, so you're going to go live while you're doing the premiere at the same time? Bold move.
The bold move, sir. Let's see how it plays out for you.
Hey, this is great. Now I got 3 cards up here. This is awesome. I ain't dodging anybody. I'm not going to run. You're not calling me pussy. That's you projecting me. I don't go around.
Sorry, dude. It's so sped up so fast. And so if y'all don't know already what happened here, I mean, he did run. That's the thing, right? And I don't like to use that language because I used to leave and jump off, and especially when I had things to do with the family, I would just I didn't feel as though I was obligated to stick around and just hang out,
You think I ran, but actually I didn't run. I'm a smart motherfucker, and I sensed and I kind of sniffed out the dynamic that was being played out with the host. So I fucked off because I knew that this wasn't going to be an even playing field, that the host wasn't neutral, right? The host took a couple of digs at me, even when it came to playing the guitar and shit like that, right? And then I started seeing his biases, so I left.
And I didn't know the YouTube rules yet, the rules of the road. But I mean, in this case, as soon as there's something else on the screen, so you can't see his circle go away, he does run. And then so he's like, no, I just wanted to go to another panel where I have some sort of
what circle? I wasn't surrounded by anybody. I was all by myself there. Nobody in the community was up on panel with me. I was holding my own. I understand what you're calling about the circle left. There's no circle. I'm the circle.
of intellectual honesty, and I get to have a decent conversation. So he goes to present himself again. Oh, I'm just presenting myself to this paranormal guy, and I saw Speakeasy live, and I saw that OTW was there. That's all it took. You know what I mean? All you have to do is hover over the little thing, and it shows you who's there. So it's not that difficult to find. So when I see Speakeasy's there, I'm like, okay, let me jump in over there. And then I was the one who ended up having the more reasonable conversation that was more productive. And I think that drove him insane, because I can do that better than him too. If he wants to realize that I am not someone who just dips out whenever there's a reasonable conversation that presents itself. I always take the opportunity. You know what I mean? If it's of my interest, if it's not of my interest, I'll dip. And the amygdala is not one I'm interested in. That's why if he's going to keep doing that one and only that one forever for the end of time, I'm not going to be interested in it. But it doesn't mean that I don't have shit that's serious to talk about. Anyone can tell that. It's just not. I don't understand where this guy is so delusional.
Oh, I'm sorry, Landry, but I don't believe you.
Basically going around North Show and start dancing to the song. Like, what are you fucking doing?
Oh, so now it's about showing my face. Now it's about me showing my face. You're welcome to see my face. You're constantly here. I got my face. You want to see my face? Here. You want to see my dick with that too? No. Would you like me to fucking put my balls down your throat as well? Maybe I would like you to teabag.
I just want to know, do you have any of your own?
Yeah, I was gonna say this is funny. Seeing,
I'm following the theme of my own broadcast and the name of my channel, which is absolutely out of this fucking world. So if I can't be out of this world, then what the fuck am I doing out here calling my channel that?
And can I just respond to the chat for a second?
Sure, go ahead.
So I can see, I didn't see that it looked to the audience like I'm making excuses. It's just an observation on his behavior, and all I could do is identify with myself and what I was like at that age. But I agree, you and others are the lesson for him to fucking grow up and to do better and be better.
All right.
That's why I
That's a great segue here. So OTW is the lesson for me to do better and be better. I guess we can start there. Helping it in a way that's so detached. You know what I mean? Like, we're both adults here. We're just doing. If you have this, Landry's moved on. If hours spent, if he's gonna
going.
Okay. There. Hello and welcome, Yolanda. You're gonna say the N word?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm just here because I hear that there's this restream going on, and if you're willing to have a conversation, I'm here for the conversation.
I always am. And that's why I think it's silly, right? To where if he's going to be, Landry's not worth the time, this and that. But I mean, the amount of hours spent sort of talking about me would be diminished greatly if he wanted to have, the one-on-one. I'm not forcing him to. I'm not going to even ask him to at this point. I've moved on past that. But with you have a lot of perspectives, right? Landry's this, Landry's that, sort of on a psychological aspect. I would much rather if you have questions or if you have perspectives, I would love to hear them, but I'm not sure what the benefit would be of just doing it in a way that's so detached. You know what I mean? Like, we're both adults here. We could be adults.
Yes. I mean, clearly you've pretty much decided to share your journey with the audience that you haven't been well in your life. Am I incorrect?
So you are correct. Only caveat.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
So the only caveat would be that the severity of it has been almost completely, I say knock on wood here because I always have a bit of a superstitious side, so it's gotten much better almost simultaneously as I've started doing this online thing. I was so bad that I would not be able to be doing what I'm doing right now or going outside or any of these things. So I'm trending upwards. Like, I'm not in a bad place right now. Knock on wood again. So, I'm healing. I'm very much in a healing process, and I feel 10 times better than I did last year. I'm surprised I made it out alive.
I can relate to that. And that's why my criticisms and opinions have been based off of what I've seen you experiencing on here and what you've decided to share in terms of your health and your mental clarity and such. So my place doesn't come from a place of hate. It comes from a place of observation of a person that's struggling with themselves. So if you really listen to what I'm saying, you could understand that. This place brings the worst out of people, but it can bring a good side out of you as well if you find places to have conversations to improve yourself. But clearly, this loop of antagonizing one another isn't going to make you better. It may give you a different awareness on the psychology of people, which is what I've learned. But people are not always going to have their best interest in you as a person in this space. It's what I've learned anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly true. I hear that and I say that wholeheartedly. So I'm not sure what you think I'm expecting from this place.
Well, I would only know what you expect if you tell me what you expect. I can only guess what you expect, but I wouldn't know unless you specified it to me yourself.
Sure. I mean, yeah. So it's gone through some transitions. Obviously, I came in sort of as a side role with with Talcott. But before that, there's another guy who we just did a show where we did like an hour and a half a week talking about a certain topic, and nobody was showing up for it, so he gave up, and then I moved on to Talcott. And then obviously I gave him my best shot. I saw some potential in him just on the simple grounds of he had substantial live engagement to where we had like the same amount of subs, but I had practically none. So I was like, I'll give this a chance. I'll be editor, side role. He wanted me to help him bring some sort of peace. I didn't know anything about the backstory, so I didn't know that the chaos was something he actually kind of needs sometimes. So I got this position where it wasn't paid, obviously, but I was sitting there next to him trying to help him make a better show. And then as that all went down, he came here, and that fizzled out, and we had our back and forth and our sort of separation. Then Paul comes along, and then Paul sort of brings some people into my area. And, we had some great conversations, but then it just becomes sort of this thing where the loop wasn't happening with me. I was wanting to have better conversations with Paul, but the loop was just all these people in the chat. He just couldn't handle, the criticism. So he did the same thing that we see OTW doing now, where he's just anyone who sort of sends a slight disagreement, they get banned and kicked out. To where, I was in OTW's area for a very long time, just getting decimated by people like Snafu and Imperius. And the whole lesson from them was, hey, yeah, you should take this. Just take this like a man, because you'll get through it, and then we'll move on. And it's like, okay, cool. I guess I can roll with that. But now that the tables have turned, it seems as though, no, we shouldn't have a shit show anymore. We're now the very serious channel. And, Landry's just starting all this shit, when in reality, I've been clear in my goal here of wanting to do something productively with these people. And, I've heard you criticize me. Well, why would they want to be productive with you if all you do is run around and criticize people? The difference is that I want to be upfront about it, and I don't want to do shit behind the scenes where I get together with my friends on Discord and we have little hate parties. I'm not saying that's what OTW does, but I'm saying that's what a lot of people who surround him now are doing in regards to me. So it's the stabbing in the front thing, right, versus the back, to where this is the closest I can get right here. If somebody's not going to talk to me, I can only stab them in the front this way, to where I wouldn't even want to stab at all. Like if he would have just came to me initially that first time, hey, this shit with the money, this kind of frustrating me. Why'd you do that? We could have found some sort of resolution, but he immediately went to the block mode and then just all in, balls out. So I don't know if I hear you willing to criticize him because you have a long-term friendship.
So it has nothing to do with having a long-standing friendship, but watching how you've been maneuvering since that moment of this, of the money situation between you and Chuck, you realize, though, why somebody would say that you're running around acting like a little punk on here, right?
Sure, I hear that, yeah.
Right? Because that's clearly what you were doing. You were being a punk. You were laughing. You thought it was funny. It wasn't a big deal to you. And that's why I use that word. Now, building up to that time, though, there were boundaries that were being made. You are talking with people that are all different ages on here. And so some things may be tolerated and other things not tolerated, right? And you don't take things as seriously on here. And I've said many times in the chats, this is why when we do this loop, whether it be at NPCs, whether it be at Jax, OTWs or whatever, I can see why somebody would make fun of it, right? Because we all act in ways that are pretty ridiculous at times.
Yep.
So I'm just, in my opinion, I don't think it ever was about the money. I don't really know what your relationship was with OTW in private, only what was on the public. But that maneuver, to me, seemed like a jab that would be agitating and annoying to a person, and why they would want to block you and not want you around, because it was immature. Granted, there's a lot of immaturity that goes on in this space, but a boundary was made, right? And that he was like, okay, fine, then you don't need to be around here. And you got blocked. But there were other things that had happened between you guys up until that point. Am I incorrect?
Yeah, like I think the day before, Moose and him were, no, wait, this was more, sorry. So no, during that time, I'm not sure how long beforehand, but we had done a stream where a lot of people got mad. They went over and did, including Cynthia, they went over and did a stream on Snafu's channel, just talking about how stupid and horrible it was for OTW and me to be having a productive conversation, to where we got that song that he used for the Concordium. Started working on some projects together in just a sort of productivity stream. And, they got a lot of those people there who are chronic haters. If you don't see the chronic hatred going on in that chat, it's just as, if not more hateful than than what we do here. I believe it is much more hateful, to be fair with you. Machiavellian, they call it. And I think that if we can't look at that and see how the people who I believe are still on this side, I don't like to have a side, but if there were sides, they're the ones who are encouraging it. Yeah, it's great to see. Awesome seeing you guys get along. We'd love to see some sort of progress here. This is great. And what happened from the other side, who some of these people have changed and flipped around, but there was just a no, so then we had to go in private and we tried again where we were talking about the same stuff, and we weren't streaming it, but he was talking about
right. But see, if you would have noticed, dummy, that I didn't give a fuck what chat was saying, and I decided to do whatever the fuck I wanted, and I decided to work with you amidst all of the bullshit that happened, and I worked with you, and you just fucking went and did the same fucking thing on my show, and then on to the next day, dude. That's being disingenuous, is where I drew the line right there. It's like we're actually doing something productive, and then you want to go ahead and make fun of that, right? And laugh about it and be immature about it when you were actually starting to build something, and right the next day you burn a bridge that you didn't even finish building yet. Hello.
Business ideas and just getting all excited, and we're having a decent conversation, but then this thing happened where what was happening before that, right? Where it was Paul and Jack just coming at me like bitchy, like just bitching to me and just being so, well, young man, what do you think you're doing? And I'm just sitting there taking it, I'm just whatever, we can hold out. And then Chuck comes in, he tells me, hey, he texts me, he says, hey, restream this so I can, send you a dono. I have no idea it's going to be that much, but he does it. I didn't realize that Patrick wasn't going to notice it. You know what I mean? How would we ever predict that? So it just became a moment of genuine, if he can't find that funny, that just shows that he's got too much pride, because anyone could say that shit was hilarious. I think even you said that.
Well, yes, it was funny, but those of us that have been around for a long time in this space know you just proved the point as to why Chuck did it. It was to be a dig. So it was funny for you. It was great for you, but this is a long time thing amongst particularly these men in this space, right? They know how to jab and get at each other. And maybe for OTW, that was the momentum for him that he needed to say that he didn't want to deal with that kind of shit anymore. Maybe that was the mirror that he needed. I make those comments all the time about us mirroring our behavior with each other. There's the dark aspect of it and the light aspect of it. So maybe that's what he needed to see for himself as well, that he didn't like what he saw. And you were that person for him and made him want to change directions in his show. And everybody has the right.
What is that direction that he's changed?
I guess, taking out people that he decided didn't want to have.
But I mean, I'm more in his show than I've ever been before. I am like the most I've ever been a part of his show is now. It's just we won't talk one-on-one.
Well, but you guys are doing the same thing.
I'm forced to.
You're not forced to do anything.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that I would talk to him directly. I would do it offline, online, his face, my face. I don't care. He's the one who doesn't want to do that. So if I'm going to say anything, if I'm going to respond, especially when there's lies involved, this is my only choice. But I still spend less time making a note to get outside and, be moving along and just sort of setting reasonable expectations for myself, which I don't see as a bad thing. If anything, you can't sit here and tell me that that's not the better position to be in.
But see, you don't even know that in me personally has gone out of my way to suggest that you guys have the conversation. So I have already tried having and doing my little means and ways of networking that I had suggested that you guys have the conversation so that this can stop. Because look at your chat. Look at what the people are saying about me in your chat. Right. This is something that goes round. It goes round and right. It goes round and round and round. Everybody. This is an echo chamber of opinions and perspectives, and you're not going to really know a person until you have a one-on-one conversation with them. Right. That's how you know.
I agree.
And actually, here I'll turn on my camera too so that you can see me.
Wow.
So you're not going to really know. It's hard to really get to know a person, but I've put a lot of time and energy and attention in this space with specific areas. And I pick and choose when I want to participate, and I don't want to participate anymore because of this type of nonsense. I have a lot of people that have opinions about me, and I've realized they're just opinions. But I want to tell you, Landry, I really think you are sick, but I don't think that I'm not accusing you of being mentally sick. I know myself has had some issues in my life, and I've overcome being very, very sick. And I was actually going to suggest to you, Landry, that you should look into having a very specific blood panel done for yourself to be checked out for autoimmune disease. And I have something called lupus and Sjogren's. And over the time, it's attacked my body and my organs. And it's created brain fog. It's created disharmony amongst my body. And so I had to really research and find information and the spiritual aspect of myself to help it heal myself. This space is not going to get you where you need to be in terms of that. It's going to bring you and keep you in that space of negativity and anxiety and stress. If that's what a person wants to do, that's what a person wants to do.
I feel as though I've been cultivating something, and I hate to use that word, but this isn't the space that I feel like that is being created for myself. It's the whole point I've been doing here is for the productivity for people like me and Moose who can just get things done. And that's what I was trying to achieve with others here, and I failed, and I'll move on. This cause, like, we can just look at the dynamic here, right? We can look at me. How are you doing? All right, here. As of right now, this moment, I feel no agitation. I feel no stress. Sometimes I do get there, but I recognize it. Like I said, I have some health issues that I have never had resolved. You know, I believe those things are worth doing. They are very expensive. I've had so many other tests that just every time you get one test, it doesn't work out, and you need another test. So that can be a rabbit hole, among itself. But I just want you to realize that this isn't the kind of conversations I hear over at OTWs. I don't hear these very many places at all. I hear a whole lot of the same shit that you're criticizing here, which is, you're right, but you are correct. There are levels to this, to where it can make us feel sick, and that's emotionally, mentally, spiritually, all those things. So I will not say that you are wrong, but I believe that I've carved a good balance here, to where I'm doing what's right for me, and I can only do that much until, like I said, this has been financially trending upwards, but I'm not just on Team Dusty, where, I'm going to go do whatever he wants me to do. I spend very little time there. I spend most time with myself.
So I made one comment in your chat. I made one.
Mm-hmm.
And that was about, I'm guessing, 2 months ago or so. And it was a day that Paul, I think, was over here. And you were holding your own, right? It was a day when you were holding your own. I think at one point you had even kicked him from the screen or whatever, and he came back and he laughed about it or whatever. But I had put in there in your chat that I was glad to see that you have to hold your own in this space, right? Don't let anybody tell you what to do. You have to be your own person. But unfortunately, this is an echo chamber, and the influence is insane. I've been on the same journey that you have of participating with these people and getting kicked out, criticized. But one thing that I've really learned is that people who aren't well in their mind, in their body, in their spirit, are the ones that keep this hamster wheel going.
So who is well here in this space?
I don't think that there is any one person that I can point out that is well.
That's
but
scary.
I can see right. But I can see where people's anxieties and frustrations and hatred within themselves is shared and influenced.
So you don't feel as though you're in a place to where you're presenting that information that would be applicable everywhere here, but refusing to do so in the face of it happening. So if there's an echo chamber, right? Say that I noticed this happening and I had somebody like you in my space, and I was like, well, hey, are we doing this right now with each other? Well, I don't know. Are we? And we sort of had that conversation. Why don't we ever see that? For example, like instead of, okay, why don't we just turn off these other people and go.
That question is hard for me to answer because it's so overgeneralized. All I can do is have the conversation and the experience about what you and I are doing right now. And I think that is also a really big lesson, is that we have to keep it one-on-one. You'd have to be very specific in an example for me to have an opinion about it. But overgeneralizing, I think, is a dangerous place to be, because that's what I've learned in this space, is my overgeneralization gets myself in trouble. So it's better to keep it to you and I and the specifics.
I agree. I mean, that's the way I've always talked about this, right? The one-on-one, the art of the one-on-one. That's if we go to astrology, it's the way that I believe the seventh house operates, and I have, a lot of seventh house, and I think that you're right. I don't know what can be had on these big ginormous panels other than a serious challenge to see if you can manage a way to have a group conversation, and it's not easy, but I do believe that you're reasonable. That's why I would rather talk to you than just listen to all these opinions that you have about me. I don't think that they're all wrong. I think that some of them are wrong, especially when you said something about that private conversation. That's where these things get misconstrued, and it becomes important for me to clarify that I ended my stream. Paul told me, "Hey, you better be aware. I'm putting you on notice right now. This is a private conversation. If you dare to reveal what I'm going to reveal to you now, I will sue your ass in court." And then he just pulls up his bank account, shows me all that stuff. And then somebody else just comes in. He says, "Oh, I found the link. Whoops. Never heard of this guy. Penal power." And then he starts restreaming that same conversation privately without my knowledge. So I'm like, okay, so now, well, it's not private, it's public. So I'm like, okay, so he told me that while doing it himself. So is that a projection? So it's already fair game. If it's already fucking out there, that I'm like, okay, well, that wasn't even me, my doing. And he was aware that was happening. So I just wanted to point that out as well while you're here.
Well, I had to ask that myself with OTW to clarify that, because I was confused. I thought we were reviewing you sharing the private conversation, and then I learned that Sean had restreamed it and that you were reviewing it. For me, though, if it were me trying to establish some type of trust amongst OTW and perhaps Paul, maybe restreaming it and having a panel reviewing it may not have been the best idea. If we're trying to establish some type of respect and trust or keep this thing going, why not just not review it? Why not start from scratch? And
I would love to start from scratch, dude. These people don't do that. They want to just they
even
provoke
right
it.
now, right? Even right now, you started to restream what is happening over in OTW's members only.
What was he doing? What was he doing? Same thing.
But if I'm not talking about OTW, we're talking about you. So if you want to create, am I incorrect?
Well, I'm just confused because like you are there, you're much a part of it. You don't say, "Why are we doing this, OTW?"
I did ask OTW why we were doing that.
But I mean, it happens every day, right? So we could end it.
And even yesterday, I was asking the same thing. Like this is never going to get anywhere, right? All of these frustrations with one another, the poking and prodding at one another. Those that I do have access to in the private, I've asked if we could go up and on a panel and talk about it, and people choose not to, right? They no, I'm not interested, Yolanda. I don't want to do that. I'm gonna move on.
Well, I do. So that's what's different, right? But I can't make anyone else do anything.
Yeah. So it's entirely up to you where you want to go.
It's not complicated. I've said it before. All you have to do is quit the nonsense and and show signs of good faith, and the doors could be opened. The doors aren't completely closed. They're closed as long as you keep doing this, Landry. As long as you keep reviewing us and you keep doing this bullshit, dude, it's gonna be and it's gonna stay like this. Okay. So I'm giving you the opportunity to put your weapons down, surrender, okay? Fucking come correct, and then we can talk. That's it. This is the offer that I'm giving you. You take it or you fucking leave it.
Go forward with this, right? Like if you want to keep restreaming, pointing out the insults, all of that. And the same on OTW's part, right? He can continue to do that or not do that himself. I don't mind being here to help mediate. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, here's the thing. I've said it many times that I would shut this shit down and like have the one-on-one and get it over with. I've said that I don't even know how many times now. So I'm not here trying to siphon off his views or do any of that shit. I'm just here because there's a large group of people who have been banned.
Look,
and,
I'll show them signs of
we
good faith.
Can't help but sort of.
Look, I'll show them signs of good faith. All right. I am resentful. All right. I hold a grudge, but I'll show him signs of good faith. Look at this. I'm going to drop the link to my StreamYard. Here is me showing good faith. Click the StreamYard link and Yolanda will moderate if she is willing to. There you go. Okay, just make sure that I'm not blocked there. When he probably got it in his StreamYard anyway. So there we go. So let's go back to live.
Please, just yes, please. I want to make this as
because as this was happening in these last few days over at and when Snafu has made his accusations at Wizard, my point has always been this: Wizard was sick. Wizard was suffering, and that group united together as a group because they cared about Wizard. Wizard was able to receive that money and buy a technology to help him get better. And by the grace of God, Wizard is still here. And his answers were guided answers.
So was it by the grace of God?
I'm not done. I am not done, Wizard. Knock it off.
No.
You're being an angry, spiteful person right now. No, Wizard, can you let me finish?
Another. It was
you
either
are so used to being
active tech.
both of y'all. Come on, this is like we could just get somewhere here, right? Let's just. I don't want to be this guy. Just come on. I don't like to be that guy, but please, just I want to. It was just going so well, and this could just become the shit show again. But we can go over to the shit show for the shit show.
I don't know if I'm even able to continue this conversation because I am not.
I don't think you should.
Okay,
why,
well,
Wizard?
Yeah,
why
yeah,
would I
why,
be
Wizard?
able to have a conversation about this, Wizard?
How many times do we have to remind you? You were just over there bad talking about Landry. Then you come over here and say it's not about OTW. When you were on OTW's bad mouthing it about this very same thing. Then you turn around and come over and try to get him to go over there. Why doesn't OTW get his fucking cuck ass up and get his ass over here?
That's not what is happening, Wizard.
Yes, it is. It is.
I'll give you a chance to respond. Sorry, go ahead.
So I was informed that you had an initial issue with me. I'm coming over here so that you can have the conversation with me. OTW is the common link. We're discussing the dynamics of OTW. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not over here to represent OTW. I'm here to represent Yolanda and Landry's criticisms, concerns, or frustrations with Yolanda. That's why I'm here. I'm not responsible for OTW. I'm not responsible for Paul Enslaved. I am responsible for myself. And that is why I'm here. And yes, I was over there having criticisms of what was going on because I was in that stream and I was frustrated with it. I think all of this is ridiculous.
It is, but it's like that's where we have to be able to understand the difference, right?
Right, and it's communication, right?
Mhm.
Which is why I
Yeah, this is so simple.
And communicate with you.
And I appreciate it so much because it points something out that is just, it's the most simple thing here, right? I'm not going to in this situation, right? I'm not gonna fucking do the thing that we saw at the shit show. I'm not gonna just be like and just start screaming. I'm not gonna do that.
Well, unfortunately,
this is what I would do.
Yeah, but unfortunately with Wizard, that is Wizard's approach to things. So
well, it's a lot of people's approach
overs-
here.
Right. Wizard does it. Snafu does it. Paul does it from time to time, right? And that's where I disengage. But sometimes I get so frustrated because it gets nowhere. There's a lot of people that do that. And then I get accused for doing the same thing. Wizard has a history with all of these people, right? These people have not been able to come together and have a one-on-one and do a conversation. They're so angry. They're so frustrated with each other that they can't even do this anymore.
And that's what I'm trying to say. So
And that's what Wizard's
emotional.
projecting onto me. Wizard's projecting his frustrations over me being able to come over here and have a conversation. And maybe I'm wrong, right? I am more than willing to admit when I'm wrong. Be specific in the question that you want me to be, to say that I'm wrong about. And I'm willing to do that.
You ever spoken to them about their false accusations that they make? Or do you just talk
Be
about
specific. Who's that?
The OTW about the cancer and the thing with my family, I believe, is what he's talking about.
I, in the chat and in the past, have gone on the panel and very specifically said, I may have even have done it at Gabe's. I can't remember anymore because this is just such a long, drawn-on thing. But I really, in my opinion, know from my heart that you were sick. And I think that it's gross that that people are hanging that over your head. It was a blessing that you received that help at that time. And you're here for a reason. You're here for a reason, Wizard. And it's not for anybody to say as to why. Only the creator can say so. You're here for that reason. But again, it would be up. So you agree?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Maybe you should check out some of my work. Talking about how everybody wants to judge everybody. See, God is the judge, and man does everything by a ledger. It's all about the money, all about the clout, cash, and collectivism, while they point that finger at everybody else. And I'm the only man that stood on my own all the way through. I'm not part of this panelverse. I've been doing this a long time.
Now, see, I'm confused. What do you mean you're not part of the panelverse?
This panelverse is part of me.
Okay. That's an interesting perspective. Yolanda is an enabler. Why would I be? This is the common thing that we go round and round and round, right? Is that we're responsible for other people's behavior. I'm not responsible for anybody else's behavior on here except for myself. I can have an opinion about other people's behavior, right? That's all it is. It's just an opinion. It doesn't mean that I'm right.
I agree. Yes, a lot of us, right? We can all sort of take that position, but it's important. And I want to make it clear here, right? That this is what's lacking here in this space. It's so simple. It's unbelievably simple, but people get so caught up in their emotions. And what do you see, right? You see me saying, Patrick's a bitch with his face on the dragon in the thumbnail, and you review it, and there's that feeling as though when you're in an area and the chat is going one direction, I'll say even here, right? It might feel a little bit uncomfortable to people who have been upsetting others and blocking them, and sort of them seeing something that doesn't seem to be favoring them. But what we have to realize is that that's going to go any direction. It's going to be leaning one way or the other, and it's going to make a sort of, you can say, echo chamber and all that. But at the same time, we could be better about just holding ourselves up to standards, right? To where it's not complicated, it's not complex. I feel like people see each other as competitors when I want to be collaborators, to where I believe that that's where the true value would come from, is the collaboration. But then I get shit for that too. Why do you want to collaborate? They didn't want to do it on your own, this and that. You cannot win in this online space. People will always come after you and criticize you. But all I've wanted was this, even from the get-go with OTW, when I was trying to sort of hash out issues I had with Snafu or whatever. What was that? Just yelling, screaming all over me. And I know you can't address that because it's not you. But I believe what will happen with him if I do take this engagement, which I'm willing to do it. I still am, because I am good faith, and in this case, but I just believe it might go a certain way. I believe it does need some sort of moderation. I don't know what the best way to do that would look like, because I feel as though I can kind of predict how it's going to go, because I believe it is a power move for other people. And for me, I don't see it as that. I see it as a desire to collaborate. I don't want to put anyone backstage for power.
Well, sometimes it's necessary, like you just had to do for Wizard and I, right? Is the timeout to recollect ourselves and try to get on track. I just want to address Moose for a moment, because Moose and I were fine with each other up until I had criticisms of you. And then all of a sudden the name calling, right? I was a bitch, I was this, I was that. And I thought, see, that's crazy to me, because all it was conversation in a chat. It wasn't a one-on-one conversation. And Moose has been around long enough to know that he's been part of all of this as well, right? People decide when they want to choose sides and to engage and initiate gossiping and bad mouthing and all of that. All of us have done it. So there's no clarity until you come up and have the conversation. That's what I've learned. If people are interested, if it's important enough to them.
It is to me.
Yeah.
To where that's what I'm saying. You're right about the way this affects us emotionally. It's very real, and I felt it. And a lot of the times I feel it because of the way that these people want to make it a game, to where there are people who want to see you uncomfortable, and we can use like Steven as an example sometimes, right? I think we can all unanimously agree on that. To where King Steven, like, he has a side to where he can be tolerable, but then he also wants to trigger people. He goes to the extreme level to get there. I believe that we have smaller, milder versions of that with many others here. To where when I troll somebody, like when I go on to OTW or the paranormal show he was on, and I say, they ask me, how'd you find our show? And I said, OTW, he's my best friend. That's not me trolling because I want to see him just freak out. That's me making a lighthearted joke. It's like a sarcastic, dry humor. If I went in there and I just had my name as like OTW, grooms children or something that other people in the space do that they just don't say anything about. Okay, cool, whatever. That's a different fucking story. That is trolling.
Well, it's hard to, again, you'd have to be very specific in the behavior, right? What being dishonest, disingenuous, antagonizing, all of those things, you'd have to be very specific on the example, right? So you just gave the example of what you said, but maybe up until that time, OTW was just over it. I don't know. I can't speak for OTW. I can't speak for Cynthia. I can't speak for Paul Enslaved. All I can do is speak for myself.
I mean, I still think that there's even a sense of here right now where he's down there, and he thinks somehow if he came up here, I would fuck with him or make it a game like that. When I don't believe that is what I would do. I don't know. I want to go over there, but I don't trust him at this point. I don't believe that I should. This is the only reason.
You guys have given every reason not to trust each other. Right.
Well, have I right now shown any sort of ill will or bad faith in my moderation skills?
In this moment, in this exact moment?
In this moment right now.
No, just in this moment though.
Well, we're living in the now. So
right. So yes, in this moment, you've been able to show that you can moderate and have the conversation. So there are things that you guys are going to have a conversation about. But another thing that I've learned and I've seen in you, Landry, is like even right now, you're not over speaking me, and you're actually listening to what I have to say, and I appreciate that, because the speaking over each other, there's the loss in translation all the time. So I think that that's a key component to any conversation in life. So I appreciate that. And again, like if anybody in the chat, if you're willing to, right, or if you're happy with the way things are going right now, anybody that has any issues with me, and they're more than willing to come up and address it if they would like to while you mediate. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I think it's a good thing to do. I believe it's when I used to sort of vouch for this, I was trying to hype up this sort of notion. I got a lot of pushback because it was like, oh, who are you to control OTW space. But this is to where if we are, we're here now, and Moose said he's going to come up in 20 minutes. I this is what I was wanting to do for, I guess it's 2 weeks now, right? And to me, it feels almost like spitting in my face to where he, just because I don't even know why. Maybe it's because you were willing to have the one-on-one, but I don't even know why he finally conceded and says he's willing to engage civilly. To me, it just feels like frustrating because it was what I would have done this entire time.
Landry, look who's in your chat.
Who?
OTW.
I know, I see him, and he's trying to, get me over there, and I'm willing to go, but I'm just like, I feels like it makes me sad because I feel as though I still don't even know. I don't know how to explain this. If he can't see that this is what I've been trying to say this entire time, where he's like, no, not worth it, not worth it. It's like, well, why is it worth it now?
Landry, you just said you're in the now. So do you want to have the conversation with OTW? He's here.
Yeah, I do. But Moose is coming. But, Moose is coming too. Pero, do you have any last words?
No, I'm going to go do my thing. I'm not going to play this cuck shit anymore. You guys want honesty and truth? That's where you'll find it. Over on my channel. Because I'm not going to play these fucking drama games anymore. You want to play games? Let's play psychological bullshit blood sports. That's brutal honesty. And I'm done with every fucking lie you have. You want to sit there and say in your negative language that I was sick? Yeah, I'll admit I was sick. Well, let's point out the fact that makes no fucking difference. The real mistake was my own in opening up and telling anybody about it. Because in the meantime, I'd sat on those panels for months and didn't say a fucking word. And then when I did say a word, then when everybody saw my weakness, until then, I was the angry old man, just like I am today for spouting truth. You fucking cuck motherfuckers.
I don't know. I believe that here. Okay, can we do this right? Can we get him up here and then just like transition over there, like just to that way, we can sort of start off and just. I'm not going to mod god him. I'm not going to touch any of those buttons. I just want it to be clear that I'm not trying to siphon anything from him, but I believe that he is here because that's what he wants to do, which is fine. He can want to do that. I understand it's a limited audience, but we can come on. We can have this in good faith, chilling out. We'll get
I'd
there.
like to clarify something.
Go ahead.
And I think I'm going to get a little emotional about it because this is what really frustrates me about this space is that we can use drama, all the time and say drama, drama, drama. But it's about life and social dynamics amongst people. And this is why I'm here, is the social dynamics amongst a group of people that have shown me some amazing things about where people are in their headspace. It's a really interesting experience. And I think that it's a great thing that OTW is going to come up here, and you won't know what it's going to be until it happens. But it really frustrates me. There's just so much confusion in this space, and it can really steer people in all different directions. But I'm looking forward to him coming up here.
I agree because I felt the same way. I felt the same way about this, to where it makes me emotional in a way that I don't like it. I mean, it's important to feel emotions, though. It's important to feel sad and raw.
Well, again, I'm a woman. I'm gonna see.
Me too.
This is kind of what OTW and I were talking about in the stream. He was giving me his opinion as a man and mine as a woman, and how different we think. And his perspective of how he thought women thought, and my perspective about how men thought. But it doesn't mean that I'm going to say that I know how you think. I'm not a man. I can only come from my perspective as a woman towards all of this.
I think here's the issue with me, though, right? Is where I'm definitely a product of my environment. I had 3 older sisters, and spent most of the time with my mom with divorced parents and all that. So I have very much a lot of feminine traits, and that's why I always acknowledge that. To where people there's a fundamental difference between the way I act and many men act. To where they operate in ways, and a lot of that is sort of the less favorable sides of humanity, which I would say just the sort of the more dominating and this sort of puffing your chest out to where when I puff my chest out, I still do it in a way that's like a little gay. You know what I mean?
See, I don't. This is where I have a hard time with that because my biggest lesson in life thus far is defeating and combating trauma. We talk about it all the time in this space. But for me, the reason why I'm passionate about it is because I really did have to defeat it. I had, and everybody in this world suffers. There's not a single person in this world that isn't suffering. And it took my 90-year-old grandfather to point that out to me. And he had said I was having a mental breakdown in my life. And I was spending time with my grandparents. And he had said to me, and this was in my 30s, I'm 45. And he had, in order for me to snap out of it, he had brought that to my attention. You know, Mika, everybody is suffering. There's not a single person in this world that isn't going through something. And I really thought about that because I had realized how much I was making myself suffer over not being able to let go of things. And I think that was an abundance of wisdom that I needed to hear at that time. And I also know that that's what creates disease, is not being able to let go of trauma.
You know, I see Jim from Florida, you know, he's say a poll on who cares about Yolanda's life. I'll say this, dude. I've appreciated your support tremendously, Jim from Florida, but I do care because I was there. I was close to death. And like, I mean, I have emotions too. Like, this is the thing, right? To where we can all bury it and disguise it whatever way we might want to. And it might not be as entertaining as other things, but above all else, dude, that is the most real form of any of this. Like, I don't know if I'm a truther, because a lot of people, they just go in the Browns boy direction, where they just say everything's a conspiracy. You know, now I'm sort of a part of this whole thing in his narrative, and they get too paranoid. But there is a seriously explainable, and if you spend any time with these health conditions, you can just go on Reddit and go on hundreds of different subreddits about people who just spend their times chronically ill, having no idea what to do. Their sickness does not fall into the mainstream window, so they can't even get help, and they're just all crying out to each other. No one knows what to do. And for me, I would see people saying 10 years, 15 years, never getting out of it. So the fact that I got out of that was back because it's the most horrifying thing in the world, because it was never, if I was going to, end my life, it was when, because there's no way I could make it, because it was just tomorrow. No, I'll do the next day. All I wanted to do was get to the next day. And this is to where it's just the world is sick. We see the shift of where there's some truth to it. I acknowledge that there's the transition to technology and all this stuff that we do online. It is not sort of what we're designed for as humans. I've gotten away from being afraid of it to more embracing it while still wanting to get the time outside. I believe it's a balance sort of thing. So that's why I say, I want to do 2 hours, 3 hours instead of 10. And, just in other things, like if I could walk
that was my advice to you. Move. Yeah. The body is meant to move. We're not meant to sit in front of a screen. We're not meant to sit down, and be stationary for hours upon end. The body is meant to move. The lymphatic system has to move all of the fluids and the toxins and all of those things. We're meant to breathe fresh air. We're meant to be in the sun. We're meant to be outside, and to have the balance. And those were my criticisms in the past, right? Get yourself outside. So then you started to go outside, right? I was trying to say, if this is going to be a lifestyle and this is your profession at this time, create the balance for yourself, do a little bit of both. And you did. And may not have been based off of anything that I said, but based on your own awareness and seeing the difference in that 1 week you were out, Landry. That 1 week you were out, you got color in your skin, your mood changed, you were happier, you were energetic, and I was all for it. right? I was like, okay, at least he's getting out. But all of the negativity was still following behind you, right? And
it was coming from a place of people who just want to see others fail, which I don't want to see others fail. I really don't.
I mean, and you never know what's in store for each new day, right? Like, would you ever expected that this was what was going to be for you today?
No, but this is amazing.
Right. Well, people have criticized me in this space for 4 years for doing this. What I'm doing with you, I've done with Jack. I've done with Paul. I've done with OTW and other places. And I get the same criticism. I'm a Karen. I'm, all sorts of things.
Well, sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm going to.
I was just going to say, you lived up to the most honorable expectation that I have here, which is a very simple one, which is, hey, we're talking about each other. I was going to make some opinions about you, obviously, without you here. But if we're doing that, why not address it head to head? And just, that's what people do. So I cannot ask much more of anyone else. So it means so much to me, like tremendously, I'm not going to hold on to the things that you said. You said things about me that I don't think are true. But the same thing with others who have said things in the past. I can let it go. I can just, it's gone because I do forgive. And that's where a lot of people, they just get so caught up in he said this about me. He said that about me. Well, if y'all didn't realize, I came into this, I didn't throw any ad homs. I was very much like too nice to where I just, didn't criticize anyone at all. I was just like, oh, okay. You don't think you're okay. All right. And then, I kind of started to say, hey, I'm going to start using the word bitch and the word shithead or whatever, because I was getting to the point.
It brings the worst out of us. It really does. And that's where I've come to realize that in this space, right? Like I will leave and I will take breaks because this brings the worst out of me sometimes. And sometimes it's necessary, because you're like, oh, where did that come from?
Well, it also brings energy sometimes to where if you don't have any energy.
And sometimes, and this is where I mentioned to OTW and what I've been saying in the chat, like we need that mirror aspect of each other. Life would be boring if we didn't have opposite polarities going on. But the suffering that we endure and that we go through is what gives us the lessons. And that's when we become aware and we get stronger, is the suffering. You and I have that common link. I almost died myself. And I healed myself with the help of others. I just didn't do it by myself. But I was able to get past it. And that's why I'm passionate about the topics that I talk about and that I share in chats or whatever, because it's my own experiences.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Right. I've heard God. I don't need anybody else telling me what to do to look for God. I can share my aspects on it. It doesn't mean that my way is everybody's way, but I can share that I believe in divinity and we are divine and it is in every single one of us.
And that's where I really struggled, is because I haven't encountered anyone who was willing to have that engagement to where I just believe that, that is my truth. We talk about the truth and no, it's about the truth. Mine is so subjective because it is mine, and it is very. I mean, I can't even really explain it. Like with obviously, I was losing weight because I had lost the weight from my diet and my intermittent fasting. But then I got sick and I began to lose weight like too quickly to where when I got to 260 to 200, naturally I got to 200 to 170. I think even like 165 at one point, like rapidly, because I just couldn't eat. I couldn't, my digestion was so fucked up because it's such a delicate balance. But I mean, nobody took me seriously. I'm young. They'd never heard of anything. Well, I had no diagnosis because I didn't have cancer. They didn't care. So this is the thing that it is subjective, but that is what tested me with God. I still think it's pushed me to a place where I don't know if I have a better understanding of God. I know this hasn't brought me there. I haven't heard any conversations that have gotten me closer to that. If it presents itself, I will engage with it. That's just the same way I did on that paranormal show, to where I'm not going to shy away from it, but I don't know it as an authority. So I'm not going to present as an authority on these truth topics.
Same here. I mean, God, the only reason why I brought up God, because I am myself. I have to give myself the credit, right? That I woke up to it, that I fought for myself. But I did receive an experience in my life where I couldn't believe it when I heard it and when I saw it and when I felt it. And that encouraged me that I was on the right path, right? Because I can't blame God. I can't give all praise to God at all times because I am of God. So I have to give glory and praise to myself as well, right? And that's why I bring up mind, body, and spirit being in alignment with each other. And truthfully, that's why I brought up earlier to you is it took me 15 years to get diagnosed. And it was important that I did because those autoimmune diseases destroy you. No matter what you do in terms of holistic means or of medications or surgeries or whatever, if you don't catch it, it eventually kills you. So now I have that data. Now I have that information. And I'm able to know when I'm having these flare-ups or whatever and what I need to do to try to get myself onto balance for it. So I'm an advocate for those conversations.
Yeah, me too. And I've found a much more it's unusual and obscure. And I'm not sure if you've ever looked into human design, but it's like a very interesting thing because it doesn't just talk about astrology to where it's more your personality and stuff, but more of the way you exist in life. And for me, I noted something that stood out to me, which was it was not the food that I was eating that was as important as the environment which I was eating in a quiet, calm, still, silent environment. And that's to where I always had such frustration to where it didn't seem like the foods that I was eating there was no logic in the way that I would feel better. Like I essentially just Greek yogurt every day, and dark chocolate chips have been 20 times more helpful than almost all these supplements that I've tried. They help me get back to baseline. But I believe it's not just that does it. I think if I would have done it at the time where I was at my worst, it wouldn't have done anything better because it is like a thing that you have to nurture and care for. It takes time to heal. It's like not a quick fix. It's never a quick fix.
Have you had a blood panel done for autoimmune disease?
No, those are so expensive.
Yeah, it's very, very specific.
Yeah, I can't afford one.
For years, I had been, surgeries, medications. You're depressed, right? You've got all these different diagnoses of depression and medications for that. And then I started to research and go down that rabbit hole of when antidepressants were created and what it's done to generations as well. So I got really sick during COVID. Whatever that was, I don't freaking know what it was. I really don't know if it was a virus or if it was a change in technology. I personally feel it was a change and an update in technology and frequency, and it made a lot of people sick all at once. That's what I really feel that it was. But I couldn't eat. I was water and crackers for 3 weeks, and I lost a lot of weight, but my body detoxed. It detoxed off of everything, and I never went back on any medications after that. And then I started to get this kind of clarity and my body started to change. And then I was like, wait a minute, looking more into fasting and all of that. But it's been a journey is my point. It's been a journey. And I see that you're on this journey on here and you're choosing to share your story with people online.
Well, let's say, listen, but I'm not going to force it on others to where, all right, we have a special guest here. Moose has joined, and I believe this is an opportunity to be, he has keys, so who's Frederick?
Hey, Moose.
Oh, sorry.
What's up, Snake?
Yeah, I'm the snake. So I can apologize to you for being an asshole. I can do that. I can do that right away because I know I'm an asshole. You know why I'm an asshole? Because you and other people, and I'm not trying to make it combative, but you and other people have sat around in a circle and you've been next to people who have made up lies about me. They've obfuscated the truth, made shit up to the point where it was like creating problems in my own family. And you guys all thought it was funny. You guys thought it was funny to try to destroy somebody who was sitting there helping everyone behind the scenes, somebody who actually gave everything. I was on that broadcast and many other broadcasts every single day. I gave so much more than most people. I gave real I gave, you know, everything about me. I told you guys things that I don't even tell my best friends, right? And you guys used it all against me. The day I went to Patrick's, the day before, we had text messages talking about how we're going to work together. I went to him humbly and I said, yo, Landry really wants to work with you. I want to work this out with you. You know what happens every time? Every time it turns into, hey, let's work together. You're cool. You do a great job. And I show up and you know what happens? The whole thing gets spun. And then I look like the snake and I look like the asshole and I get mad. Of course I'm going to get mad. You would get mad too. You'd say shit about people too, because obviously it hits deep. Because when you think that you're walking into like an effort that you're going to go and be a team and do something and create something, and then you find out that you're the one getting stabbed in the back, and then everybody else is saying you're the snake, how do you think that feels, Yolanda?
Well, again, this is what I had said earlier. I don't know if you had heard me, is that it's a big overgeneralization and frustration that's happening, and I can identify with that too because it's happened to me. But you'd have to be very specific in where.
Sorry. Mute me.
You'd have to be very specific in your criticisms of what I've done to you specifically, because I'm being dragged in to being responsible for a group or OTW, I'm guessing is
well, you should just hold them to the same standard that I feel like that
you hold me.
You guys have seen what my opinions have been in this chat for years, Moose. Moose.
Recently I've seen you aligning with people and being cool with them when they're deliberately spreading lies, like deliberately, downright, and there's no like proof or receipts or anything to show evidence that the person has done that.
Well, so let me just real quick. I want to make this clear: is that this is the issue, right? They can be close enough to the truth to where it just gets confusing. So one example would be the cancer thing with Wizard. I don't know what it is with you, Moose, but I'm not sure if you want to rehash it. If you do, go ahead.
With me, like, look at this. Okay, so let's rewind the tapes. I know we're in the now, but like, let's talk about this objectively. I was Paul's right-hand man for a while, right? And remember that day that I doxed one of my customers at my hotel? Well, that day, this specific day, I had hit the mute button and I hit it twice on accident. Someone who was in charge of the stream knew I did that, let a long enough amount of time that he could have muted me, he could have taken me off, and instead he sat there making fun of me, pointing out how I doxed the customer, and when he was the one who allowed it, and then painted me as some kind of like, you know, horrible business owner and horrible person and blah 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 blah. And then I still was dumb enough to stand next to this guy, and I was still dumb enough to continue on with the program, being an actor, playing the bad guy, being the guy who would try to like. We talked behind the scenes. The shit I did, that shit was orchestrated. It was organic, but it was inorganic, like, yo, this what you want today? Okay, cool. All right, got you. And then I do it. Everybody knows what the fuck I'm doing. Everybody, even Jack Talcott knew what I was doing. Jack loved it. Everybody reaped the benefits of everything I have done. And then turned around and said, that motherfucker's a snake. That motherfucker does this. That motherfucker, blah, 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 blah. And then I get this huge reputation that's not even true. And so it's like, I can't even go and hash that out with these people, because if I go to a certain broadcast, you know what happens? I get dunked. I get dunked repeatedly. I get talked over. That's why I bought a new mic, so I could try to like get into the conversation and actually be like, yo, this is a conversation, not like a beat down. And it's like, I have genuinely tried to find some kind of like harmony with all these people.
It's hard.
But then you get stuff like, why are you so obsessed with them? You know, that's the kind of rhetoric that we hear, to where this is all that I've been wanting for weeks. Why are you so obsessed with OTW? It's not. I believe that we're adults and this is possible. Peace is available. But what they want to do is it on their terms and their conditions, and they want it to be, I don't know how they operate, but
Well, before we continue trying to speak for OTW, I think the best thing would be to have OTW
Did you do that,
come
Moose?
up here.
I didn't do that, Moose.
right now, Lou.
And have
We're having
OTW come up here
conversation.
so that you guys could talk to him about it and then go from there, because and then hash that out, because you guys are the ones that have that history with each other of all that behind the scenes stuff and so on and so forth. I was just a chatter and sometimes jump on a panel from time to time, but like the history you're talking about, Moose, is so deep. That's what I'm saying, Landry. This stuff is a lot. There's a lot to unpack. There's a lot of trauma amongst the different channels, miscommunications, not coming eye to eye, and being able to just do this without interrupting and yelling and all of that comes along with it, with like what I just experienced with Wizard a few minutes ago. It's like, if you really want to hear, and if you're really genuine about wanting to move on and start over, or even at least confront the situation, then you're not going to be able to have it unless you're actually listening. But I'm gonna
Before you go, real quick, I just want to say that I've been open to all these interactions. I've been open to it. I've been asking for it. I've been totally cool. And when I say I forgive somebody, I forgive them. And I'll literally go and stand next to these people and do something with them. If these people were stand-up people, if they were honest about what their intention was and they didn't try to spin the truth, I'd be okay with that. But it's when people come together and they surround each other and they circle jerk for each other and they pretend, and it's like, that's not truth. It's not truth.
I agree. I'm gonna go to use the restroom. I'll be right back though. I'll be right
Sorry, I thought you were taking off.
No,
All right, so
I'll be right back. I just
wanna-
drank a ton of water.
Okay, I'll see you in a second. I wanted to just take this moment to say, what's up, Lou Bass? I don't know if I've ever had any sort of issue with you. I don't think I've ever even said anything about you. So, what's
He's
up?
one of the most disingenuous motherfuckers that you'll meet on the internet.
All right, well, that's a great way to start this. But okay, why is that the case?
Why is that the case?
Yeah, why are you here now? I guess
he's a person who loves to pop up, and he loves to try to tell you, oh no, the way that you see things is totally wrong. That's not the truth. That's not how it happened. And he's the same motherfucker that will stand next to people like Snafu and listen to the bullshit for hours and hours and hours and be like, oh yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Let's just lie about everybody in the fucking world. It's all good. And then call you a pussy about it.
Where the hell are you coming from, Moose? I don't know.
You know exactly where I'm coming from,
So
bro.
I
Every time you have ever
Hey, hold on.
popped up on
This is becoming OTW real quick. We're gonna keep it nice and cool here. We're not doing OTW today.
my
Okay,
bad.
are you saying
My
that I
bad.
stand by people like Snafu for anything? Like,
I'm
really?
saying you stand by people who don't tell the truth, and you're okay with them not telling the truth, and you won't call them out for that.
Listen, Moose, I don't know if your recollection of events are different than mine. Maybe so. We're different people. Well, my recollection of things is that I personally, I can give you what I do. I stand by what I believe is the truth, and I hold to my convictions. And if you look at even my interactions with Paul, there were times where, like, just for example, the whole meat thing, right? Paul doesn't eat meat. But I because I believe in what the truth is, doesn't mean I have to accept what I see as the Paul is doing that I don't see as the truth. So I stand by what I see as truth, and I don't let anybody step over that line, right? Because I've done the dive into what I believe is truth, and I don't stand on anything unless I really see it as truth. So the difference between me and you, I believe, is that Paul could call me out and call me a fat cow and a pig and this, and for years, right? Because I eat meat and I can drink blood and I
This is
kill
the
things.
gaslighting.
And I kill things. Hold on, bro.
I'm just pointing it out. Keep going.
That means that, but the problem is you're not seeing is that I don't have to let what he's doing affect me or saying affect me. I could take what's good, what fits, absorb it, and I could let go of the rest. This is what I feel might be the problem with you. if you didn't feel that there was any issues between you and your wife, why did you give it so much power if Paul called it out? Obviously, there's something there. I'm just saying as an example, right?
But there wasn't. That's the biggest
I
thing.
get that, but you acted
I
as if it was, Moose.
I
And
played
even now,
into it.
you're not being genuine by saying stuff.
Gaslighting,
I stand
motherfucking
by
gaslighting.
snafu. That I stand
Every
by
fucking time.
snafu. You just said that.
Why? I guess why are you? Why are you? But hold on though. But what is the point of this though? Because I believe this is. I have nothing. I don't know anything about this. Snafu was just backstage. He came at the same time as you.
That's what happens every time, Landry. Is they show up in a group every time. They show up together.
Snafu was here. Snafu
That's
is like
okay.
Beetlejuice. You say his name 3 times, he's gonna pop up. I had no connection to Snafu. I think Snafu was making himself sick. And I've told them many times, but you're telling me that I stand by Snafu and what Snafu
I said
does.
and do you
really believe that?
Correct. Okay, hold
correct
on, bud. I'm going to correct you. I said you stand by people who spread lies about others and you say nothing. That's what I said. And I use Snafu as an example because he is the closest motherfucker that we can all point at that spreads lies and untruths about people and takes it to real life, talks about people's families, incidents that he has no knowledge of, and people will sit right next to him and they will allow that. And that may not be snafu for you, but you do have people that you'll do that for.
I think that it's a fair point, and I want to kind of move off the topic of snafu because that's one thing that, I've learned my lesson here because I believe he's also anyone who's the strike team. I'm not going to be sort of wanting to have in this space, especially when there's any sort of contention like there's lately. I believe he might act in bad faith, pouring mom or whatever he feels the need to do. So we'll move on from that topic. I can't blame you about that, but Yolanda, now that you're here, I guess they're having some grievances, about their things. I don't know anything about this. Where do you think the best, most productive way to go from here would be? I'm open to anything.
What was it? I think that this is time coming.
I'd like to continue the conversation with Yolanda, and then we can get into Lubass, because Lubass usually ends up a gaslighting fucking 2 hours, and I'm just not into it right now, Landry.
That's fine. I mean, he's never came here before in his entire life, so it's just, it's just fine. He can come here now. I'll be willing to entertain this, for now. So go ahead. I believe it was more enjoyable as well. Y'all talking. I was enjoying listening to that.
What would you like for? Let's do the redirect, Moose. Where do you want to go from here?
Yeah. So where I'd like to go from here is where I went with Mitch the other night. Me and Mitch found resolution. Okay. I explained myself, my situation. I explained my side of the story. He explained his side of the story. We hashed it out. We both said, you know what? Let bygones be bygones. There's no hate in my heart for you. And I'd like to move on from this. And I'd like to not have any disdain for anyone. I would like to not have to look in the chat and see a name and instantly be like, fuck that person. And it's not necessarily like you as a person, Yoli, because I've always liked you. I've always enjoyed our interactions, right? But I have grown to hate the people that surround themselves in those places because I've been trying to get out of those places for a long time. But every time I find other people that I'm working with, somehow those people find their way around us and then they try to cause chaos and then we're back in the loop, right? So I'm trying to break the loop by making resolution and saying, look, I was an asshole to you. I was fucked up. I said some shit that I should have never said. And I'm gonna be a man about it. And I'm gonna say, Yolanda, I am very sorry, but I'm gonna move forward with this. I'm not gonna talk to you like that. I'm gonna move my own direction. I'm gonna be my own team. And me and the people I work with from now on, if they're going to continue the loop and they're going to continue dragging other people down and instead of building them up, then they're not going to be around me, but I'm not going to talk about them.
I'm all for resolution because bitterness and resentments creates a place in the heart that, it's not a good feeling to have. It is a necessity to have an awareness. Right? Sometimes that hatred, that spitefulness, all of those are also necessities for having discernment. But bitterness and resentments in this space just keeps it going. So I think that's great, that example that you gave with Mitch, that you guys were able to move on for now, right? Because you don't know what tomorrow will bring. But, even Mitch and I have our issue with each other right now, too. And if that time comes for us to have conversations about it, it'll happen or not. And again, if I'm wrong about something or want to have a conversation about what I said, then we can do that.
Okay. And I'm open to being wrong, too. And that's something that I've been on record for years. I've been open to being wrong. I may be an asshole for a little while. I may be headstrong and try to go my way and be like, no, I'm right. But at the end of the day, I know what's right. I know how I should present myself. I know how I should treat other people. I know what it feels like to treat other people like shit. And that's not me. It really is not who I am inside. I've always been the person that brings harmony and balance to the family. I'm always the one who, yes, I'm manipulative. The reason why I'm manipulative is because I try to bring that balance. I try to bring people together. I try to stop the bullshit. I try to stop all the quarreling. This goes in my family and my friends. Like I've been known to do that, but I never try to do it with bad intention. And it's always with good intention. When it comes to Mitch, he was going around spreading out how he was saying how I was committing like charity fraud and how I was using charity money to go on vacation and stuff. And I'm like, he let me clear that up. He let me clear that up and be like, yo, that's so far from the truth that we can't keep doing that. Please stop doing that.
It's hard for me in this space because I've had to learn that my standards are not everybody else's standards. And
that's true.
I can't get everybody on the same page that I'm on. But in this space, it's all conversation. It's all spirit, and it's all frequency. So when we can get onto the same wavelength and the same frequency and that harmony, what a breath of fresh air, right? Because all of that static and chaos, it's the adrenaline, right? It keeps the adrenaline going. And then we talk about the addiction aspect of joining this space and wanting to argue and pick fights with people. And that's where I had to step back, but I still love it, right? Because it's such an interesting group of people to have these conversations with. I can't get enough of you guys from time to time. I realize like you need to take a break from it.
Yeah. Every once in a while we got to take a break, got to step back and stuff. And when Lou Bass came up here and I already had my presumption that he was going to gaslight me and it's people like that have been doing it for years, right? And they never like actually sit down at the table and have this conversation and will admit to like, hey, I've fallen short. I did that to you. Like, I'm not going to get that from everyone, right, Yolanda? And I understand that. But the people I do get like actual human response and not like a psychopath, narcissistic response to, I'm going to work with those people because they're more my people. They're more empaths. They're more like they realize that we're here for a greater purpose. We're here for each other. Like we are all connected. I realize we are all connected. Everything in this world's connected somehow, some way. I can't tell you how. I can't tell you, I can just tell you I feel it in my heart that we're all connected. And when we treat each other like shit and we do something wrong to each other, it affects us ourselves. And that's where my falling out, with the show was because my whole thing on the show was just to lambaste people and gaslight them and tell them how they're not a man. And, I was a terrible fucking person for a while, right? I let all the anger out. I let all the hatred towards all these people that were masked up. I did it. It brings you down.
It brings the worst out of us. Hold on, I'm going to close my window because I've got some noise.
Yeah, and Moose, I just want to say that I think that this has been great and good and awesome, and I'd love to see it. But I want to know your thoughts here, right? I think that this is important that we do this and we take accountability and ownership over what we've done and all that. However, I think it's important to be simple in the sense of where I think it's very easily explainable here what me and you seek, and we've done a decent job with each other. You just don't have as much free time as I do, so it's not as easy to move forward with just quick progress in some of these projects. And it's a lot of it is me working on something, and then you do it, and then we share our thoughts and ideas. But we both want the same thing in a way. It might not be the exact same thing, but we want to do something creatively, even if it involves some sort of story that doesn't have anything to do with this space. Involving this space would make it more interesting to the people here, because obviously this is our crowd in a sense, to where that's the people who will show up. But what do you see as the main contention here holding us back? Because I don't think that this is going to change, but I want it to. But I have a feeling it's not going to. I believe that there's some people who just want to do what they've been doing, and we can't force anyone to change. So what's the best move forward here now that I believe against his will, OTW is willing to come to some sort of agreement? I don't know what that would be or look like, but what do you think?
All we can do is be the example.
Yeah.
That's all we can do. And I think it's a dangerous thing to keep assuming on what OTW is doing until OTW decides to come over here and have a conversation with you.
Yeah.
Because we can create that narrative, and it can go on, and you can see the chat's going to fester off of the narrative until OTW does come over here. Until you have the conversation, I think that's when you need to start anew with each other and move forward, and then go from there, in my opinion.
And that's where I get frustrated too, is because I look at both sides. I look from outside the box, and I look at both sides, right? I see two sides, and I see some truth and some truth, and then I see some, there's some humor in some, and then there's some malice in some, and both sides are wrong. I see both sides, but I also see why both sides are wrong. Because when one side starts a war and then decides to cut off the bridge so you can't get to the war, it's kind of fucked up. It's like, okay, so I'm going to just sit here and lambast you all day with all my homies, but you can't come here. You can't talk to me. You can't even defend yourself, or you can't even and so I've got to the point where me and Landry's creative opportunities had been kind of pushed around, because I'm like, I don't want any part of this anymore. I've told him it affects me in so many ways that I just don't want to fucking be a part of the Panelverse anymore. I want to create music videos. I want to create a short film. I want to make that short film so powerful that maybe it inspires someone to change their life. Maybe it inspires someone to look deeper into maybe we are in slavery and genocide. Maybe we do need to come together. Maybe we do need to learn how to grow food and stuff. Back to what me and Paul were originally talking about, being free men, being men, standing up for our communities and our families, and making sure that tomorrow is a better day. And it's not just a speech. It's not just talking about it. It's actually going out there and doing it. It's not a LARP.
To where
that's what I want.
I just find it fascinating to where there's these people who they come out, and I'm not saying anyone's responsible for this except for them, but they come after you and they just say, this is stupid. This still isn't doing anything. You're not shit. You're not doing this. While they just what they want to happen is the same old, which is talking online, which is that's where I'm saying, even this right here, I don't even know how to make it any clearer. I've been saying, what I want the numbers to go down, because that means I'm not streaming as much, and I can focus on these other projects. But there's certain aspects of being reliant on self that are necessary to get places. But then there's also severe limitations that come along with that. What company runs on one person? And this same shit that you're talking about right now is the same stuff OTW was getting all excited about right before the thing with Chuck happened. So
yeah,
it's so stupid that there doesn't need to be a war. The war happened as a result of somebody choosing that over the sense of, hey, okay, that was a little bit silly, and I feel you suck, dude. What the fuck? That's what we should have gotten, right? You and Chuck, man. Instead of this whole, oh my god, nope. You know what I mean? It's just it's so silly, because we can't control other people, but we'll fight back, because especially when it comes down to lies about family and accusations of murder and all these horrible things, faking cancer.
Yeah, and I was one of the people that actually I was one of the people that helped Wizard raise the money for that, and I was there that night. And you know what's funny is I never wanted the credit for anything, but I wanted gratitude. I wanted just gratitude to just know, like, hey, thanks, bro. Thanks for coming to my show and grifting for me. Thanks for getting me hundreds of dollars. Thank you. Just anything, man. And instead, what did I get? I got treated like shit. And it's like, oh, I didn't treat you good enough. No, you just didn't treat me with respect and dignity. That's if you treat me with respect and dignity, like fucking Landry has and Gen X Jeff, I treat those guys. I treat them amazing.
I wish Gen X Jeff would treat me with dignity.
He's still upset with you, but he has offered through me to be a mediator and have a conversation with him, and then we will have a conversation together, and then we'll hopefully hash that out too, because that's where we're going. We're going to a place where it's like we're no longer just being the people that are, oh, you guys are just the pushovers, you guys are just the ones we're going to pick on. No, we're the ones that are creating resolution. We're the ones that are saying, yo, we're above this shit. Like, we want to spiritually ascend. Like, we don't want to sit here and fucking play in the mud all day and fucking chase the dark path all day. Like, okay, you know I love it. You know it's seductive. You know that I love playing in the fucking sandbox. He's still upset with you, but he has offered through me to be a mediator.
Oh, sorry. This is our my favorite show that I love to watch. It's OTW Live. Instead of talking to us right now, he's just doing this.
Yeah.
Well,
and that's where I think he's disingenuous. Because if I go over there right now, he's going to treat me like shit. And I don't come with the sword. I come with a humble atmosphere every time.
Do you guys want to see if maybe you perhaps could go over and have the conversation with Patrick
Here's the thing. How about this, Moose? You go first. We'll send you in.
Okay, so check this out. I'm going to make this agreement with you and myself.
But see, look it already.
Tell me.
This is, if you want to have the conversation, have the conversation. It doesn't need.
I did.
If Moose wants to go, let Moose go. If you want to go, then you go too. It's that easy and it's that simple. But like, it's not a team thing, right?
No, it's not.
Of course not.
It's not. Yeah. But we both individually, and Landry knows this, we both individually have an issue with him because I had nothing to do with the Chuck and Landry thing, and I had nothing but good intentions when I stepped up to the plate, and then they turned on me. So when I go over there, if I get received with respect and dignity, I will return respect and dignity, and I will walk out of there super happy and we'll be all good.
I believe that. Okay, hold on. I just want to know this. What reason do you think this is happening? And I know it's kind of unnecessary to ask that, but I'm curious.
It's hard to say. It's hard to say because we're not over there with Patrick right now.
Well, he could come up here, like he has every chance to, and
I'm not sure why. I again, like this is the hard part in terms of communication as to why.
I believe he sees it as a victory if we go over there, like they came here, I win, and that's where
he's willing. You guys are unblocked, so if you want to go over there, and it's entirely up to you guys. If this is
you know what, I guess I'll do it the most simple way I can think of, which is to
bring us all over there.
Okay. I'll see you guys over there.
I'll see you over there too, and I just want you guys to know that, like, I don't think that me and Yolanda are 100% hashed out yet. We got some time and whatever for the healing, but I think it was a good start today.
Is it behind a paywall? Hold on. Oh no, there it is right there. Okay, hold up. All right, I'll see you there.
I'll see you there. We're gonna make it happen.
Oh no, wait, no, hold on, wait, nope, I'm still blocked. Hold on. Important update. Not unblocked.
Oh
I'll
shit!
Go over there.
Hold on a second. Wait.
See what's going on? And
I don't have him blocked here.
Wait.
But
Sorry,
proof right here.
My bad.
This host has been blocked from entering the studio. So
okay, maybe it's just something that he's got to redo.
It's a glitch.
But I'll.
It's done. It's fixed. He's not blocked.
All right, we'll see.
And I'm proud of you guys. I'll see you in a minute.
He has to try it again because.
I just want to be clear. It's not about validation for me. I don't.
Stick around. Unblock this.
No disrespect to Yolanda, but I'm not looking for validation anymore. I got the validation inside.
I'm going to keep restreaming, obviously, because here I am. I mean, I don't even know if he might have just been doing that as a pull to get her back over there. I don't know. I don't know if I believe his intentions here.
All right.
We've been doing this whole time. You know what I mean? Sorry.
That's why I'm wondering if I should even hop back over there because
Is it still playing? Well, I mean, if he's going to keep us blocked, then like
I'm confused.
that's his
as
doing,
to what's
right? But
happening. I can hear your
hold on, let me see.
stream.
Did he have me blocked? Did he do it?
Hold
yep,
on a
he got me.
second.
Okay,
This is my fault. Sorry about
Okay.
that. I forgot I forgot that it was still up. Hold on a second. I also have to go. All right, there. I had to go pause it on the YouTube. All right. Okay, so hold on a second. Let's make this in a way that everyone is.
Thank
all
you,
right.
OTW, and thank you, Landry. Thank you, guys.
Right. So, Yolanda, if you want, you're going to moderate. Is that all right?
Sure. Are you okay with that too, Landry? We're good? Not that I don't know what I would do, but I'm here.
Moose, it's not. Here, hold on, I'll send you the link. Moose, check your Telegram. He's saying, no, it's a trap. I don't think it's just there's two channels that you're streaming on, right?
Well, I could see why people would think it's a trap, but all
No,
bullshit
it's
aside.
I shut down the other one, so nobody sees this except the members of this channel, and that's it. Because I want limited distractions. I don't want people saying shit in chat and whatever. It's like they have their own opinions. I just don't want us to be distracted. And if we have like 50 people chatting, obviously we're going to end up diverting from the initial topic. And if this is actually, authentic, I'm willing to entertain this because I do trust Yolanda's discernment. And yeah.
So why would it be
the only
inauthentic?
reason? So the only reason I'm actually doing this is you're gonna have to thank Yolanda.
I can realize that. That's kind of what I understand that. I see her as reasonable and rational too, and that's why when I hear y'all talking in a way that I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's the same shit I've been saying for 2 weeks. I mean, I don't exist in a way that will not engage authentically. That's where you never seem to understand. It's like whenever I want to have the one-on-one, it always starts with the desire for what we just saw right there. It's never like, oh, I want to stomp him and destroy him. I believe that's what you're used to, and that's kind of what you have to do in this space to be able to hold your own. But that's just not me. So that's why I end up over there, oh, bitch Patrick, because it's just like that's my only choice because it's like I believe that it's bad faith to presume that I'm only here to antagonize you. Which is, I only do it because it's like I see a frustration with you as presenting as, hey, I am wanting to do something, productive and better and progress, and then just doing this on the dime to where you would seem to much rather talk about me in this chaotic way instead of just doing what we just saw there.
So my answer to that, Landry, is trust. Okay. Mm-hmm. My issue is I'm someone who will not trust easily. Understand? I've been through so fucking much bullshit in my life that the moment that you divert from what I believe is the beginning of some sort of productive means to attain something, whatever that may be, right? Whether it might be friendship, business, whatever it might be. Once I've established something like that with someone, the game's over, right? The playful fun and games and the little hits and pods and prods and shit like that, it's over. And once you've, it might have been my bad to not explain to you how I see things when it comes to collaboration, right? And the moment that I get a whiff of you not being true to what your engagements are, I back away. I tend to remove myself from the equation because I can't trust. And if I can't trust, then I can't have any sort of relationship in any way, shape, or form. And this is how I do it, right? And I understand everything you've done. I get it, man. I know, I understand, but I still have trust issues. And we started collaborating, man, and you went and broke that trust. And that's my issue. Has nothing to do with money, has nothing to do with everything you talk about. All of these things about me being a coward and all the projections that you throw onto me there's like water on a duck's back because you've lost my trust. Hence, you've also lost my respect. So whatever you say, I don't care. That's where we're at. You understand? So all you need to do is show me that you are actually trustworthy, and the door will open again. You just need to come correct. And what I'm saying to you is the same thing to Moose. Moose did come to me authentically. I'll admit to that. And I saw that the guy really was trying to seek something, but my trust issues just brought me back into my past, and I just laid it out on the guy, and I obviously see that I hurt his fucking feelings. And Moose,
yeah, you did.
I saw you
did.
being real over at Landry, so I'm gonna be real, and I'm gonna say I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too, dude. I came to you with like fully with every fucking, ounce of me, like trying to collaborate with you and being humble with you. And I get it, bro. I get it. Like, I will give you that. I'll give you. I fucked with you. I've played the villain for so long that you were expecting me to come in there and just fuck you over.
Yeah, and that's my experience of you always talking shit in chat. I'm taking digs at me, man.
Right, and I get that, dude. That's why I'm willing to just move. Like, I'm willing to just say, okay, whatever. It's whatever. But of course it hurt me, bro, because I came to you humbly. I came to you as a man, and I said, yo, I want to do something greater. Landry wants to do something greater. He really wants to work with you. I need to find a way to move past our past. And I was willing to do.
But do you have any idea how hard it is to let that guard down?
Yeah, dude, because I've been
to be open
destroyed
with your
on
feelings. Just to fucking go ahead and cry on your own broadcast. But no, everybody's going to take advantage of that, right?
Not me,
I'm
dude.
human too, man. I'm fucking human just like you guys. I hurt when you hurt me. You guys think that I'm some sort of fucking machine that I can handle it all. So I fucking remove you from my life because I'm done, man. You understand? I've heard this shit all my fucking life. I had my whole fucking family spend their whole time saying that I was going to be a fucking wretched loser just like my father, and that I was never going to amount to anything. Do you really think I need to hear that from people out here?
I don't think that's
Do you really think that I need to hear people critique me all the time and tear me down and make me feel like I'm a piece of shit? What,
No,
you think... Well, there you go, guys. So the treatment that you gave to me, I just fucking mirror it right back onto you. You understand? I'm your fucking mirror.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that if you could put yourself in my shoes, you would understand where I'm coming from too, and how.
Dude,
how
I
hurt
think
I've
that
been.
we are also exactly in the same pair of shoes. We just see it from a different perspective, but we're going through the same fucking thing, dude. And when it comes down to the emotional level of it, because nobody really wants to go dig into their emotions, man. You understand? Everybody's fucking afraid of their emotions.
I've shown mine,
you
though.
need to
I've
be some
cried
sort
on
of
broadcast.
fucking robot out here for some reason. Like, if you go into your feelers, all of a sudden you're a fucking woman.
Well, I want to say that already we've established that this is such a bigger issue, right, Landry? This is an amalgamation and a pile up of a lot of stuff that's been happening for a long time, and you were the cherry on top of the cupcake. It was like.
But isn't this what it's all about, though? And it's not. Here's the thing where I want you to be able to clearly understand a very stark difference here, right? I have no intentions or not even a slight inkling to make any sort of mockery of any emotion displayed here and turn it into a song or anything like that. I don't go after those things. What I go after is the stuff that I believe is at least going to help us get to the core of things. And I obviously don't expect it to bring us here, but
if we're sorry, man, I don't want to interrupt, but if we're to entertain any sort of collaboration whatsoever, the digs need to end.
I understand that, but what we should be able to do
all the videos need to come down about me. Everything, it all has to end.
What about my music videos, bro? You don't think they're funny?
Everything that's about me, that's taking a shot at me. If you guys really want to show me signs of good faith, take it all down and let's fucking put the slate clean and start from zero. And if you want to build from there, I'm open to that. But if you want to play games and you still want to play into these little fucking things there and this nonsense that I'm kind of like over with. It's the little war that's going on. I'm done with it, Landry.
So what do you? Are you going to take all your streams down?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, sure. I don't mind.
All those streams. How many hours of content is that?
Well, it depends. Like it depends who I'm reviewing. I was like, I won't take down the ones that I'm reviewing Paul, right? Because that's literally what I was doing. But you have much more content out there on me than I do of you. We have to.
I know that the difference is it's in the name, it's in the title. I do more songs, yeah, sure, but overall time amount spent about each other. If it's not neck and neck, it's got to be damn close.
All right. If you're not willing to own up to the fact that you're the one that started this shit, and you're one that's gonna have to stop the shit.
Where did it start,
dude? I never did anything on you until you started doing things on me, man. Right? You were the one who wanted to instigate the war. You wanted me. You were actually happy when I did the Landry song.
I know, that's playful
because
banter.
It was playful, right? But once we established something where we went beyond that little playful game that you seem to want to continue, which this is what I'm asking you to stop. If you want to do something serious, then the playful games are over. Okay? That's it. It's that simple, man. So no more digs, no more talking about me behind my back or on other panels. It's over. It's all gone, Landry. You really need to get that through your head. Because then I just don't want to follow through.
Ways, right?
Yeah,
it goes both ways.
I know it's easy for me to do, Yolanda. You understand? Mm-hmm. And the only reason why I would actually go back to warring is if I get a whiff of anybody, because everybody watches every single move we do. Someone's going to send me a message, and Landry fucking broke bad, and he didn't own up to your arrangements, and he went and he talked on this panel. They'll send me the link, the timestamp, and I'll see it, and then I'll go, well, fuck it, Landry, bam, you're blocked, that, it's over.
So that's
easy.
That's exactly the issue that I wanted to acknowledge here, right? If that is how we are going to operate, then we are going to severely limit ourselves in a way that what happened, like what started it this time, right? I don't care if it was about the money or if it was just you think I was trolling you or whatever. Is it not that event?
Man, you really got to get that money out of your head. I explained it. Yeah, I don't understand why you're not listening, or it's either that or you're not accepting my answer to you, man. I said it was about trust. It's not about money.
Guys, can I be selfish and get 30 seconds? I gotta go carve pumpkins with my daughter, but I really want to have this conversation with you, Patrick. And I just want to say that you know what? I will hold that commitment. I'll take down my videos of you, and I will move forward with not having you in any of my music videos unless it's in good taste and I've asked you first. But what I want from you is I don't want to walk into your room and be stabbed in the back. I don't want to be piled on. I don't want to be anything. The same goes for you.
I'm a man of my word, man.
I believe what we're witnessing here is the same old, which is fine. You're more than willing to do that. But what I think needs to happen is something to where I should be able to criticize your AI and that inspires you to do better. Like,
I'm sorry, no, it won't happen. If you want to do that, then there's no deal, man.
I mean, I'm not trying to make a deal. I'm just trying to have an authentic interaction here.
We are. I'm telling you what my limits are. If you can't accept that, then there's no deal. That's it.
Well, so how are we ever going to get better in this life if we can't accept
I don't need you. I'm fucking 20 years older than you. I don't need your criticism. I'm telling you, it's not that I don't need you. I don't need your criticisms.
I'm not saying that I have an intention of just spending all my time doing that. I'm just saying if it comes up, it should be.
You're going to stop doing it.
This is the contract, right?
It's not going to happen.
So, I have a question here on this part. What you want to do is still have this fun banter back and forth with OTW.
Well, not with the same sort of intensity, of course. I'm just saying the initial thing was creative competition and in a way, a loosely competition that was inspiring us to do better. I can do a collaboration, but I mean, I've seen your response to that as well. You thought it didn't get enough views, and then you were like, "Oh, that did horrible. It was a horrible broadcast." So I got to shy away from that, dude. I mean, I don't know exactly what to tell you here. If you don't see what I'm saying, in the sense of we should be able to have the strength to take those things and build us up as stronger.
Do you know how long it takes before I actually take somebody's criticism into consideration?
Too long.
it takes all years, bro. You might have to laugh, but Yolanda, before I actually started really resonating with what she says, we had to connect at another level, and it's more of a spiritual connection. So this is why I actually trust her discernment, and I trust her. You understand, Landry? I trust her.
I do understand. You've been hurt a lot. I get that, and I understand that you don't have a position to trust me because I hear you. It all makes sense. I understand.
And she had her criticisms of me, and she's never prevented herself from saying what she had to say, but she comes at it from an angle where it's peaceful. It's not antagonizing. You understand? She's not doing it in a fashion where she's coming in hot and trying to, shake you up. She's delicate about it, man. You know why? Because probably she has suffered as much as anybody else out here, and she understands what it's like, or she understands people that are hurt, and she takes a different angle to it because she doesn't want to provoke whatever triggers your traumas in the first place, right? But you tend to want to poke right where
You told me that. You said you want to poke me to see what I'm made of.
We've done that in the beginning. We went past that. We came to a consensus where we collaborate. Why would you want to have continued that beyond that is my question.
Because I want to inspire myself to do better.
Well, then you can have other targets, right? We can actually do that together.
I don't choose targets like that. That's the way you operate. That I don't. You pick a group and then you go along with the group and you have your target in sight, which was me this week, where you got alongside Gabe and Paul and all this shit and all the people in your chat, to where it was like what happened was it didn't matter what I said. It didn't matter what anything was with the argument. It just mattered that it was me saying it, so I was wrong. That's a horrible way to operate.
I understand that, but that was purposeful.
What you don't understand, and it's not your fault, but now we're communicating as to why you can see why this is such an issue, Landry, is that you jumping into the ring and making your music about people and poking at them. Your music is based off of the trauma that these people have experienced in mass numbers by people. And so it's hard for them.
Bonding.
Right. And it's hard for the person that the song is about to embrace it in a way when they've been yelling at the top of their lungs during this time that this is what they've been frustrated about. So it's moments like this of authenticity in conversations that makes it more meaningful. But meanwhile, those songs that you're making about others, you have no idea what their journey has been and how much suffering they've been receiving on here. And it's entirely up to those other people to have the conversation with you about it, right? Like, to you, it's just content. It inspires you. And truthfully, in songs, right? Songs, movies, plays, ballets, you can go on, is based off of a storyline of people's experiences, right? From when they were suffering. And I get it. So,
and I just want to jump in and say, I trust people, right? Like, I'll take criticisms from people who I've established trust, and I value their opinion. No, I don't put my trust in my. No, that's completely.
So who do you
different.
trust here online?
Yolanda, Paul, Gabriel.
You trust Gabriel?
Absolutely.
So
okay. Point
let
proven,
me say,
right?
but let me say something about that. Again, we're going right back into this dynamic of your experience with Gabe is something different than OTW's experience, right?
I'm just saying, you just said it takes years. You said it takes years.
Right. I've known Gabriel for about a year now, and I've just started having an actual establishing with something with him.
What was that based off of? That bond? Was it not mutual hate?
No, it was based off of astrology.
Oh, really? It was based on astrology. Okay,
right.
So it
and
wasn't based on, and why did you inquire with that astrology?
Can you let me finish? I see you didn't let me finish. You wanted to jump in, and I was actually going to give you credit for it.
Okay, I mean, I don't need credit. I'm just saying, like was it not?
I know you don't need credit.
But you did, because why
you wouldn't have mentioned it if you didn't want it.
No, I wasn't the credit of me doing it. It was the credit of the mutual hatred.
we can't do this. You're going to talk over me.
No, it's okay. You guys are good. It's going to get a little bit agitating at times. You guys are doing great. It's intense. It's a lot. It's a lot to unpack. You know, I don't blame. This is the most vulnerable I've ever seen OTW in the 4 years that I've known him. So just so you know that, Landry, this is kind of a big deal in terms of YouTube social dynamics, that he's been willing to be this vulnerable. And truthfully, I've got what's going on over in your space and watching what's happening. And I think it's disgusting, because it's not easy to be in a vulnerable place and share being vulnerable with others in this space. It's not easy. I still haven't completely told my story, because I already know that this is what is going to happen, and that people.
What were you saying, Yolanda? What were you saying? Did you open your mouth for a peep? Either one of y'all with this shit with my dad? No. So come on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get real here. Like I'm going to say, I don't stand by the things that if anyone uses this against him, you won't see me doing it. These sort of these kicking the balls, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to shoot, sort of straight to where people might see it as backbiting, but for me, it's direct enough to where I can feel okay. I can go to bed at night and say this is not something that I'm going to lose sleep over, because I feel as though it is in good faith of wanting something better like this. We have completely different styles of managing things, but I believe that this is at the heart of all of us. It's this trauma. But they trauma bond over there. They double down, triple down, quadruple down. The amount of hatred in that area for me has been just as much, if not more, than the stuff we're talking about here right now. So yeah, it happens everywhere, and I want it to be gone. I mean, I've been sitting in the chat saying, tone it down, people. I'm not trying to fire it up to where I see everyone else fire, yeah. Where I'm saying, settle it down, just chill it out. I got asked by the shit show, can we open up the panel? I want to see the shit show, and I said no earlier.
Yeah, I mean, and again, we just addressed the situation with Gabe very briefly there, and I think that the conversation of holding any frustrations over that situation between you and Gabe needs to be between you and Gabe, unless you have a very specific example for OTW as to what you're talking about, it having to do with Gabe, OTW, and you.
I'm just saying this group dynamic, right? This trust, this loyalty, right? We become loyal to a group if we don't even see it. I've operated in a way that I don't feel as though I'm loyal to the Dusty side. I don't feel as though I'm loyal to any side. And they can say, oh, I'm loyal to the truth. Okay, well, we can have that conversation another day. But what we talked about earlier, the digestive stuff and our personal battles, that is our own truth in a way that we can never sort of fully explain to another human being. However, there's a lot of layers to this here, right? There's a lot of dynamics to where I just feel as though we're being inauthentic if we can't realize that and I'm willing to concede a little bit of that. I'm willing to take some of this stuff down, some of the more...
Look, Landry, sorry. I'm going to pause you just because I just I want to hear the rest of this, and I just want you guys to remain silent, actually, till I come back. I need to take a leak, all right? I'll be right back, man.
How do you feel so far, Landry, about how this is going?
No, I feel a little bit frustrated. I mean, because I'm not here looking for. I feel as though it's still there's a mentality in this space of how much ground can I gain, which I'm not thinking in that sense. I don't want to gain ground. If he wants to, above all else, right? I'm not saying I need to. If he doesn't have interest in doing anything creatively, that's fine. I'll move on. But this sort of doubling down, tripling down on the what would you call it? The group, like this whole group thing, to where I've seen it constantly, where they all just sort of, hey, we'll embrace each other stronger. We can see with TML and OTW, we see with Gabe and OTW. A lot of these people, they're mutual hatred. They're making their bond stronger, and I believe he sees the same thing from my end.
Right, I see the same thing. I see
back.
It happening from both ends. Something happened to your mic, Landry.
Oh, really?
Oh, maybe that's a little bit better. It got a little bit muffled there for a second.
Testing.
There you go. It's good now.
Okay.
Again, it's happening on both ends. It's a lot of the same chatters. A majority of those chatters used to be here. So it's you just pointed it out. It is the mutual bonding over hatred for one another. That's why when I saw new channels being created, it was that mutual bond of hatred or frustration, anger, whatever you want to call it, that created that trauma bonding and looping that keeps happening over and over and over. And
So
it's moments
the
like
loop.
this, though, right? It's that loop. But you can know that it happens in families. It happens in relationships. But the only thing that's going to stop it is with ourselves. But on the social part, this stuff is being aired all over the world. You're getting people from everywhere. That's a lot of people. I don't know how many views you guys get on your videos. I don't pay to those types of analytics, but it's a lot of people in one space fueling a person to continue this type of behavior. And again, like nobody's perfect. We all make mistakes. You've clearly been pointing out to me, as Moose has and OTW has, is that things that I have said they don't agree with and didn't appreciate it. And I'm willing to say that I apologize for it. And it was just my opinion. But having these conversations helps me see it in a different light.
Me too. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. You know, I'm not going to force anyone to collaborate with me. I mean, it started off in a place to where it was pretty much the shit show, right? People could say whatever they want, and I guess I can't blame you for what they say, OTW. But when they're around you and it's constantly, I mean, I've heard you say stuff too, and it's like with
here,
family
let me
and
jump in
crimes.
because you know you had a lot to say,
Yep.
and I've listened. And look, man, you've been around for just a few months, right? And I've been around for 3 years. I've created thousands of. I've actually deleted a lot of them because of so much videos and So anyway, I'm going to get to the point. Which the shit show is just one part of what I do, right? I have all kinds of other stuff. The Kundalini, I've been talking about that for 3 years, Landry, not just the past month. This is what you don't get. If you go check out my material and you look back, man, this is it actually started out with Christos. Christos was one of my first decode videos that I did talking about the Kundalini, when Christos was actually a part of this community and was actually on the right side of things. And
Wait,
he
what do you mean?
decided
What side? Your side is the right side always?
It has nothing to do with my side. It has something to do with just trust and collaborating together and just to create some good content. That's all.
That's it right there. We can absolutely go there. My entire point of this has been this. I've done this for 3 years. I've been around the block and I'm doing it now. That's my whole MO here, is that we could do it better and it could be done better, but we are stuck in this mode of it's just the stream and we just do the stream the whole time.
I get where you're getting at. But those things, once you've established some sort of collaboration with somebody, and I'll speak about you and me, these criticisms and these things, they're talked about behind the scenes, right? That you don't go and do a live and then start criticizing the guy you're working with. It's just unethical. It's immoral. It doesn't make any sense. And how do you expect me to have any respect for you if you do that?
So how do you criticize people behind the scenes, and what makes it different?
I don't. I usually, when I do it, it's because for some reason they're coming at my throat. They're coming at me. They're making videos about me. It's like I said, you instigated. I followed through.
You immediately blocked on both, and so if there was going to be a resolution or sort of anything to happen, it would have been impossible after that initial Chuck event.
Excuse me, the
Chuck event.
Yeah, but you that was fast, man. I didn't. You really spit that out really quickly, man.
Sorry, man.
You have to consider the fact that I'm French, and sometimes I have to translate what the fuck you're saying.
I'm saying that you blocked me privately and publicly, immediately. So
post the Chuck event. I agreed.
Mm-hmm.
I did do that.
Yep. So,
but that was the moment you broke my trust.
But what did I do? Is it my fault you didn't notice?
No. If you want to look back on the footage, it's when you were dancing and fucking all happy about it. That's it. I didn't. No. It wasn't funny. You found that funny. I found that was disgusting on your behalf after what we had established.
What we had just sat there. I had sat there listening to Paul and Jack just go out my throats for the whole.
Did I say anything about you? No.
No, but
I
it's
was
still
just sitting there letting the thing play itself out, man. And I had nothing to do with it. You wanted to implicate me into it, and then you decided to make me a mockery of it. That's on you, man.
So, for example, right, that he just told you about that. I'm assuming that must be your frustration. For example, if somebody is allowed onto your panel to talk about Landry and his situation with his dad. Right.
So now we're bringing it back to like snafu, in other words?
No, I'm just using it as an example of the frustration of something that stings and aggravates us that, that would make him have a trust issue.
I get it. But I proved to Landry that I was able to hold my ground and stay strong, even though my chat lost its fucking mind when we co-collaborated with him. But instead of him focusing on what we were doing, he was more or less focused on what was being said in chat. And I had also mentioned to him, turn your chat off, take the tab off in StreamYard or whatever, and don't look at chat, man. It's you and me right now. We're working together, creating something on AI. If they're not fucking happy, they can go watch something else, right? I had established a means for him to trust me, and he still broke bad. In the sense of Breaking Bad is like the reaction that you had when Chuck decided to make fun of me and do his little troll tactic there. And this is what I'm referring to.
I mean, dude, these things that we become a part of other people's actions when they are such a huge part of our story, to where when you're aligned with people so strongly and tightly, which say what you want about Snafu, I mean, you let him get away with murder in comparison to what I've done. The things that he said about you and it's just,
I know, but see, I've had also the moment of clarity with that man as I'm having right now with you, my friend. All right, listen very carefully. The man is actually sick. You understand? And I've, and you know what? Who opened up my heart to that?
Paul.
Right? It was no. I had a conversation with Cynthia. And Cynthia showed me a different perspective that I didn't look through that lens before. And when I looked through it, it opened up my heart to the guy.
I agree. I mean, I can see that for anybody. That's how I feel about any.
Right? So today I decided to look through Yolanda's lens, and it opened up my heart chakra to you and Moose.
I want to tell you something really weird. Just to segue here from a second. I had this dream last night about an ancient man sitting on a hilltop, and he opened up his chest and this green radiance flowed out from him. So the fact that you just said that must just mean subconsciously that's, OTW and I have been talking about these different levels of opening yourself up in your chakras and the spirituality and all of that. And I think in my mind, that just must be where I'm at right now, is I'm in my heart space. And my heart bleeds for people in this space, because I think it's really, there's so much going on in this world, and we're still creating our own trauma with each other. And I'm just really thankful that this conversation is being had today, because this is all influence. Everybody's listening to the stream today. Everyone, all of these channels, and they're going to have their interpretations about it. But this is the lesson. Look at what we've been doing as a group and how it's been affecting everybody. You know what I'm saying? We're watching what's happening on the other side of the world, where they've been murdering people and genociding people, and we're dicking around here online doing this kind of nonsense. So
and we're doing no better than what the overlords are doing to us.
Exactly.
And as influencers, we're not even setting the example. We're just creating more division.
So I have to be the example too, right? So he's reviewing me, critiquing him and having my opinions and being frustrated and all of that. And I have to be the example and pay even closer attention to what I'm saying in this space, because I don't need to be a part of doing that. I would rather be doing this than to be doing criticisms of somebody that's not even face to face with me having this conversation. Like it really does create desensitizing us in this space. Texting each other. I hate texting conversations, by the way, because there's so much miss in translation.
Dude, me too.
Same.
I get so much shit for that because like
so
they'll just
fucking
it drives me nuts, man. Especially when there's like giant paragraphs, which people do a lot. It'll be like huge paragraphs.
I'm one of those people.
Well, like it's just I'll see stack on stack on stack, and then I just don't even read it because I'm like, that's too many.
For you though, it's different because you have an abundance of messages to look into, and you're trying to run a show. Like in this short time that I've had my own space, I've had to do that. That's why I started doing premieres, because I lose focus. But, you know, I just think that today, you know, we've got to do better. We have to be better and be the example. And again, like if his boundaries are not acceptable to you, then that's where the conversation of balancing that out, because I do realize as content creators, it's a different conversation as well. You know, it's a completely different world. You guys are teaching me anyway on how different this space is.
And you know, Landry, this story between Paul and Flow State has been going on for years, and it's the same fucking dynamic between me and you, man. You understand?
Let's break that down.
Yeah, right. So you know, Flow State literally based his audience off of Paul's haters. Okay. And this dynamic between both of them has just been a big fucking separation tactic. You know, everybody's separated. And often, at more occasions than one, Paul has offered, you know, to let down the arms, put down the sword and the shield, and work with the man, and go beyond all of this nonsense and actually fucking co-create, really do something, man. And these guys together probably would be fucking fire when you look at it, right? Because they both kind of like, they have an interesting flow when they're both on a panel, man. And, but, you know, unfortunately, the pride steps in the way, and then everybody seems to want to go on their own way. So, you know, and history repeats itself, Landry. What Paul and Flow State have been through, we're doing that now. Right?
I see it as a little bit different in the sense that
it's not the same, but the dynamic is really, really close, man.
Well, and it just a lot of the stuff with Paul just comes down to the fact that if he came here right now, you know, and just jumped up, it would be totally different dynamic. It'd be derailed, and then there would be a certain group of people who would say, "Oh, damn, like I thought that was
right." But this isn't about Paul, right? We're having.
I'm just saying, I know, but if it was,
there's people backstage, and I'm not letting them up because it's you and I. And Yolanda, she's moderating, and Moose, right? But Moose, I believe we kind of like fixed it quick, right? Because I think we understood each other really quickly. I saw his heart, he saw mine. It's that simple, Landry. It's not really complicated. There's not really much.
Well, no, because you made it complicated. You said I have to remove everything and all that, and it was very quick that you jumped on that sort of train of saying, like, I have a demand.
Well, I'm like I said, I'm trying to find ways to lend out that trusting part of me that is really difficult to do, man. And maybe I'm overdoing it by asking you to pull down the shit, but maybe it's like, okay, well, leave it there. I'm maybe willing to again, you know, fucking negotiate. It's like, at least if you from this point on are able to fucking do shit without having me as your content, that would be actually a show of good faith to start with, at least, you know.
Of course, dude. I mean, that's like today. I had to come up just to briefly. You know, I was not even planning to be here this long. That's the thing, dude. Don't you realize where this came from? I fucking was, even when we had our biggest beef, I was sitting there saying, this is my problem with OTW. He did XYZ, but I still like his show. You know, I want to be a part of his show, and I got mocked for that. Oh, he's obsessed with me. Oh, he's obsessed with me. It's like, okay. You know what I mean? I've been telling you since day one. Essentially, often I don't even want to go fucking live. If I was something I was working on, I was enjoying just sort of jumping on, and there'd be a dynamic to where I felt like, you know, whatever it was for the day. But then it just becomes so like intense that, whenever it became me wanting to hash it out with you, it was never like that was my only goal of being there. I was never like, oh, I just want to go there to disrupt and to fucking stir the shit up. A lot of the time, I was just there to hang out.
Okay, but I never actually thought that.
Well, I'm just saying other people thought that.
Okay, well, please don't put things that don't belong to me, keep them where they belong, right?
That's really hard. That's really hard to not be influenced by the they. There's so much of that, and what a different social dynamic this day and age, especially in this space of digital influence. There's people out here that I would never let them treat me the way that people online do in my personal space, because people hide behind these screens. But this many years into this, I've watched a lot of really disgusting behavior on everybody's ends, including myself.
Yeah, and I'll admit to that as well. I did so many hit pieces on Jack. I don't even remember how many that, understand. I changed my ways in the beginning of 2025, Landry, and you weren't here when I decided to stop doing all of that shit and going off on people. And I started actually, kind of cupcaking with everybody and stop hating and stop. But then all of a sudden, it's like, for some reason, you landed into the equation. And it's like all of the things that I wanted to stop in the beginning of 2025 just ended up coming back as a fucking terrible fucking loop that just wants to force itself back into the pattern. And I can see it now, and it's like I am getting more and more frustrated because of that particular loop that wants to seep its way in any way it can, right? And I fucking looked forward to working with Jack, man, and I did all kinds of things to help him out, man. I made him his PowerPoints, presentations. I did all kinds of stuff, even though he'd say that I never did anything for him. And it's all right. He can say that. I don't mind, but I know what I did for Jack, and I did it all for free. I never asked him a dime for it. I just did it because I believed in the spiritual side of what he, he speaks kind of the language that I hear, that I listen to. Sometimes his ego gets in the way, and that's where we have a disconnect, right? The moment your ego gets in the way, I disconnect. And the moment your pride takes over, I disconnect. It's just how I am, man. You got to keep it real with me, and I'll always keep it real with you, man. I'm not the underhanded motherfucker. If we're real with each other, then you're going to have a loyal acolyte or a loyal ally that will never detract from my word is my bond, and I've proved that over the last 3 years by being alongside Paul and proving my worth in that sense, not to him, to anybody who's watching me and knows me and been seeing me here for 3 years, know that I'm a solid motherfucker, that I never went against Paul, never said anything about the man, and I never will. You understand? Because I'm not that guy. You have to recognize the good in me and not see some sort of thing that you guys call ball washing and think, no, man, I'm showing you that I'm a solid motherfucker and that I'm worth having as a loyal ally. But instead, you guys decide to take your perspective, project it onto Paul, and start seeing some other dynamic that's not even there. That what I'm doing is establishing a reputation out here where people's going to see me as a solid motherfucker, and that I don't fucking detract unless you break bad on me. That's hence where Flow State plays that clip and says, if it benefits me, I'm going to fuck you. You understand? I'm going to backstab you. And the reason I say that is because if you're a piece of shit, then you're not going to, I'll play the game. I'll play you. You understand? If you're a piece of shit, I'll pretend I'm your friend. And then the opportunity, when it shows itself, I'll fucking backstab you. So don't show me any signs of you being a dishonorable person, and I'll always keep that position. And Paul has always been honorable, honest, and straightforward with me. And I've had, you might see something else. I don't like the face you're making.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to hold my breath. My tongue.
It's because it's a different experience, which is why let him get out what he's got to get out, and then you're going to be able to give your perspective on it, because you're not OTW. and you come from a different angle of experience with it. So do you want to let him give you feedback?
I'm still listening. I'm still listening. He can keep going.
No. If you want to interrupt, I paused to give you a chance because I'm long-winded right now. I get that. So go ahead. If you have something to say it. Don't keep it inside. This is supposed to be an authentic.
I want to know why you feel as though. I mean, I don't even know why you brought him up, right? So you're loyal, and then you just said you're willing to backstab people if you're willing to backstab people.
I might have
for the
mixed
right
you
people.
up, man. I might have mixed you up. Maybe let me slow down. I'm saying if I have a long-standing relationship with somebody and it's an honorable and respectful relationship, I have no reason to do that. I don't have a reason. The moment you open that door, Landry, you don't want to make me your enemy.
That door.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay, that's fine. I hear you.
So you want to open up the door of being disingenuous and you want to, play the game? Then fine, I'll let you play the game.
I don't want to play the game, dude. I'm not playing that game.
Okay, well, this is why I think this is the conclusion we're trying to reach here is I do believe that you want to end the game. I'm telling you I'm opening up that space right now for us to do that, right? Instead of continuing on this back and forth that Yolanda pointed out that was completely ridiculous and that we should fucking grow up.
But we got to be more accountable than like saying that we still will backstab people for the right people. That's the whole issue here, is that we shouldn't act like that. We should just be able to, like I've heard, and I hate to bring him up, but I've heard a certain person point out that, we shouldn't need to trust each other to work together, to exist together. So we should trust each other a little bit, but the amount you expect is like, you'd think that we were moving in together next week. To where I'm not going to sit here and make you a target and every day just go after you. But if the door is so loosely open that whenever the Chuck thing happened, it's just gonna slam. It's just that's an issue to where that was something that happened organically. It was funny. A lot of people thought it was funny, not just me. I was the most I laughed in one stream the night following than ever before in the stream. So I get it. The perspective changes everything, and people they sort of see it from different angles. But with me, dude, there's things that, like, if you did these things to me, I would like take them as they were, and I wouldn't. I don't know. I would shut people out.
But
you did in response.
No, but I mean, did I do such a thing? Like, did I try to do something underhanded on your show, man? And I realize you didn't try it. It wasn't planned, but it just, like you said, it organically happened. But have I done that, though? Have I shown any signs of disrespect whenever I showed up in your area?
Like what, the 3 times?
Okay. You're being ornery, but you're not answering the question. Has he shown you disrespect in your space?
Let me think. So no, and
okay. He's not trying to get a gotcha. He's just
I'm just trying to show you, man. I am good faith, man. That's all. I just want you to be the same. I expect you to be as I am with you, man.
What I see happening right now, Landry, is that you're getting exactly what you've been wanting, right? This is what you've been requesting for a long time. So, the only way that any of this is going to make any sense to anybody is if the behavior changes. Right?
I'm willing to concede that I'm not going to go forward in full force and just shit stir. That's what I've always said that. But my contention is that if OTW does something to where and this has happened with other things. I can't remember exactly what started the first time we had our disagreement, but I sort of got I got frustrated and I tried to go after him, and then he sort of did the same thing where he just gave the silent treatment. I get that's how he operates, but if he can take that, sometimes it'll naturally come up to where criticisms are going to be made, and it doesn't have to be in the same sense of music videos or whatever in the title of my streams, but still I want to be able to criticize. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, I went up to Dusty and asked him, "Hey man, are you trying to sabotage my channel because with these N-words?" And I was uncomfortable. I asked it, and he told me his thoughts. And
you guys were on the same panel together when that happened? Like, it's like when you talk to him directly?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is it. The issue here is that you don't do that. You go off on
how do I stab you in the front when you run away like a...
That's not the point. What I'm trying to say is, Yolanda even pointed it out earlier, I think it's a lot better to be able to talk, instead of talking, let's say, behind someone's front back, okay, because you're doing it on a live public platform. But doesn't mean that, since the person's not actually there, like I wasn't there to tell you this or tell you that or have the exchange, then there's no actual relevancy to it, man, because it's just chitter chatter. It's not us getting down to anything. It's just you saying what you got to say, speaking your mind on your broadcast, and you have your own criticisms, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to entertain them. That doesn't mean that I'm going to actually apply anything that you criticize about. Doesn't mean that I'm going to take whatever you say relevantly. I might even reject everything you say and not give a shit about your criticisms, because usually, like I said before, I'll take constructive criticisms from people I respect, right? And that I value their opinion.
Dude, you've been like making the strongest echo chamber. Like I don't even come in there hot, man. And like, these other people, just even if they say something slightly supportive of me, you've been blocking them, or somebody's been blocking them on your behalf or Paul's behalf. So I mean, this has been such an intense move. So like, it's so strong.
I've instructed the mods to eliminate the hate, the hate speech. You know why?
Because that's not hate speech. It shouldn't have to. Dude, the hate speech comes from them. It's a hate fest.
I get that, but
Landry's a Freemason. Landry's doing this conspiracy theories, like made up shit. I'm not making up shit about you.
Well, but see, I see what you're saying, and I think OTW does too, but your chat is doing it right now. So this is the thing.
You seem to be fueled by it. It's like
we all get fueled by it.
You have a hard time letting go of that pride of yours, bro. And I'm here showing you open arms, letting down my pride. And showing you that I can be fucking reasonable, have a conversation with you, not yell and scream, not call you names. You understand? There is a side of me that you can have access to, Landry, but you need to quit.
Don't you see that I would have been over there in your area, like, and I would have done the same thing. I would have bit my tongue and just said, "Fuck it, I'm in enemy territory," whatever you want to call it, and just accepted it in that sense of, I would still engage and just move forward. You know what I mean? I can't control the chat. I'm not fueled by it. I'm fueled by the fact that it's layered in a lot of stuff, and it's a lot of things that we can either acknowledge that there's not. It's not black and white. So I just want to say that.
I agree. There are a lot of nuances, man. But I mean, it's always about the choice, Landry. You can either choose to be one way, or you can choose to be another way. And in a sense, sometimes the choice is black and white.
I think it's really hard in this space to be around a lot of people that have different marks of forgiveness and being able to move on. You don't have to forget. And you don't necessarily have to forgive that other person, but you can forgive yourself to not stay in that space. So, again, like OTW, you've got a lot of influence in this space, and Landry, you're getting a lot of influence yourself. So this is it's going to be a ripple effect of what we're going to see happening in this space. And all I can say is that I highly recommend anybody that hasn't come up and clicked a link to join somebody to have the one-on-one and staying in the chat at all times. That's where it continues to agitate the confusion and keep it going. I highly recommend coming up or recommending having a conversation in a private stream or whatever, because we're losing that sense of humanity to be able to converse with each other one-on-one, face-to-face. It's really desensitizing us as people, because we're spending our times here in this space instead.
I mean, I'm over my time here to where I was. What time is it? 3? I still got a few hours to catch the sunlight. So.
Well, today I think is a kind of a big deal for you though, Landry, because this is something that you've been wanting to happen for a while. So I'm not criticizing you for being here now. I'm saying I'm generalizing behavior now as societies everywhere attached to these and the computer, right? It's not just this conversation. I mean, in general, for me, when I'm eating dinner with family, I make it a rule for myself to not have my phone, because I've gotten so attached to it, scrolling and checking, and because I tap out and tap into this space instead.
So if you have anyone backstage that you want to bring up, OTW?
Excuse me?
So do you have anyone backstage you want to bring up?
No.
Okay.
This is not, that doesn't involve anybody else but us right now.
That's fine. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I was just asking. I heard her just recommend to come up for others.
This is what I'm saying, my friend. I'm going to keep it real here. You understand? I'm not going to let any outside influence come between this interaction. So if this is meant to happen, then it's happening right now.
If it's kind of nearing its logical conclusion, I believe you can do whatever you want to do, and I can, or you can start something else new. And I'm not sure where to go from this. I don't really want to set like the most. I don't know. I don't want to.
Look, let's not set any parameters. Let's just see if we can both act like men. I believe trust is earned. I'm not giving you my trust. What I did to you today is I gave an open space for you to speak what you had to say, and I opened up my heart to that, and I listened with my heart. And now that being said, that doesn't mean I trust you. You understand, Landry? Trust is earned. You're going to need to prove that I can trust. And then maybe in the future, maybe we could collaborate. But that beyond that, it's not going to happen. I need to wait and see what you're going to do beyond this point. If I have to witness again that you just didn't want to follow through, then I'll understand. And then you know what? We can actually go both our own ways. And if you do continue playing the games, then I'll continue doing what I do, and I'll restream and talk about it and do what I do, man. It's like it's either we continue what we're doing now, or we end it, and we'll see what if there's any fruit that'll come from it, right? This is this is actually one of those turning points where we're in the Y. You know, we're at the intersection where there's the you go right or you go left. This is a black and white decision.
All right, sounds good.
Is that fair to you?
Yep.
All right. So I mean, you know, I'm not saying anything now. I'm not putting anything on the table. I just actually said what I needed to say about the topic, and if we both follow through with being respectable and honorable, then I mean, fantastic. Then maybe there might be room for future collaborations there, but only time will tell. And like I said, man, I play long games, if you want to put it that way. In other words, I'll wait a while, man. It might take a while. It might take even longer than what you would like, and you might lose patience before I actually end up making an assessment of all of this, right? So you're the ones really going to have to be patient, because I'm telling you, when it comes to these things, I'm a patient motherfucker. I'll take my time to analyze. No, I'll take my time to analyze your in French, it's called comportement. So in English, it's how you comport yourself, I believe is how it's said in English. So I'm going to look at that, and I'll make my own decisions. And if I see that you're holding up to what we've talked about today, then I'll see. You know, I can't give you say, okay, dude, all right, let's go, let's collaborate, let's do something, I trust you now. It's not happening, man. I have to listen to my heart at the same time, and it's telling me, stay cautious, you can be honorable, stay respectful, you can respect the man, and I'm going to hold up to any engagement that I've put forth here today. And I am a man of my word, okay? And I will respect my word, and I'm giving that word here to you now. So I guess you can give me your word, and that's it. I think I'm just going to end this. I've been here for 6 hours and 42 minutes, and we can take this up again maybe tomorrow, Thursday, whatever. At least, doors are opening, and if there are any things that you would like to discuss, I will unblock you from Telegram. And if there are certain things that some sort of parameters where we can negotiate things like, when you're here, not having maybe certain people up while you're there, and things like that.
That's the whole
can get
thing.
that.
Certain
no, but I'm
people.
willing to go there. You know, like I said, I'm willing to concede things so this can actually be a sustainable thing and a foundation built upon something solid, right? So again, I'm showing you good faith. Okay.
It has to start from somewhere. That's simple. It has to start from somewhere. And if one breaks bad, then.
But I like a lot of my Patrick songs.
Well, I just heard him
Like
say
I
that
said,
he
I didn't
doesn't
ask you to take anything down. I said, well, leave it there. It's fine. But from this point forward, Landry.
I want more Landry songs. That's the whole thing, dude. That's what the whole thing is. It's because you know what happens, right?
So let's talk about it. That's the thing. You want more things like that? Let's
I can
talk
take
about
it, man.
it.
I can handle it.
Let's script it. Let's make something of it. Let's do scenarios.
I can't be a part of the script for my own diss track.
Why not? Because you would be the best person to diss you.
That's how much work I got to be doing now. I got to make my own diss tracks.
No, that's not the point. But it's something that can be talked about, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, when I made Flow State's first diss track, I was actually challenged to do so by him, I think. If I remember correctly. All right. He challenged me to do it. I didn't do it because I wanted to make a diss track on Flow State. It's like because I think Speakeasy at one point did a diss track. And I told Flow State, I got to make a diss track on you, man. Or something like that. I can't recall correctly exactly how it played out, but I do remember it's like, I dare you to do it, OTW. And I actually made the diss track within 24 hours. Right? And I'm the one singing it. Right?
See, this is where you guys lose me. This is where you guys lose me because this is your thing, right? This is your space in which you guys decide to do. You know, it's a completely different angle. I don't have an opinion about it.
So if it's something that's talked about beforehand, that's like, yeah, all right, man, you want me to do a diss track on you? Fine. You know, I hope you're going to handle it though. It's different when when it's a playful game and everybody is aware of what's going on. It's just like I've said and I mentioned before, right? Let's go back, let's say, to the Chuck story, okay? And I'm going to use Flow State as an example, okay? Right? The reason I have some respect for Flow State because he has respect for me as well, and he's demonstrated it at multiple occasions, right? He might not admit it, but he has, and I've seen it. And an example of that is when he comes on my broadcast and he has super chats on his side, he always asks me permission if he can, shout out his super chats. And when he does, in good faith, I say, man, go ahead. This is,
I didn't shout him out.
No, but I'm just showing you that if things are established beforehand, it's a hell of a lot easier to get things done than to try to do it in a sneaky way. And I understand you're going to say again that you weren't necessarily privy to what exactly Chuck was up to, but just the fact that he told you to start up a live stream should have, set up some red flags in your mind. It should have I wonder what he's up to. You should have, especially when everybody already knew that we were starting to establish co-creativity together. It seemed absolutely one of Chuck's tactics to go ahead and fuck that up. And you didn't see that coming. Instead, you laughed and you entertained it, and then you fucking did a stream about it.
Can I make a suggestion? Just out of curiosity.
I'm listening.
Did Landry's screen freeze, or is that on my end?
Oh, yeah, I'm still here though. You can still hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I know that you wanted to keep this as you and Landry, but did you perhaps want to open it up for, a minute to see somebody else's perspective besides mine, as clearly mine is not really as valuable to an audience as maybe somebody else? Or are you guys good with what's going on right now?
Landry?
I mean, look, man, I just, I don't know. I believe that there's a a lot of bullshit, a lot of nonsense, a lot of stuff that's happened. I want to give everyone a fair shot. I mean, obviously, Flow State just came up here over on this side, but you don't want to engage with him. So
well, no. It's not that I don't want to engage with him. It's what I want to know is now that we're like established something, I believe, right? I don't know exactly what it is, but it seems to me like a ceasefire, right? Sure. Is this what I'm getting from what we're doing here?
Yeah, I know in a way, yeah.
Okay.
What do you mean in a way?
I mean, it's like it's
okay.
There's a lot of
because
factors.
I see it like him. It's in a way, yes. Okay.
All right.
All right. So, do we really need a third, or an exterior influence to try to come and put a dent into that?
Well,
that's where it won't affect me.
Is it necessary?
He exists separate of me. He's not my Paul.
Well, the only reason why I suggest it is because tomorrow is going to do this regardless, or the following day, or the following day. So,
well, then,
I mean,
if that's the case, then I'd rather have it like, let's say, if like Flow State wants to talk about something, then I'm going to backstage you, Laundry, all right, to just have the one-on-one with him. Unless
that's
if
fine.
you're able,
I got to run anyways. Wait, but you're still, if you want to have, so you're saying you want to have a private conversation or what?
No, I'm just saying, like, if you want to stick around, I'm going to ask you
to backstage me.
Well, no. Anyway, I'm saying that just because I just don't want you to intervene. It's like I want you to remain silent there and just let the thing flow.
Well, now would be a good time to let up Flo while Landry takes a shit.
All right.
Mic check.
What up, Flo?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. I'm moving around too many tabs.
I'm gonna go out for a break too. I'm gonna grab some more water. I'll leave you.
You two are the most disingenuous motherfuckers I think I've heard in a minute. Why do you need to hide everything in private, one-on-one? That's where manipulation thrives, is in secrecy and triangulation and without outside observers.
Now, when you see you two, you're talking about me and Landry, or me and Yolanda?
Are you talking? Oh shit, my bad. Now I can hear you.
I said when you're saying both of you, are you speaking of me and Yolanda, or
yes, Yolanda as well?
Oh, okay.
Mm.
Would you like?
I found the whole thing very
Yolanda,
disingenuous the whole time.
I was over at Landry's to begin with before I came back over here, and then this was what they established, and I came over here, and it's still being streamed on Landry's end, so it is out there for everybody to see. So.
And I was restreaming this over onto my sister channel, OTW Entertainment and News, and I just did this live members only today because I'm calling it out all week that I was going to do members only on Wednesday.
Live. I know this is live right now.
No, it was all live.
You're very much trying to corral things into private channels. That's what you were just talking about. You gave him bad advice. You told him that he shouldn't have brought something to or asked me something publicly. I absolutely disagree with that claim. He did perfectly the right thing by coming and asking me the question when he had it and not letting it fester around in secret weird channels and shit.
What's the question?
When he asked me yesterday, he came up, I think it was yesterday, came up and asked me if I was trying to undermine him or something.
Oh, okay, that question. Thank you for clarifying, because you lost me completely.
Right. No, when you guys were talking about that just now, you told him he shouldn't have done that. He should have come to me in private. He could have come to me either way, really, I suppose. But it's a red flag when people try to impose secrecy on somebody else, which is what you both have been doing here. I mean, you won't phrase it that way, but by saying, well, people need to talk one-on-one. They should go privately.
Well, I think sometimes it should be.
Sometimes there are some things that should be private.
There you go. And I believe it's up to each individual to choose what they want to have private or put out into the public, right? It's not up to anyone else but those persons.
And he had a concern. It was his concern. He decided that he wanted to make it public. What's wrong with that?
He did make it public. But I'm confused here. It is public. He is streaming it live now to his audience.
See, this is why you're disingenuous. You're not confused. I'm addressing your suggestions. You guys were suggesting that people needed to speak privately and one-on-one more.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes certain things.
Why is that
should be in
disingenuous?
private.
That's what I don't
Yeah.
get.
Because I know that this is public now.
Okay.
We all know that. So why are you telling me that this is public? Because that's not what I'm speaking to at all. I'm not.
All right, but this is it. But I'm still asking you, what is it exactly you're trying to get at? You're not making a lot of sense right now.
What I'm saying is that you are both disingenuous and manipulative.
That's what I want you to qualify.
How did I manipulate?
Yeah. What did we do exactly?
I'm being genuine, Flo. I don't understand how I'm being manipulative. I'm conversing with these men.
So
they've been having it out for a long amount of time. This has been perpetuating on and on and on. They decided to have a conversation, and I'm here. So how am I being manipulative?
Nobody in Landry's chat was confused by this. I don't believe that either of you are actually. I don't believe that either of you are actually confused. That's what I'm saying. I think you're both gaslighting me. Like I watched you try to gaslight Landry.
No. To be perfectly straightforward, what you did confuse me for an instant there because it wasn't clear what you were saying, but you still haven't qualified the reasons why we're disingenuous. This is the answer I'm waiting for. Now, please tell us.
Why don't we use you blaming me for people not liking Paul, for example?
Okay, this has nothing to
I
do
don't
with
blame
me.
you for people not liking Paul. I said
You
you
didn't
started
earlier,
I'm going to repeat exactly what I said. I said you started your live streams and you based your audience off of Paul haters, which contributed to you and everything and supported you hating on Paul, which is perfectly fine, dude. I don't resent you for it.
This is a disingenuous presentation. I had another panel. The fact that I didn't get along with Paul and lots of people don't get along with Paul doesn't mean that my shit was started off Paul hate. Paul's an easy person.
You did videos before that. Before you started actually doing live streams, it was when you and Paul started really fucking not agreeing on shit. And you went over and you did your thing. Okay.
What did I do before that?
You were making pretty good videos. I actually watched your stuff. You know that.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you. That's why it's disingenuous. Why did you choose to start the narrative with me not getting along with Paul instead of going all the way back to the beginning?
I don't know.
Why do you continue to try to blame, to sidestep and say that I don't have an issue with you, I have an issue with Paul, when I've told you my issues with you are different and distinct?
Right. And we've also had the conversations with the issue that you had with me, and we never really kind of reached a consensus where we were both agreeing, or at least agreeing to not agree. It's just like, it's always been ambiguous. We never really clarified anything to be,
I've clarified it a ton for years. I've clarified it, and you refuse
right, but to
acknowledge it. This is the first time you've kind of acknowledged that I might have my own individual issue with you.
Well, yeah, you might be right. Maybe I have kind of like detracted from that and think that maybe it was all about Paul because Paul ends up always being in the conversation. Either I bring him up or you bring him up, or it's like he still ends up being a part of the conversation. Is hence why I believe it's or I tend to believe that it's about Paul and not really about me. So it's just like the way I think brings me to that conclusion, right? That's all. It's just like, if it really was about me and you would, like, let's say, want to hold me accountable to some things, and let's say there are things that I won't cop to, I'll refuse, and I won't accept, and the answers that I give, there might be a possibility that you won't even accept or even believe what I have to say, right? So sometimes the communication between both of us is very fragile, man.
Well, it's not really there. I mean, it's not really been there at all.
Well, we're having we're having one now.
We are having one now. Do you recall what I've told you over and over again is my issue with you?
Yes. Okay. You know what? Before I go ahead and make a fool of myself and say things that you're probably gonna say, no, that's not it.
Do you want me to just say it?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. You will betray anybody. You are not good faith or trustworthy. And you've admitted that your fucking self. That's what my issue is.
And
I've said that Anybody who will betray themselves, as I say, will betray anybody the minute that it benefits them.
You see, but I saw you coming there, and you avoided the. Come on, Flow State, please don't.
What did I
insult my
avoid?
intelligence, man.
What did I avoid?
You avoid mentioning a name there, right? Because you said
I did
that
because I don't want. Because I don't want to muddy the water.
I understand.
My
that.
issue with you is yours.
But you're saying that I'm how do you say so? Well, in essence, you're just saying like I'm a coward and I won't stand up for myself.
No, I'm saying that you're a backstabber and a snake. You actually have no integrity.
Do you have any proof of that though? Have I
backstabbed
anybody?
Aside from your own words,
right? But you know,
so should we not trust your words?
Can you let me finish? Actions speak louder than words. Have I done that to anybody? Have I backstabbed anybody? Have I brought anybody's personal life online? Have I doxed anyone? Have I done that, Flow State?
You've done lots of things that display your character. Now,
probably, but have I shown signs of? I might have said that I'll backstab somebody, but have I ever shown signs of actually doing that? Have I ever done that?
Yes.
Who?
Yes.
Who?
Let's talk about when you. How many paintings did you not distribute besides just mine? Let's talk about the time that we had an arrangement.
None. Zero. All the paintings that I sold were all distributed.
Okay.
Some took a little bit longer than others.
Right.
And that's not to mention the times that Canada Post was on fucking strike and nobody wants to mention. And I keep fucking yelling at the top of my head, but nobody wants to listen.
You have reasons for everything. You are responsible for nothing. So even the things that you do.
Why am I not responsible? Why isn't my fucking phone is ringing right now?
Okay. I will compliment your ringtone though. That's a good ringtone.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite songs. Dude, everybody received their paintings. So the result at the end is what we should be looking at, not the fucking journey it took for it, right? And it didn't take like 6 months. It took a few weeks, you know?
No, it did not. That's not even true. That's not even true. It took a lot longer than that. I'm not the only one. But I don't want to get bogged down in that.
All right, but it doesn't matter. Did everyone, answer the question, did everyone receive their paintings?
Yes, but you don't get credit for or I don't know actually. But what I will say is if it took years and a lot of bad publicity for you to make good on your word, you don't get credit for making good on your word. But it didn't
take years. Can you qualify that? Do you have any proof that it took years for me to send out these paintings?
I mean, I never got a painting. I'm not even bitching about it. That's why I don't want to get bogged down.
Right, but I also brought up.
Hold on. We're going to move on. There's lots of other examples. We've already been over.
Right, because you don't want me to establish that I had brought up the proof. I owned up to the fact that we had that thing. I even brought up the video. It's the 30-second episode of the Grand Rising Talk Show.
I can give you more examples. You asked for examples. I can give you more.
Well, okay, give me more then. Because obviously that part is irrelevant, and we can establish that.
What about the time that you I mean, fuck, you brought up everybody who hates me and had a whole fucking stew of people sitting on your panel suggesting that Lindsay file revenge corn charges on me, even though she said that I didn't do that.
Did I do that?
Yes, you did.
Oh, I'm a mean motherfucker, man.
No, you're a dishonest snake is what you are.
Okay, so all right. I'll admit to that.
I mean, do you not recognize that that's dishonest and snaky?
Yeah, but concerning the relationship that we already had, it wouldn't. Right. Like I said, it's not like we had established friendship or anything like that, right?
Which is why you're not a trustworthy, good faith person. You don't operate according.
But
I
am, because everybody that's actually my friend and that we get along would say the contrary to what you're saying right now.
Right.
Because you've had the bad experience with me, right? You've never really given us a chance to have a good experience. Only in the beginning, in the Grand Rising talk shows, when I actually go back, man, I could see us for 3 months in a row.
Bro,
you would show up and we'd have fucking good, dude.
Shut the fuck
it's so true. It's so true though.
It's complete bullshit.
You came and we had great times together. Go fuck yourself, man. Come on, man.
That's not what I'm saying. You're completely full of shit. What about the time that we had? What about the time that we had an arrangement where you weren't going to let me get kicked out of chat? Remember that? And then the first thing Jimmy Shively did was kick me out of chat. And
I remember
completely
that.
cupcaked,
But
right?
remember what happened afterwards? There was also a falling out with Christos, and I ended up taking everybody's mods away, even
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Well, because
That's
that was
not
just
that has nothing to do with me.
It does. Please let me finish. All right. It's not saying that it has everything to do with you. It's just like when things stack together, and that particular moment that happened that day where I wasn't really fond of what happened. It was just another layer that reached the point where I decided to remove all the mods and take away the keys because I had enough.
That incident highlights two things. One, it highlights that you're the one that's been throwing up roadblocks to us being great buddies, not me. Two, you're not good for your word. It immediately went back on. You went back on it immediately.
All right.
This is the consistent pattern of behavior.
I'm gonna give it to you. I'm not perfect, man. All right. And you might say that's a cope, but sometimes I make mistakes. I make wrong decisions. I think we all have that on our souls, man. It's like I'm not fucking dude. Come on, man.
And actually, I'm content with that. I'm content with what you just said, because nobody will address. Sure, nobody's perfect. Everybody has flaws, but nobody will address them if they deny them, right? That's the issue with narcissists. That's why we got motherfuckers living under bridges or in storage units claiming that they're doing God's work and are just roofless, not homeless. It's crazy.
Well, Flow State, I actually mentioned that earlier to Landry. It's about how you go about it, man. If you do it in a manner where it's I guess it's the way you say things. It's how you do it. It's the way you go about it. Today, you actually went about it in the right way, man. So this is why we're actually establishing a place where we can communicate, man.
Whether or not you act with integrity should not depend on other people.
It shouldn't?
No.
You might be right there. You might be right.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that one.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the biggest point for everything.
I agree.
Is that you have to be accountable for yourself, which is why I chose to click Landry's link and have the conversation with him today, because I'm not a hypocrite and I'm not a manipulator.
Right. And the only reason I was able to have any sort of interaction with Landry was because Yolanda approached me in a different manner. And it's kind of the same way. At one point, Cynthia kind of opened up my eyes to snafu and stuff, man. Because I do have a heart, Flow State, and even I have a heart for some of the people that are hated like deeply out here, man. And I guess that's that might be on me. It might be even to my detriment, but that's the way it is when I'm able to see things from a different perspective than my own, and then apply it to my way of life, and I'm able to open up. You understand? I'm able to open up, and Yolanda was able to open up a part of me that I close off, and I have a fucking 8-inch brick wall up. So
that's
it's
not
like
that's not how I thought you were going to end that phrase.
Well, and truthfully, a lot of people don't know what networking I do from time to time, encouraging to have these kinds of conversations with each other instead of just staying in chats and getting pissed off or whatever. This is nothing new coming from my end. It's just finally came into fruition because when I had a conversation with OTW, I had let him know that I hoped that him and Landry would eventually have a conversation, and him and Cynthia too at some point. But, it'll happen when it happens. And I just can only hope that maybe at some point in time, people decide to do so. And today they did. And I'm thankful for it as an audience member, and the only thing that's going to change all of this is the proof will be in the pudding, is if people change or go right back into the same patterns again.
Well, we'll probably all get back into the same patterns. That's the nature of patterns,
right?
But
where nobody's perfect. Nobody's
a good
perfect.
chance,
and that's
but
why
there's
you approach
also
it again.
There's also the factor that, if we actually realize for a second and take 2 minutes to think about it, that we're out here influencing, and if we're influencing division, then we're no betters than the ones that are trying to divide us in that sense,
That's my point.
And we're not actually benefiting anybody. We're not showing or giving the example, man. And you're not, Flow State, you don't seem to be the guy that's going to be ending your career on YouTube soon. And I ain't either. So it's either we continue on this division or we do something about it, man. And we change our outlooks. It's if we change, Jack Talcott said this once, if we change the way we look at things, then the way we look at the things that we look at will change.
You should go back and ask your buddy Rob Noor why he's got me blocked. Why he's hiding from me.
Right, but I could do that, Flow State, but at the same time, did I create all of that?
I'm just putting a thought out there. Do what you want. It's just an idea.
Well, I mean, maybe Rob Noor needs his Yolanda. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, well, it's like
Rob Noor needs his binky,
or at a certain point in this interaction, Rob Noor might need his Cynthia, because Cynthia was the one who opened up my eyes to Snafu.
I'm just putting the thought. I'm just putting the thought out there. It's an excellent way for you to insert yourself into the situation, and to
Let me think about it.
Anyways,
let me think about it.
You don't owe me shit on that. I'm just putting the thought out there. It might benefit you. Anyways, okay. Well, thank you for finally hearing me. I was throwing a shit fit backstage in the chat. So,
do you still think I'm a hypocrite, Phil?
I'm not. I'm still very sus of you. No, to be completely honest. I don't think I said hypocrite. I think I said manipulative. I think that you're probably manipulative. But I will say that I could be mistaken because I haven't watched you as much as I have OTW. Maybe I'm wrong. So, all right. Anything else from me? I'm gonna let you guys go. If
I'm good, man.
All right. Take care.
Take care. All right. So let's see if we have Landry back here. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like, I don't know. My intentions have been clear since from the get go. I believe that there's a lot of this is that sensitivity thing that where we should be sensitive when it is correct. We should also be able to challenge things. I was, very much chastised for trying to challenge your willingness to let Snafu run around and tell lies and do all this shit. And I've seen you more willing to do that than I've ever been. I've never really gone after your family. I believe the closest thing would just be that clip where you and your daughter are laughing at the picture I made, which that was, pretty lighthearted of all things. But a lot of the shit that happens to where you have people blocked and they cannot correct things that it's similar to the thing with Snafu. And we just have to be able to realize that is a serious issue. And I know it stems from the P word, right? But we got to make sure that we are not allowing people to it's the same shit we see from Tarek or these other people who I believe are the bottom of the bottom, right? They're just, Nancy did this to me, and I'm going to go to her house and do that. It's like, no, dude, we can be better. We can be like, that is the lowest of the low. Every time that we have an issue, I'm not going to engage with that like that.
I actually had that conversation the other day. I went over to his broadcast, and he was enumerating the list of all of the cult members, right? And I showed up on his show, and I was having the conversation with me, and he just didn't want to hear it. And I was willing to open up that space of communication, and he threw me out. So that's on him, right? It's like I do tend to reach out and try to work things out with people sometimes, because I am kind of fed up of the separation, the division, the hate, it's like, where are we going with all of this, And I actually agree with you on that. It's going nowhere.
It really is going nowhere. It's been going nowhere for a long time. But I think today it went somewhere. You guys were able to equalize in some way, shape, or form, and I'll take that more than anything,
Yeah, it's like I would love to have people to like co-workers or people that we can work together to make something, because I have so much to do when it comes to running this platform, and in other words, this is like a business, right? So I got like videos to make. I've got like I do PDFs. I make slides. I'm doing all kinds of things right now to work on my future endeavors, which were pretty much my passions in the first place, which is talking about the Kundalini and all of those things, and the brain, and allegories of the scriptures, and all of that. Those are things that I'm passionate about, and I want to talk more about, and I want to lean into more, because I think that's good information that people really need to hear. Not that I'm God or anything, and I'm like I have the answer to every single question out there, but that I think that I have something to share with people, some knowledge that some people might not be privy to, and that might actually benefit them when it comes to either their health or other things like that. Spirituality, especially.
Mm-hmm. That's what I like talking about. Those are the topics I enjoy, for sure. Well, I think I'm going to jump down here if you guys are all finished with what you have going on, because I need to do a few things here in my day. I'm thankful for how things went today. And I can see why I don't join as much.
Yeah, but
all
actually,
the pushback.
I'm glad that you were here for this, because, it kept me in a good space. Like my energy is still exactly where it's supposed to be, and I'm holding it good. I'm not, it felt good to actually let it out with Moose. That was liberating. It felt so good, man. It took one hell of a weight off my shoulder that I wasn't expecting that was actually there. That I didn't even know it was there.
It's such a big lesson in life, really, when we're holding on to things, and then when we finally let them go, it makes a big difference. And then you realize at the end of it, it's like, golly, why was I holding on to that for so long? It doesn't mean you need to have a relationship with the person, but once you let it go in yourself, and then it's even better when you're able to talk with somebody and get it out. It makes a huge difference on yourself.
It's so easy to look at people with a negative light, right? And what I saw on Landry's...
we might want to end this before we get too far, because it's going to start to be very frustrating again. Because I don't know.
I was going to mention, like when Moose opened up on your broadcast earlier, dude, I saw something that I never saw in Moose before, man. You understand? And that all happened over on your show, dude. So I was supposed to see that today, man. This is things don't happen for nothing. Everything happens for a reason. So I was meant to see him open up like that. Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Are you a part of the strike team?
Who? Me?
No, OTW.
Oh, he stepped away for a second.
Yeah, dude, Brown's boy is in here on his 7th alt. He thinks that he's not very good at changing up his speech to make it sound like a different person.
Well, again, like this space has created such a level of paranoia in people. It's really been interesting to watch. I was there at one point too in the very beginning. Agents, you're an agent. You're an agent. When I've just
and fucking dude, OTW went along with that yesterday.
Yeah,
like
but
I never called y'all fucking agents, except for I guess that first month where I was just confused. I thought there's only 5 chatters.
Why are you so why are you all built up, man?
I'm not built up. No, we're getting to the point though where this is the therapy session and all that, and I'm happy to stick with what we said, but this does seem a little bit performative, a little bit in a way. But I'm telling you, I'm getting frustrated because I would like to be outside right now, and I want to wrap up, and I just want to go there until we.
All right,
get
that sounds good, man.
All right, great.
All right. Take care. Oh, well. I did my best, Yolanda.
You know what, Patrick? I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Because it's one thing I have noticed about your show, though, Patrick, is that you've gotten a lot of these moments through the years between people. If you really think about it, that's another reason why I've stayed around, is because you get a lot of these raw, organic moments between people. And it's so frustrating to me how people will minimize it and say that it was, a therapy session or a cope and all that kind of stuff. When, again, it goes back to we forget how to just be people with one another outside of this theatrics of being online.
you know, and I have to take into account that, you know, there's exterior influences that might be able to, and exterior forces that might be able to come and tarnish the good works, you know. But
because that's what I have an issue with. I'm just being myself. You know,
I haven't been like, this
and
is
I'm
like,
not
I haven't been this
entertaining.
vulnerable. I haven't been this vulnerable in a long time. I really let my guard down, Yolanda. I just let it go.
I could tell, Patrick. And like I said, I'm proud of you, because that's it. When we put all of these boundaries to protect ourselves, you know what I'm saying? Like it's these vulnerable, raw moments of suffering that give us big lessons in life.
I agree. And I think it's when you come to the, you know, to the acceptance, and you accept the fact that you're not perfect and you can make mistakes, then it gives you room to breathe and give you the chance to like just pick yourself back up and do it again, right? And
Yeah, that's the grace and humility.
yeah, and I know that I'm able to humble myself because I'm already humbled before God.
Yeah.
I don't, you know, it's like, it's not hard for me. You know, when I hold for so many years all kinds of resentment towards God, right?
And we're resenting, when we resent God, we're resenting ourselves.
Right. Exactly. So how can, you know, yeah, and Red says it, you know, it's about self-control. It's about owning your inner space and accepting things that, you know, you might have done unintentionally, right? And without actually knowing, because you didn't see things through that lens. You're looking through your own lens, you know. But if you actually take the time to put your lenses down and wear somebody else's lenses, sometimes the perspective could be different. Sometimes it just opens up your heart, man. And Yolanda came in today with a peaceful white flag saying, you know, to the, you know, it might be good for you. It might be healthy for you. Maybe you need to, you know, and she didn't say it in those exact words, but I understood. And more so, even when she showed up on Landry, and she pretty much did it without saying it, right? She's like, look, OTW, I'm showing you the example. This is what you're supposed to do. And I'm like, fuck, she's so right. God damn it. Fuck. Man. And I'm like, all right, you got me, Yolanda. I'm gonna let it all down.
It wasn't even. That's why I thought it was interesting that Flo said that I was being manipulative, because I thought I don't, and saying that I was, that he knew.
Well,
again, it's just interesting.
You have to look at it from you have to look at it.
Perspective, you know.
Well, if I see it from Flo's eyes, and I don't want to speak for him, but if I see it through Flo's eyes, I can see the fact that, oh no, the drama's gonna finish. There's not gonna be anything to cover on this side anymore. Like, you know what I'm saying? There's no, oh shit, I'm gonna lose content. If these guys fucking work together and don't go at it anymore, where are we gonna find the drama? You know, what am I gonna have material to sell to my audience? Right? Because Flo that's what he covers, right? That's pretty much like a base foundation of the business model, right? It's the drama and all of that, and you know, just like before he left, he said, you know, with Rob Knorr and this and that, right? So I'm seeing it from that angle. Like, it's like, if he's looking at it from a money's perspective, then the fact that Landry and I would stop this warring and ceasefire makes for shit, lost content.
And you know, we won't really know if any of this is going to stop until tomorrow and the day after, right?
And that's what I said, yeah.
And we already know is what we enjoy researching and looking upon is that sometimes energetic things have something to do with it as well. And then when you have other people's beefs brought into the equation, you know, it is that game of influence. It was just really interesting looking at his chat while that was going on, when you guys were talking, and there's just so many different people going through things in their lives, and their approach on resolution is not the same. But again, I'm really proud of you, OTW, as long as I've been around, watching you and having conversations with you, because that wasn't an easy place to be, and you did it, and I appreciate it.
Well, sometimes, if you want to end a war, sometimes it just takes like one of them, willing to put the gun down and say, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. Encourage his fellow men to do the same, right?
Because my approach is not for everybody. I do this with my family. I've been doing this with my family my whole life, and with loved ones, and it comes, I don't know, is it me, or am I drawn to it? I question myself that all the time. Like when another scenario like this happens in my real life, and I'm like, why is this happening again? And what I did here is pretty much what I do in my real life too, is presenting the obvious thing. And it's like, you're at battle with yourself. Do you want to let it go? Only you are the one that's going to have control over that. If you want to keep fighting, that's entirely up to you.
Yeah, that's true. And I was like, so I'm like, I have pride, Yolanda,
Pride is a hard one. I was a prideful person too.
Yeah, and that is so hard to let go of.
It is. My sister just brought it up to me the other day. My sister's an alcoholic, and it's exhausting, right? And my mother was. A lot of family members were, and it's that perpetual victimization of, you are the solution. You are the solution to all of your problems. You can try and say it's this person and it's that person when it's you. It starts with you. Yes. And she brought up something about my brother. We tragically lost my brother when he was 23 years old on Christmas Eve to a car accident. And she was bringing that up because she was drunk, because the anniversary of my mother's death is on Halloween. And she's still, bawling her eyes out over it. And I'm like, Mom died 25 years ago. And she never was that mother that you're imagining in your mind and created. She was never that. You have to move on from this. You're destroying yourself. You're destroying your family. You just gotta let that shit go. And then she started to bring up how I was on my brother. And I said, I was young. I was arrogant. I was prideful. I was all of those things. And, I don't know what else to tell you. I'm not perfect. I had a lot of responsibility as a young person, and that I shouldn't have had, but I did. And I realize now the way that I was, and he's not here for me to say it, but, I'm not perfect and I make mistakes. So.
Yeah. That's just us having to accept it for ourselves. And once that's done, then you have something to work with afterwards, right?
And I can't expect when I apologize to somebody after I've done something to them that they're going to be able to receive it. And, I can only hope that they have it in them to be able to move on, but I can't be the one to do that and make that move for them. But we all go through it.
Yes, we do. Oh, yes, we do. All right, Yolanda, I think after 7.5 hours, I think we did a good job here today. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
I guess none of this could have been possible without you. So, a lot of props go to you, and I'm willing to say so. So I hope you have a great day, Yolanda.
You too, OTW.
Yeah, I'm off to go take care of the land. I have a bunch of stuff that I need to, get done. So I'm going to go do that before the sun. I only have like a couple of hours of sun left. So.
All right. Take care, OTW.
All right. Thank you, Yolanda. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. I hope you enjoyed this members only. This one was for you guys. I guess we'll see each other back, regularly scheduled program as usual here at OTW Live. So tomorrow we'll be back as normal. And next Wednesday, another members only, just for you guys. All right, so the OTW signing out for day. Coming at ya from the belly of the beast. Peace.